my soul, fire in my heart. Till you see me on the other side of stars.
Oh, the journey starts from where we do first step. No one's sure what lies ahead before them breath. Cause maybe rough and tough, through it we'll miss some way.
Nothing easy, get off and go, get it go.
Sometimes this journey is about the chase, not about the destination on over us. No matter how far,
No matter how far,
how you go,
how you
how
go.
long can you
Property ain't no time to waste. Gotta fix your life, go get it burned.
When there's a beginning, there's an ending too. As we go with, come across many predicaments. Feel like lies beneath, colors of love that's excellent. The pictures fade away, beauty will remain the same.
Stop living there when your heart's beating still. No slowing down for me, I'm never going chill. Every low phase, I ride it like a drill. I by the rules, but outshine.
Only time will tell the magnitude of these. Longer we wait, may it be this way to keep.
Only time will tell.
Standing by for answers. Scarlet is the pain.
Nothing easy, get off and go, get it go.
Only from the heart one reaches to the sky. Ups and downs it goes for years of enemies on the right. As you go, believing the faith in
Property ain't no time to waste. Gotta fix your life, go get it go.
Trust is what makes reflect hope and fear. Be brave and unentertaining when light just scared. This truth works out, which may be hearts and stars of life. Meanings out of the search for.
Question, no answers, will this be for nothing? I felt so worthless and nervous, disgusting. I won't be so broken unless I conducted diligently, patiently, and trusted myself. Nothing was given to me, so gonna go earn it. Everything needs another motivation, I burn it. Reputation doesn't stop death, but it stops life. Accepting open minds for life.
One day this quiet voices will be heard. Loud and clear the story of the ones with me.
Hands up.
Shed no tears, realize what we left behind.
Nothing easy, get off and go, get it go.
Explore within the limits of the time. No one should need to burn me to a way of life.
No matter how far, how we go, how you go. It's your life, burn your dread. Yersky Doodle. Yersky Doodle went to town. Chat. Yo, can we be for real? Full moon, full life. Best persona opening all time. We getting jiggy with it, chat? Is we getting jiggy with it, chat? We all agree? We all agree? We all agree? Top 3 for sure. What's better? Can I get a I had the wrong buttons pulled up, my bad. Yo, what up, chat? Oh my God, devil. Wait, what the fuck is happening? Why are y'all bang? Switch 2 fund going crazy, chat. Hey, bro, I'm buying 16 copies of Mario Kart. What the fuck going on? Y'all complaining that game $100, not me. Nah. Thank y'all for the gifted though. Devil Burner, thank you for the 5. Providing Dreams, thank you for the 5. Appreciate that, GOAT. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all. Hey man, you know what's gonna really help these subs go down my throat a lot better? You know what's really gonna help these subs go down my throat a lot better? Some beautiful BBL energy from Gamer Subs. Exclamation subs in the chat. No way Mario Kart is 100? Well, it's 80. But yeah. Type shit. Type shit. Type shit. Big subs, big subs, big subs. All right, so chat, there is a Marvel Rivals thing that I have to react to. I have not seen it yet. So I want to watch that. We are gonna be doing some reacts today. Your top knot looking nice. Yeah, it's pretty messy, but I appreciate that, goat. What flavor you got? This is the BBL energy right now. It's the blueberry lemonade type shit. Drip Love, thank you for the 50 months. Bang. So yeah, we're gonna be hitting up some reacts. I bounced around the idea to Bow about maybe playing Schedule 1 today, but I don't know if we'll actually be doing that, so we'll see. And yeah. How's the Metaphor playthrough going? So, what condition do I use again? It's fuck my ass. It's Miel. I think that's what it's called. Yeah, so I know some of you guys might not want to hear what I'm about to say, but I don't give a fuck. Canceling the playthrough was the best idea I ever did in my life. I am enjoying that game so much more off stream. Yeah, I might never stream a JRPG again. I'm gonna keep it a bean. Like with the exception of Persona, I just feel like JRPGs are L streamer wear, bro. Like, I'm gonna be honest, and I just enjoy them much more off stream. So yeah. Lakobe, thank you for the gift sub to Nexus. Appreciate that, goat.
32 gift subs in the channel.
Let's keep the short fun games. Yeah, that's kind of how I'm feeling. But yes, Metaphor is fucking incredible. Metaphor is so good. For those guys that are wondering where I'm at, it says that there's like, I'm about to get to September 24th, which they're saying is like the final battle, but like, come on. That shit's not the final battle. But yeah, I'm pretty excited to see where. I'm honestly nervous because that game been low-key beating my ass. So I've been grinding a lot on the off days leading up to that moment. And from what I know about the next fight that's about to happen, that shit looks like it's going to be kind of hard. So that shit looks like it's going to be kind of hard. But, you know, I'm still excited. Like, Metaphor is like really good, but the second half is like so much better. You know what I mean? Like, Metaphor might actually go down as an all-timer for me. Like, no funny shit. Metaphor is really good. What up, Hoodie Main? Yeah, I took some days off, bro, because I was like, okay, I could take 4 days off in a row and not want to boo myself, because realistically, I'm only taking 2 days off in 1 month and then 2 days off in the next month. So I might start doing that at the end of the months. Like, take like a little extended break. Like the last 2 days of the month and then the first 2 days of the month type shit. It never went down for me. That's the thing. Like, I feel like usually Persona games or like JRPGs in general kind of like have these waves type shit. Like, Metaphor has been like this. Like, I don't think there's been like a dip yet. Metaphor is really good. Like, I feel like, I don't know if I'll be able to give it over something like Persona. Semi with the 2 gifted. Bang! Appreciate that, goat. What was I gonna say? I forgot. Will you play Monster Hunter tonight? Maybe. For the digital game fund. I appreciate that, bro. I'm gonna have to start moving weight for this Mario Kart 9, bro. Shit, I was gonna say some shit about Metaphor. I forgot what I was gonna say. God damn it. Damn it, I wanted to say something. You played Yakuza? Yeah, I've tried some of Yakuza, yeah. Oh, I don't know if it's gonna be able to beat like Persona 3 for me, just because of like the emotional attachment I have to Persona 3. And I don't know if it'll be like Xenoblade for a very similar reason. But I could see this like being in my top 10, maybe even cracking top 5, bruh. Yo, Blade, thank you for the prime for 42 months. I appreciate that, GOAT. Do you know how the tariffs work? I need that Unk wisdom. I mean, what do you need to know? Yeah, I mean, the tariffs are completely fucked. Like, so the idea of the tariffs is to like, so the reason why they're doing the tariffs is to like make it to where like Americans will buy more American made products because they'll be more affordable than shit made from overseas or whatever the fuck. But obviously with how the world, or with how this country has been working, if we want to make it to that transitionary period, it's going to take decades, because they're going to have to start making factories in America. They're going to have to start producing everything in America, and all this stuff takes years to do. So in the meantime, if that really is the direction that this country wants to go, in the meantime, cost for everything is going to be exorbitant. Will there be a Schedule 1 stream in the future? There might be one tonight. Fucked up part. Would you put it over OG FF7? We're gonna have to see how the game sticks to landing. But yeah, I can see it being over OG FF7 for me. No, the Switch 2 prices that they announced, those are just going to be the prices. They shouldn't increase. At least not from now until the release, because they've already announced that that price. So that price is the price with the tariffs in mind. We listening to the new Yay tonight? Absolutely not. How far did you get into Veilguard, and which town did you save?
Hi.
I think I went with Neve, if I'm not mistaken, because I wanted to have sex with her. Wonderbird, thank you for the 62 months. Appreciate that, GOAT. Oh, it's your birthday, Nurse. Yo, HBD, Nurse. Happy birthday, GOAT. Can we get a happy birthday for Nurse in the chat? That's why the international Switch is more. See, people keep saying that, but like, I'm pretty sure the Switch is like that expensive in everywhere that's not Japan. So I don't know. Also, like, I've been seeing so much misinformation about the Switch 2, because like after the Switch Direct, there was like so much stuff coming out that people provided no context for. So now people think that things are a lot worse and a lot more dire than they actually are, right? So like, for example, Mario Kart being $80. Okay, first of all, that is true. Mario Kart is $80. It is fucking insane that game is 80 beans. But as of right now, this is not the price for every Switch 2 game. It's just that game. But then you got to kind of wonder, like, okay, how does Nintendo decide which games are worth $80? And then also, since Nintendo pushed that button, are games going to start being increased to $80 now? That's just something we have to think about, right? So, you know, very Ermsky Doodle Champ, right? Oh, it's Jace's birthday too. Happy birthday, Jace. Appreciate that, GOAT. Why I say appreciate that, GOAT? You can tell I've just be spamming voice lines. But yeah, happy birthday, GOAT. So yeah, as of right now, Mario Kart is the only game that's 80 beans. Now, people keep saying that physical games are going to be $10 more expensive, and that is also not true. Like, that is only in certain regions. In America, they're going to be the same price for digital and physical games. Another thing that has a very big misconception is the video game licensing thing for the carts. So obviously that shouldn't be a thing at all, but that is not going to be the norm. You have to understand, like, They put that in as a stipulation for certain games that will be license only and not have the game on the cart. This is not saying that Nintendo games are going to be like that, at least not right now, right? Like, so the thing is, like, people are upset, and they should be, because the precedent being set is worrying and troubling. But as of right now, there is one game that's 80 beans, Mario Kart, and there are currently no games that we know of that are license only, and the game is not on the cart. Like, for example, Cyberpunk 2077, the full entire game will be on the cart, right? So you're not gonna have to download anything. The full game, like if you're stranded in the wilderness and you only have a Switch 2 in your Cyberpunk cart, you will be able to play Cyberpunk on your Switch 2, right? And so as of right now, there are no confirmed titles. But what I'm assuming Nintendo did that for is for when developers do stuff like what Kingdom Hearts did, right? Where it's like the cloud version of Kingdom Hearts, or, you know, some bullshit like that. Like, in case developers do that, like, people have that expectation set up already. So, yeah. I think I read on the Bravely Default subreddit that it wasn't on the cart. That fucking blows. That actually sucks. That actually sucks. That's terrible. The precedent being set by Nintendo. Yeah. I mean, because, like, the thing is, I think Nintendo makes the best games, period. But, like, if we're talking about their budget for games, and if we're talking about, like, you know, pushing, you know, hardware limitations and stuff like that, like, that's not Nintendo's bag. My confusion is, since Mario Kart 8 is 80, but the bundle makes the game you get makes it an extra 50 with the Switch, why have the game alone be so much? The game, it could be that Mario Kart is so expensive because they want to push the bundle sales. I think they might be trying to do something where they're replicating, like, the sales that, like, Wii Sports got, where, like, that game was, like, the highest selling game because it was bundled with the Wii. So I think that's kind of what they're trying to replicate. And then, like, if you don't get that and you wanted to buy Mario Kart later, they wanted to make that a premium so that way they get more money out of you. And then also, since Mario Kart is a very big title, and Mario Kart 8 sold like something like almost 40 million copies or some shit, like, they're probably assuming that if they were going to take this risk with the price with any game, it would be Mario Kart, because it's probably going to still sell. 30 beans is it is an insane difference. It is an absolutely insane difference. In the UK, the bundle basically makes the game a 40 purchase, which is wild. Hey, man. I think you might also get a digital game in the bundle. That is also true. I still don't know if I want to get the bundle or not, like, because y'all know I've been on my physical shit, but, like, dude, $80 for a game is, like, extremely unethical, bro. I really don't know what I'm gonna do, but I guess we'll see. Because, yeah, the version, the bundle version of Mario Kart that you get is the digital version. So, I mean, yeah, we knew Nintendo was anti-consumer. We know all of these companies are anti-consumer at the end of the day. Like, none of them really give a fuck about any of us. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why, like, dick riding any of these companies is stupid, because you're just a dollar sign to them, to be honest. But let's just be real. You don't even like Mario. I mean, I don't like Mario Kart 8 like that. But historically, I've been a very big Mario Kart fan. And Mario Kart 9 or Mario Kart World, whatever the fuck, looks incredible. I can't lie. That game looks very good. Like, like, me and Balvin were talking about this off stream yesterday, and it's like, I feel so, like, bad, because I'm like, I'll be trying to be like, yeah, man, like, fuck these companies, vote with your wallet, blah, blah, blah. And then also I'm, like, looking back like, Mario Kart looks very generational. Like, fuck. I don't know, man. But yeah, I'm gonna go broke for this motherfucking Switch 2, man.
Hey Omega, did you see
Yo, Charmander.
Switch on Best Buy?
Yup, that's why I'm streaming. Thank you, Charmander, for the 14 months. Why is Donkey Kong Gate happening on Twitter? Wait, what's the memes? But yeah, so Mario Kart, so I'm gonna have to spend $450 on the console itself. Maybe I'll get the bundle to make it $500, and then I'm gonna have to spend 70 beans on Metroid Prime. A month later, I'm gonna have to spend 70 beans on Donkey Kong. Yeah, I think I'm cooked. Yeah, I think I'm cooked. I wanted to ask, would it be wise to get rid of my OG Switch and OLED for the second one? I would look at, because they have a list of games that are not going to be compatible with the Switch 2 that they're currently working on making compatible. So I would look at that list and see if any of those games are games that you want to play. And if not, then I think it's a safe upgrade. What's the tax in Rhode Island? I want to say 7%. What is the state tax in RI? Why the fuck could I not? Or is it 6%? It's either 6 or 7%, I'm pretty sure. Can you put the Switch 2 purchase on your... Oh, yeah, of course. Speaking of taxes, so last year, I did not spend as much money as I thought I did. So there were a lot less write-offs in the year before. Cooked 7 TV emote. That means I just have to be more reckless with my money this year. That just means I have to be more reckless with my money this year, guys. That's all. So that means I'm buying Switch 2s for every room in my house. No, but yeah, so I will be obviously writing off the Switch 2. You mean for every chatter? Right. Can you buy a Switch 2s? Hey man, when the squad bank account hits, I got ya. Ooh, lonely fans.
Today, heartbreak emoji.
I haven't filed them yet. I just have them done. And it's sitting on TurboTax waiting for me to fucking click the button, man. I heard you're giving us Switch 2s. Yeah, I'm giving out Switch 2s at 100 subs for the day. Type shit. If we get 100 subs every day for the rest of the month, I gotcha. Fuck TurboTax. Fuck TurboTax for sure. Tech channel money laundering soon. Exactly, you get it. TurboTax talking about I owe 112 beans. TurboTax talking about how I owe 112,000 beans. Fuck. I heard somebody got me with Cyberpunk Ultimate Edition. Yeah, bro, I got you, bro. What's going on? Okay, so it's time, chat. It's time, chat. Let me watch this Marvel Rivals bullshit.
Yo.
Mizu, thank you for the 26 months. I appreciate that, gang. I also owe money. Wait, how is that possible? How do y'all don't y'all got like normal jobs? How is that possible? How many years are premium games 60 beans? Feels like a long time. I would understand a price bump. Okay. Shut this fucking music off. I have to talk about this because I was about to go to the Marvel Rivals thing, but this has been kind of bothering me. I'm not saying this is you necessarily, but there's been a lot of fucking bootlicking corporate cocksucking motherfuckers out here talking about like, damn, bro, like video games are a luxury. Like, bro, if a game is $100, it's $100. You don't need it, bro. Like, focus on getting your money. You don't need to buy this. You don't need to buy that. Bro, video games have been this price since blah, blah, blah. Bro, video games have been like $50-$60 for like years now. But you know what they could also do back then? Buy eggs. Buy a house. have multiple cars in their driveway. Like, this is what it used to be like. Like, there, like the economy and the quality of life was way different back then. Like, yeah, games were more of a luxury and shit back then, and it was a lot more of a niche thing, and not everybody had consoles, not everybody played games or whatever, blah, 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 blah. Now everybody in the world plays games, and like, I don't know why you as a consumer are like dick riding for the cost of everything to get more expensive, right? Even if you wanted to be like super super like wokey about it, right? Oh, well, you know, the development costs are ballooning, and not only are they ballooning, but you know, the industry is in trouble, blah, 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 whatever. The industry is in trouble because they keep trying to like chase trends and like make Destiny 2 all the time. That's why the industry is in trouble. They're trying to like chase these profits, and by being so profit driven, like they're pretty much cannibalizing themselves, right? And then on top of that, like, as the games like increase in price, people are going to buy less games. Like, this is only going to like exacerbate the issue. Like, if everything gets more expensive, people are just going to buy less. Okay, and not only that, if you buy a game on release date, you are purchasing the worst version of that game that will ever exist. Whereas the person that buys it on sale years later for like 20, 30, 40 bucks or whatever the fuck, they get a way better product than you got. Because you want to know why? They're going to spend $20 a year from now and get the fucking definitive edition of the game with all the DLC and all the patches that actually make the game work and run well. So like, you can buy Cyberpunk at launch for 60 bucks like a fucking sucker, or you could wait for a couple years and get the Cyberpunk Definitive Edition with the DLC that actually makes the game good, and then all the updates that make the game about half of what they promised and advertised the game was going to be for less. And guess what? The game is actually going to be able to run now. You know what I'm saying? Like, that is why where we're at. And then also, we're talking with ballooning costs. Whose fault is that? Nigga, I'm not making you spend $300 million to make that bum-ass Spider-Man game. I didn't do that. You did that. What the fuck? Why you blaming me, bitch? Be better, motherfucker. And then also, you want to charge me more for games? Okay, fine. Don't fucking fire everybody after they make a game. How about that? Like, do you really think that these businesses, these corporations, these publishers are going to take all of these record profits and be like, you know what, developers, you did a great job. Here's a pay raise. Here's we're matching your 401k. Even, you know, we're increasing your health insurance. We're including dental now. Fuck no. They're gonna be like, I bet. Now do it again in half the time with a quarter of the budget. Like, what the fuck? Like, what are we talking about, man? Fuck that. Like, I feel like the people that are saying that, like, oh, you know, they should increase the price because it is that or the third. It's like the people that are saying that the tariffs are a good thing. You know what I mean? Like, bro, at the end of the day, it's like, we're going to save money. Like, you know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, like, it's good for us. Like, bro, you're getting fucked. Like, what are you talking about? Like, you're absolutely getting bent over and fucked. Like, if you look at every aspect of gaming right now, it is prohibitively expensive, bro. The graphics cards that just came out, prohibitively expensive. And because none of these developers know how to like properly make a game, a lot of the games that are coming out are running like shit. They're running worse and worse and worse on PCs. And then if you're talking the console game, okay, you could get your little PlayStation 5, you know, 500 beans, Switch 2, you know, 450 beans, $80 games and all that. Like, at what point, like, are you just gonna like, at what point are you gonna like roll over from getting fucked and be like, hey, stop fucking me? Like, you feel what I'm saying? Like, they're passing the cost onto us while the people at the top of these companies are getting richer and richer and more rich than they've ever been. Anyways, Cook 17 EV mode. What the fuck did I just say? Yeah, if I wasn't a streamer, man, like I don't know like how I would choose what to spend my money on for these games. It's mad expensive. Like I don't know. I really disagree with the like games have been this price for a while. Like of course they're going to increase. Like why are we like I know the industries are different, but the price of a song has been $1 since songs were able to be sold digitally. You know what I mean? Albums, like music albums have been $10-15 since they've existed, since CDs have existed. Like DVDs and Blu-rays have been the same price for like since they've existed, right? Like I don't know why we're like treating games like differently. Like yes, the video game industry is not the same as like the film industry or the music industry or anything like that. But like that's not my fault. Like I don't know, learn how to run your shit better. Like what? Like why am I being punished because y'all don't know how to run a company? Like fuck off. And then to anybody that says that like, oh, like video games are a luxury, like you don't need that, blah blah blah. It's like, bro, like fuck off. Like video games have saved people's lives. Video games are how people connect with one another. Video games are a passion, are an art form, just like anything else. All right, let's watch this Marvel Rival shit. Talking about saving lives.
Dear Rivals, Guang Guang here. Welcome to Season 2 of Marvel Rivals.
Hey man, piracy up, fuck it.
After the intense Eternal Night saga and the defeat of
I haven't seen this yet, so please don't spoil.
Emma Frost has prepared a lavish celebration, inviting everyone to don their best attire.
Damn!
Lavish celebration, inviting everyone to
Holy shit, she is thick as fuck.
don
Oh my
their best
God.
attire and venture to the mutant heaven of the living island Krakoa for the annual Hellfire Gala. But as we all know, heroes never truly get a peaceful vacation. The uninvited Ultron has crashed the party, and the attending
Wait,
heroes
Ultron?
must spring into action to protect Krakoa's greatest treasure from his grasp. Emma Frost is a formidable
Oh,
Vanguard,
Vanguard,
a
nice.
master of telepathy and a shining diamond on the battlefield.
Oh my God,
She
her
can
thigh
effectively
jiggles.
Utilize her telepathic and diamond abilities as the situation demands, standing at the forefront to shield her allies and obliterate her foes. And as for Ultron, stay tuned for the exciting updates in Season 2.5.
Wait, so Emma Frost and Ultron, not Blade? Oh fuck. I'm assuming they didn't give us Blade because I think Blade is gonna be a DPS, and like Emma Frost is Vanguard, and I'm pretty sure Ultron is healer. So they probably wanted to like get just 2 more characters in those rosters first.
In Season 2, we will introduce the first adjustments to team-up abilities,
Ooh, okay.
welcoming new team-ups while tweaking or removing some
Oh shit. Okay, hold on. New team ups.
welcoming
Oh my God, Cappy and Buck. Cappy and Buck? Captain America and Bucky. What the fuck? Okay, this is Emma Frost, Psylocke, and Mags? Oh, that's cool. Unavailable? Wait, so these 2 are gone now? Arcane Order, Strange, and Scarlet Witch. So they got rid of Magneto and Scarlet Witch? Wait. Why is Namor getting a buff with Iron Man and Hulk? Wait, why is that happening? Why does Namor get buffed every patch? Like, what is this? Oh shit, Bucky doesn't get ammo overload. I'm gonna say it. Thank God. Psylocke is no longer part of Magic and BP. Any other changes? I don't think so.
New team ups while tweaking or removing some existing ones. We hope that this
So I wonder. I wonder if they go into it here, but I wonder like what the buff or what the thing for Namor is, because he's not a part of the Luna Snow
dynamic
thing
changes
anymore.
will
So
enhance our heroes and gameplay environment with even more thrilling experiences.
roadmap.
Since the launch of Season 1, we've been deeply contemplating how Marvel Rivals can continuously deliver fun and engaging experiences for you all. During this time, several discussions on social media have certainly added some pressure on us to
Damn,
keep the game
they be
as
seeing our
exciting
tweets,
as
y'all.
it has been since December. To a certain extent, we agree. Upon reflection, we believe the core mission of Marvel Rivals should always be to fulfill everyone's fantasies about Marvel superheroes.
Hooray!
But what does that fantasy entail? Is it controlling multiple heroes simultaneously, or providing heroes with diverse experiences that transcend competitive boundaries? We've been exploring
That is a good
new
question.
modes internally, and when the prototypes are well defined, we will unveil them as special event game modes. Of course, there remains the fundamental dream to integrate even more exciting Marvel heroes into Marvel Rivals. After extensive internal discussions and thorough evaluations, we've decided that starting from Season 3, the seasons will shift to a 2-month format, with a new heroes debuting each month.
A new hero every month? What the fuck? How are they doing that? What the fuck? How is that possible? 12 heroes a year? Yo.
Additionally, rated systems will be adjusted accordingly, and we will provide detailed insights before the launch of Season 3.
I mean, we've known about Ultron since literally the game's launch. We've known about Blade for a while. So, yeah, I'm assuming that they have these characters in the tuck just ready to go, low-key.
With our goal of keeping the audience's excitement alive, just like our opening month, the real adventure with Marvel Rivals is just beginning. After thorough testing and
Why would they do that? Do what? Like release the heroes that often? Or like keep characters in the tuck like that? What are they rushing? I don't think they're rushing. Here's why I think they're doing this. Marvel Rivals is a very different game than something like Overwatch, right? Like I think the reason why Overwatch like can take a long time to release characters is because Overwatch is a more competitively balanced and focused game. And then also they have to create the characters out of thin air. Like the Marvel fan base, like everybody wants to see their favorite heroes. Everybody wants to see Cyclops, wants to see Deadpool, wants to see Nightcrawler, wants to see Silver Surfer, wants to see Doctor Doom. Like there are so many characters that people are waiting for, and they pretty much have a guaranteed stimulus package every month. Like, and I think that is why they're doing this. And I don't think they're necessarily rushing. I think they've had a lot of these characters done for a while. Like we've known that Ultron has been done since December. Like we've seen his kit already. You know what I mean? It's been like leaked or whatever. So they're probably way ahead of schedule as it is. And like if they can keep bringing new characters, like this game is never going to die. Like if the game starts to like lose some players here and there or whatever the fuck, be like, okay, bet Deadpool's in the game now. 500 million players the next day. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense for their business strategy. And because of the fact that Marvel Rivals is a more like casual focused game, and that like it's appealing more to the masses than a game like Overwatch is. And, you know, because they have those Marvel heroes to like sort of carry them, I think it makes a lot of sense. Now, am I worried about this in the long term? Like if they can keep this up? Yeah, I think that is a worry. I think that's a question. But hey, man, they got to be confident in it, I guess. They got to be pretty confident. And not for nothing, but like I know a lot of people are gonna maybe cringe and roll their eyes, but Smite had a very frequent release schedule for some gods as well for a large part of that game. And I think it's a lot easier to make the characters when you sort of have something to build off of, right? Like Smite has a bunch of like gods and mythology they can build off of. Like they don't have to think of something out of thin air. Like, you know, maybe a fighting game or maybe like Overwatch or like League of Legends would have to, right? Same thing with Marvel Rivals. They don't have to think of like, damn, like we got to think of a new creative hero. They have, you know, almost a century of comic books to build off of for hero inspiration.
Analysis of backend data, we've identified that the current mission system.
I wonder how they're maintaining balancing with how often they offload new people. That's the fun part. Marvel Rivals is unbalanced as fuck. I think it's going to stay like that.
Design lacks clarity in guiding players on how to earn chrono tokens through gameplay. This has resulted in some active players being unable to fully claim all rewards from the Battle Pass by the end of the season. To address this issue, we are implementing weekly missions alongside the existing daily missions and challenges. While the total number of chrono tokens available will remain unchanged, we've rebalanced the distribution of points across daily, weekly, and challenge missions. This adjustment aims to provide players with a smoother expectation of the chrono tokens they can earn through regular logins and gameplay, ensuring that active players can successfully acquire all Battle Pass rewards
Okay, that's
by
a
the
W.
end of the season.
Costume? Ooh, gifting costumes.
In Season 2, we're excited to announce that we will begin adding new color options for some of the more popular costumes, providing even more opportunities for personalization. Additionally,
Oh, that's cool.
we're introducing a new feature that allows players to gift costumes to their friends. This
Hey, chat, if there is ever a costume in the shop that I don't have and y'all don't gift it to me, I will boo myself live on stream, altering the trajectory of all y'all lives.
aims to foster better communication and interaction among friends within our game. For Season 2, we've made upgrades to our network protocols to enhance overall performance.
Gifting you every Spider-Man skin, bro.
This means that replays
Go
from
fuck
Season
yourself.
0 and Season 1 will no longer be supported in the new client version. So be sure to record your favorite videos to your local hard disk before the season begins. Thanks for your support.
No problem, go. Tournament.
As player excitement continues to rise, we are preparing for future tournament plans. We aim for high-level factions and players to showcase their skills on this stage, presenting thrilling matches for all Marvel Rivals fans. Next, let's welcome Zhiyong to share insights regarding the adjustments to team-up abilities and balance changes.
Oh,
for
okay, here
Season
we
2.
go. Team up abilities and balance changes, chat.
Zio here with the latest on Season 2.0, packed with dynamic changes to team-up abilities, sweeping balance adjustments, and big updates to Ranked.
Ooh, updates to ranked. Dynamic evolution of team up abilities.
Over the past seasons, we've been thrilled by your overwhelmingly positive feedback on our team-up abilities. On one hand, these team-ups have perfectly captured our wildest imagination of iconic superhero pairings. On the other, they've unlocked a whole new dimension of tactical combat. For Season 2, we are launching several brand new team-up abilities while fine-tuning some existing ones, all designed to deliver fresh, pulse-pounding experiences.
New team ups.
Emma Frost stands as the team-up anchor, allowing Psylocke and Magneto to call on the White Queen's psionic abilities to create illusory projections. At the heart of this pairing, Doctor Strange shares his arcane mastery with Scarlet Witch, imbuing her chaos energy with a new.
Oh, this bitch about to be broken. Oh, this bitch about to be broken. Hold on. Scarlet Witch gameplay in Big 25. Heart full emoji.
My bending magical ability.
They gave this bitch a machine gun.
Marques' unwavering courage and unbreakable camaraderie inspire Winter Soldier to leap towards allies at critical moments and dish out a relentless counterattack.
Wait, what? Hold on. I need to hear this again.
Inspire Winter Soldier bending magical ability. Captain America's unwavering courage and unbreakable camaraderie inspire Winter Soldier to leap towards allies at critical.
Where's the nitrous, man? Somebody bring me the fucking nitrous. I'm gonna fucking kill myself.
Critical moments and dish out a relentless
Oh my
counterattack.
fucking god. Only with Cap though, bro. Cap's already the best character in the game, bro.
In our quest to keep the tactical landscape sharp and prevent any one hero from being in an overabundance of team-up abilities or total the number of team-ups from ballooning too quickly, we are streamlining some of our existing ones, including removing some team-up abilities altogether and removing or adding members. Here's what's changing. Metallic Chaos, a voltaic union, will be completely removed from the game.
Wow,
Silence
okay.
will be removed from Dimensional Shortcut. Winter Soldier will no longer be part of Ammo Overload. Namor is being removed from sharing Charisma. Doctor Strange is stepping back from Gamma Charge, while Namor will be joining the
Why?
party, complete with the ability to summon Gamma Supercharged monster spawns.
He still gets third turrets. He still gets a third fucking turret. Oh my fucking. Why? Why? He can't keep winning. Like he can't keep winning. He can't keep fucking winning.
As
He
season
can't keep
1.5
getting away
comes
with
to
this
a close,
bullshit.
Our analysis backed by community feedback, epic battles from top-tier players, and hard data reveals that our roster and lineup choices have remained dynamic and diverse. Consider the strength of Shields combined with the mighty duo of Groot and the Thing in the triple Vanguard lineup. With Magneto's damage and up, this setup gains increased initiative on flanks and enhanced pressure capabilities. Moreover, a pair of
Like the thing
control-driven
is, as much as we all hate Namor, Namor does need to exist in some capacity to like counter the divers. I just wish that like he required any amount of thought or skill to play at all. Like any amount of like agency or anything like that. Cause like the thing is, like the divers are the hardest characters to play in the game, regardless, right? Like you have to have so much positional awareness, so much situational awareness, and you have to hit your combos or you just buff, flip, explode, and die, right? The difficulty of playing those characters being countered by literally like fucking Super Denic in the chat being able to press E and counter somebody who's trying to dive is so dumb. Like it's so stupid. Just throw the squids down, hop up in your bubble, and watch them die.
Ultimate's abilities, synergizing with Magneto's out against standard double strategies lineups, can deliver staggering burst damage, overriding enemy healing and securing
Every kill that any Penny player has ever gotten has never been on purpose. I'll tell you that.
KO. Then there's the dynamic pairing of Groot and Winter Soldier, where every move counts. Whether Winter Soldier's mechanical arm rails enforced for Groot's rapid wall barricade to cut off enemy vision and healing, or Groot unleashing his ultimate while the Winter Soldier utilized the splash damage from his main weapon to rapidly chip away a health, before finishing off enemies with his own ultimate ability. These synergies are as visually mesmerizing as effective. Not to mention our classic pairings, Hela and Loki, Adam Warlock and Star-Lord Marques, and Hawk and Doctor Strange, each of which continues to prove their competitive might. This is exactly the kind of diverse and dynamic roster we love to see, and we are committed to preserving each hero's unique flavor and potential.
Wait, unique flavor? What does Emma Frost taste like?
Next, let's talk about some of the adjustments coming in Season 2. We are aware that some heroes have been struggling to find their place in the broader battlefield, such as Penny Parker, Scarlet Witch, Mr. Fantastic, Black Widow.
Penny Parker buffs heartbreak emoji. Nah, it ain't so. Say it ain't so, bro. Say it ain't so, bro.
Rocket Raccoon and Love.
Rocket and Jeff buffs heartbreak emoji.
Jeff the Lance Shark. To bring more balance and endless tactical possibilities, we will be fine-tuning their strengths via team-up abilities or general.
Penny sucks. Okay, the reason why I don't want to see Penny be good is because her kit is anti-fun and fucking corny as shit. Like, her kit is like, hey, this area, you can't walk here now. Like, why? Like, that's, and then also a stun every 2 seconds is stupid. Like, it's absolutely fucking, it's moronic. It is annoying. So if she actually gets good, you guys don't want to see a world where Penny is good.
Balance adjustments. Note that these rebalances demand time for proper calibration, so you will see updates rolling out.
Okay, so they're not like all rolling out at once. They're still testing stuff.
Season 2.0 and Season 2.5. Now, let's talk about some of the adjustments coming in Season 2.0. For Vanguards, Penny Parker will receive a buff, while Captain America, now a new team-up anchor, steps up his competitive edge.
I thought they were buffing him again. I was like, please do not. Captain America is so good right now.
Meanwhile, Doctor Strange will see a slight nerf to his offensive power, offset by improved survivability. For the duelists,
I feel like does Doctor Strange ever even die? Like, does he need survivability?
expect Scarlet Witch and Winter Soldier to debut brand new aggressive team-up abilities, accompanied by buffs to heroes like Mr. Fantastic and Moon Knight.
Mr. Fantastic and Moon Knight buffs heartbreak emoji. Oh my god, this is the worst timeline.
Finally, strategists. We are set to enhance Rocket Raccoon's team utility, at the same time, to prevent battles from dragging on courtesy.
Oh, thank God. Oh, thank fucking God.
His regeneration domain.
Okay, so Soulbind and the totems are getting nerfed. Thank the fucking Lord.
And Adam Warlock's Zone Bond. We will implement modest nerf to keep the fight fast, furious, and fundamentally fun. Keep your eyes peeled for our upcoming balance update announcement, where we will dive even deeper.
Doing my boy
into
Warlock
these changes.
horribly. Bro, Warlock is one of the best DPSs in the game. And he can Soulbind and make his team invulnerable. Fuck that character.
The Season 1.5 hero pick rates and win rates are also set to be reviewed shortly. When Season 2.0 launches, we are shaking up competitive play by resetting ranks. Based on your Season 1.5 standings, each player will drop 9 divisions.
Damn.
For instance, if you ended Season 1.5 at Diamond 1, you will start your Season 2.0 journey at Silver 1. Coinciding with the season update and with the increase in maps, we will be rotating maps to keep the battlegrounds fresh.
Oh, interesting.
For Season 2.0, Hellfire, Gala, Crocodile will enter the competitive pool, while Yaska Royal Palace and Tokyo 2099 Shim Shibuya will.
No! You couldn't get rid of fucking Wakanda? Oh my god. Couldn't get rid of fucking Wakanda? Why, God? Why?
Will be retired from ranked play. Tournaments will use the same map rotation as the competitive, but quick match and custom games will still feature every map, no rotation there.
I'm sorry, man. The Wakanda maps are the worst in the game.
We've listened to your feedback about competitive play, and here's how we are leveling up the experience. First, we are raising the minimum level requirement for competitive.
They're trying to cut back on Smurfs, maybe?
To give new players more time to truly master the
Also
basics
that.
before stepping up to the bigger.
Anti-black, I'm anti-Wakandan maps. They're fucking terrible.
Also, pick and ban will now come into play starting
Oh.
from Gold 3 rather than Diamond.
Oh, that's really good. Oh, that's really cool, actually. Okay, I like that a lot. So that means like, because since I'm GM, I'm going to be gold once the rank reset happens. So I'm going to get bans off rip.
Tier. When a team includes players from Eternity or one above all, only dual queuing will be allowed.
Hold on, you can't stack an Eternity? Hey, it's a lot of fraudulent ass motherfuckers that's gonna get exposed. It's a lot of fraudulent ass motherfuckers that got carried to some ranks that's finna get exposed. I think this is cool. I think this is cool also because I don't know how y'all feel, but like when I watch rival streamers, I hate it when they're like 4 niggas in a Discord call and they're all calming like it's a tournament. I don't like watching that shit. Like I really don't. Like I'm not trying to hear comms and all that, but like I don't want to hear that. Like I want to hear like actual like commentary. I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know. I just don't like listening to that shit. That's why I don't watch any of the Marvel streams when there's like a tournament day. Because I just don't like listening to the comms and stuff like that. It's just not something I find enjoyable.
Finally, you all know that the score you earn per competitive match is determined by both the outcome and your individual performance.
Is that true?
With the launch of Season 2.0,
Hey, maybe
we will
Lamo
be
Taichi.
increasing the weight of individual performances. The better you perform, the more points you will earn in victory, and the fewer points you will lose in defeat.
So when I put up a LeBron James type performance, I'm not going to lose 30 points no more? I like that a lot. Those are good changes.
We know many of you are interested in the distribution of players across the Season 1.5 tiers. To satisfy your curiosity, please enjoy this detailed histogram that lays it all out.
So these are the ranks splits right now. 11% of the player base in Grandmaster is kind of crazy. That's actually kind of insane. Grandmaster ain't shit.
In closing, thank you all for
What up,
your
Batman?
unwavering support and passion. We can't wait to party with you at the Hellfire Gala. Ignite the battle.
Yeah, the game is just way too easy to rank up in, I agree. And Season 2 begins April 11th. Okay, this is really bad news. I wanted to play Undertale next Saturday. But if Rival Season 2 is out, I wanted to have like a week of like hype building up towards it. That's why I wanted to do it on Saturday. Fuck, I wanted to do it on a weekend too. Fuck, I'll probably still do it on Saturday. Let me know. Let me
To
know.
all our new The White Queen's reign.
Dude, look at the thigh jiggles. Look at the thigh jiggles.
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserve
Okay, a
that,
beam
dear.
attack.
Mind crush.
Whatever the fuck that means. Oh, she has like a deployable shield thing.
You were beneath me.
Oh, that was hype.
Impervious.
Oh, she got like her little melees.
Pathetic.
This bitch has a command throw? Are you fucking serious?
Pathetic.
No fucking way.
Kneel, peasants.
What the fuck?
That's White Queen.
Does that like
control.
suck them in? It looks like it sucks them in.
Begins. You deserve
Hey,
that,
bruh,
dear.
I'm a tank main, so you feel what I'm saying? I'm a tank main, so like you feel what I'm saying, chat?
Mind crush.
What does this ability do? Like, what is this? Is this like an orb that comes out, and if you attack it, it attacks the enemies around it? Maybe. I think that's what that is.
You were beneath me.
That is cool.
Impervious. Pathetic. How embarrassing. Kneel, peasants.
That's interesting. Nice.
Yo, Vanity, thank you for the 100 bits.
Streamer.
First time chat message with 100 bits. I love that. Hey, man, hashtag that switch to coming hashtag soon.
That's White Queen mind control.
White Queen mind control. Chat, one's in chat if the White Queen mind control has worked on you. All right. Wow. Okay. Oh my God. Oh my God, chat. Oh my God. Yeah, so what I'm thinking is I play Marvel Rivals for around 37 hours on Friday, and then we play Undertale on Saturday. Undertale's only like 6 hours. I can hop on Rivals after I beat Undertale, right? 'Cause Undertale's not that long, right? Yeah, I mean, I just beat Undertale and then play Rivals. You should do 2 playthroughs. You should suck my dick. So that's cool. If that's gonna greatly depend on like how if I like it or not. Did you watch Ultron yet? Do they have it out? You would probably like the second one more.
Do
I mean, it'll probably depend on how I feel about the first playthrough.
all our new guests from across the timelines, I welcome you to
Jesus
the Hellfire
Christ.
Gala.
She is so fine.
Welcome one and all to Krakoa. This living island may be a sovereign mutant nation,
Hold on! That Wolverine costume, chat.
Honored guests.
Dude, what? She is so thick.
To Krakoa. Here there are no rivals. Man and mutant.
Will be exterminated. You all belong to history.
He looks so cool.
Rivals. Man and mutant.
Will be exterminated.
Wait. Look at Psylocke. Wait, they thought they were and Magic. Wait, look at Psylocke and Magic. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Yeah, it looks like we're not getting Blade. Go back a bit. They showed it. Let's see.
To Krakoa. Here there are
Oh, I was looking at chat, I think, when I seen this. Yo, this looks gas. Oh my god. Oh my god.
man and mutant.
Will be exterminated.
Who got nut in their hand?
All belong to history.
Nah, Ultron looks fire. To me, my X-Men.
Try to stay alive just long enough to see my way.
Dude, the art is so amazing in this game. Wow. Holy shit. Filled up every location? Wait, I understood that reference.
Try to stay alive just long enough to see my way. As the
Yeah, chat, I'm thinking we're back. Yeah, chat, I'm thinking we're back. Marvel Rivals, best game of all time.
That's my
Yo, Nifty, thank you for the 35 months. Hey, chat, I hope you guys enjoyed the little break you had from Marvel Rivals on this Twitch channel, because guess what? Wait, this nigga played the Switch? Oh my god, this nigga played the Switch.
Yo, I'm KBHD here. Welcome to your first look and hands-on with the Nintendo Switch 2. And this is everything you need to know. It's obviously one of the hottest and most anticipated new consoles in a long time. So when
Where the
Nintendo
fuck was...
invited me...
Wait, chat, I have something to say. Why did you shout out Joe? Did he type in the chat? Oh, he did. Omega to Eternity Season 2? Hey, bro, you can only duo Q in Eternity now, bro. Caught 7TV emote. Hey, chat. Nintendo is at every PAX East. Yes, we're going to PAX East. Oh my god, is PAX East next month? PAX East is in 1 month. I have not prepared for this at all. Fuck, them hotels are about to be expensive as fuck.
Did this little hands-on in New York City with a few other YouTubers, obviously.
Hey, bro, maybe I take the train each day, bro. I don't know if I got the hotel money in me, chat.
I said yes. So the first Switch, I don't know if you remember, came out in 2017. So naturally, almost a decade later, there's a bunch of stuff that people, including myself, a mere casual, have been waiting for this to be updated. And spoiler alert, they basically, I think, hit every single one of those things. But there is one big asterisk kind of overhanging all of it. So general form factor wise, this shape, very familiar. It looks like a Switch.
Dude, it looks nice, man.
Seen the images online.
Do you usually go all 3 days? Yes. Also, they did not message me back, I don't think, about a press badge type shit. So, am I cooked 7TV emote?
But it is noticeably bigger. So it's the same thickness as the first generation, but it feels thinner because everything's kind of spread out more. It's bigger. The body's bigger. The Joy-Cons are bigger. and it's mostly driven by this big new screen. So it's now a 7.9-inch display up front, up from 6.2.
That shit looks
And this is
pretty.
still an LCD, but it's now a 1080p variable refresh rate LCD that gets up to 120 hertz.
So
And
I've been playing. I think I've talked about this quite a bit, but the majority of my gaming happens now on handhelds, or like I'll use like a tablet or something like that to like stream games, like to either stream my PlayStation or PC games or whatever to a tablet, or like an ROG Ally or Steam Deck or my Retroid Pocket 5. And the thing with all of those devices, that all of them are OLED. And then every once in a while, I still use my PlayStation Portal. And the screen looks really nice on the Portal. It's an LCD screen. But yeah, the OLED is just much better. It just looks so much more nice.
It just looks so much better than the original Switch. It looks plenty bright to me, too. It supports HDR as well. Notably, it's not an OLED, though, so it doesn't have the perfectly inky blacks or the battery life advantages that come with an OLED. I do kind of think that we're eventually also going to see a switch to OLED. I think
For
that makes
sure.
sense. It'll probably be in a few years. There's probably also going to be a Switch.
Do you think you'll be buying your third parties on Switch 2 or sticking with PC? Probably PC, because I could still like I said, I play the most of my games like handheld, and I just like stream them with either Steam Link or GeForce Now or something like that to like play the games on a handheld. So I'll probably still stick to PC. Although the prospect of playing Cyberpunk on the Switch is kind of interesting to me, but I don't know, we'll see.
Too light in a few years as well. Doesn't mean you have to wait for those. It's just something to keep in mind in the back of your head. But yeah, I'm definitely loving the variable refresh rate up to 100.
I think the Switch 2 OLED will drop after maybe a year and a half, 2 years.
20 hertz. Every game they're showing here takes advantage of it. You know how iPhone defenders always love to say, oh, people can't tell the difference between 60 and 120 hertz. It's no big deal. But, high refresh rate and gaming go hand in hand. So I think a lot of people will appreciate the smoother games and potentially also the smoother UI that comes with it. So the screen is the biggest improvement. Now, there are some other, nice quality of life improvements here, like the full width kickstand that lets you prop it up at a pretty wide variety of angles, including almost all the way down, similar to the Switch OLED. But they added another port up to the top as well. And that makes it easier to charge while the console's kind of sitting on a table or something, since that was a pain before. And it's also perfect for the additional USB Type-C accessories, which I'll get to in a second. But I think the other obvious biggest upgrade is the new Joy-Cons. So many things are better about these new Joy-Cons. First of all, they are bigger, like everything else, which ergonomically is very...
Yeah, I'm looking at it. This is going to suck for mouse mode. Like, this shit is going to be so uncomfortable. Your title is so real type shit. That we need that Switch too. Yo, Nova, we playing Mario Kart World June 5th.
The left and right sticks are larger too. There's a new C button down here for game chat, which I will also get to in a second.
I'm hearing good things about mouse mode. My only concern, I'm sure mouse mode is going to work great. My only concern is the ergonomics of the Joy-Con in mouse mode. That might be a little subpar.
And they connect to the main console with magnets in a really satisfying way. They basically just slap right onto the side and line up.
Mouse mode looks cool, but I'm never using it. I am definitely, when I stream Metroid Prime on June 5th, I will be trying out mouse mode.
No slide necessary. Love a good magnet. You get them off by holding this release button here, which is literally just a lever that pushes the Joy-Con.
God,
off.
I want this so bad. Now that I'm thinking about it more, I don't know if I can make PAX East work, bro. I honestly thought I had more time to prepare for it. Yeah, I fumbled crazy. I should have been bought the hotel.
Side of this Switch.
Hold on, let me see.
I think it's really nicely calibrated. If you just touch the release button but don't pull, the Joy-Con actually pushes off but then snaps right back on because the magnet is so strong. But if you release and pull, then it just pops off really easily, and then you can snap it back on whenever you want with a nice click. Now, the neat thing is Most of the Joy-Con is still made of plastic to be lightweight.
If I am able to make it, I think it might make more sense to just like take a train there each day and then take a train back home.
But at the top here, these SR and SL buttons, first of all, they are way bigger than last gen, but they're also actually made of the metal that the magnets in the console are attracted to. They're steel buttons. So that's why the connection between the Joy-Cons and the Switch are so strong. It's that metal right there. My only worry here is actually just durability. So you can see when you pull that Joy-Con off, you can see these pins on the Switch. And I kind of wonder how many little kids are going to bend those pins. Like, there is a tiny bit of wiggle actually built in to hopefully make it not snap too easily. But yeah, there's no way to tell until they start shipping these to real people and we start seeing the stories rolling in, but I'm going to keep an eye on that. Oh, and there's also stronger feeling haptics. They're called HD Rumble 2. The Rumble Pack is directly attached to the plastic in the back of the Joy-Cons. They feel nice and strong, a little bit more precise too, so that's really nice. And then lastly, each Joy-Con can also be used as a mouse in supporting games. I did not see this one coming. It's kind of interesting idea, but basically there's a small...
All the hotels, like $150 or some shit, $150 or some shit, and then the dates of PAX East, $300 a night. Here's a third-person guy playing Metroid on the mouse. Okay, this actually looks incredible. Nah, I'd obviously be going with Lena. Okay, that looks really cool. That looks really cool.
Small optical sensor on the side of the Joy-Con. So if you turn that Joy-Con horizontally and place that sensor down on a table, you can move it around like a mouse, even rotate it, and that acts as yet another input method that apparently certain games will work pretty well with. I was doing this demo of a wheelchair basketball game, and so it ended up being pretty intuitive. You kind of hold the triggers and push forward, and you would move forward in the game. Never would have thought it would work so well, but there's a good amount of sensitivity.
Nah, yeah, the mouse thing looks fire.
Do this while swiping forward on your jeans and your lap too, if you wanted to. Other surfaces should work as well.
Do you mind Airbnb? Yeah, I'm never using Airbnb again.
They also showed this other golf game where you move the putter around and rotate it and then make a stroke using the mouse motion, all on a table like a mouse. So yeah, I guess that makes sense. We'll see what other games end up using this control. Now, we didn't get a whole lot of other specifics like the chip it's running or even how much RAM it has, which admittedly, a lot of Switch buyers just don't care about. But one big spec that they did improve is they've gone from 32 gigs of storage on the original Switch to 256 gigs of storage, and the storage is faster. So I definitely appreciate this. You can see my Switch home screen behind me. I could only fit 3 games on my Switch because one of them was Rocket League and it was like 17 gigs. But I also think this will directly relate to how much larger Switch 2 games will probably be. So 256 gigs will feel in line with the larger file sizes, bigger textures, higher resolution and all that. Switch 2 games will probably also be bigger too. So thankfully there is still micro SD card support. It lives right here under the hinge again, and you'll specifically have to get a micro SD express card to play games off it on the Switch 2. But I think generally they'll be pretty easy to find. I already saw Lexar is going to be making a 1 terabyte micro SD card just for the Switch 2, so that's awesome. Now the Switch isn't a Switch without the dock, and the new dock supports 4K resolution out to a TV. Love to see that. There's actually also a fan in the Switch 2 dock that turns on while it's docked, so while it's cranking out that extra resolution, it doesn't get too hot. But from there, I feel like all of the new software features...
Yo, these hotels is crazy. I can't lie, chat. Hey, bro, these hotels, they're so much more expensive than they were last year for PAX East. What is this? Wow. Where's it being hosted? Boston Convention and Exhibition Center. We might we might just take a train in there. Are you willing to crash at someone's house? Well, I don't know any of y'all, so probably not.
Have a bit of a theme. This Switch 2 feels like a much more
it's in Seaport. At least it was last year, so I'm assuming it's going to be in Seaport again. The train is like 40 minutes.
console. Like there was, I think Nintendo saw a ton of success.
Yeah, like you can get an MBTA ticket. Like you can get a whole weekend pass for I think like $10 or something like that. And Seaport is like literally right next to the train station in Boston. So like it'd probably cost like maybe a $15 Uber ride to like go from yeah, I think it's just better to take the train each day, low key.
The original Switch and started thinking about more.
Yeah, because I'm looking at like 300 plus per night, and if we stayed Friday, Saturday, yeah, that's cooked. That's cooked.
Get a better experience.
I'll have to talk to Lena about it, see what she wants to do.
People where several of them have a Switch. So when you hit that new C button on the Joy-Con, it brings up this new menu called Game Chat. So they didn't let us do this in the demos that I tried today, but in Nintendo Direct, you can see the idea is if you have some friends on other Switches gaming at the same time as you, you can all turn your mics on and talk to each other, or even turn screen sharing on to see each other's gameplay.
Yo, chat, where the Nintendo Game Chat kittens?
Live, which is cool.
Come on now.
I know a lot of people do FaceTime while gaming and kind of want to combine the whole experience. So I personally probably wouldn't do this, but I totally get it. And it's funny, it was actually refreshing seeing this in Nintendo's official footage. You can see the gameplay from other people as you're watching it it's kind of laggy and it's kind of low resolution, but it's totally fine. Like this makes me believe more that what we're seeing here is exactly how it'll look. Like Nintendo didn't want to make any fake promises like, oh, it'll be 1080p when you watch other people game. But hey, at least you'll have an idea of what's going on their screen, so that's cool. But not only that...
you know what I kind of wonder? I kind of wonder like if this like camera shit is going to be monitored. So like if you whip your dick out, like are you going to have your Switch bricked? Like that you bricked on Nintendo cam? I bet we bricking your console.
If you get this optional accessory here, which is called the Switch 2 camera, this little thing plugs into that top port on the Switch when you're docked, or I think you can even plug it straight into the dock itself. And when you point it at yourself, it can automatically cut you out from the background and put your face next to your gameplay. So it literally feels like a gaming version of a Zoom call or something. Like everyone can see their friends' faces and their friends' reactions.
The chat is only between friends. Well,
and some
games wouldn't put it. I wouldn't put it past Nintendo to still do something like that, though.
An avatar would normally be.
Because I'm pretty sure it is going to be only friends, but
it's not
still.
going to be the highest fidelity thing ever, but it'll be a sort of extra layer on top and makes it feel more social. So game chat is cool when you're in multiple different places, but there's also going to be situations where multiple people are all gaming in the same physical place with Switches. And so they built a feature just for that, which is being able to share a game with other people.
This is really cool.
3 other people. So one Switch 2 is
This
the
is
host,
really cool.
and then up to 3 other Switches. They don't have to have the game installed at all. It's just one guy goes, all right, guys, I'll have this game. We're all going to play it in the same room. And every one of you now temporarily has this game, and you can play your own perspective of the multiplayer or whatever without having to buy or install the whole thing at that moment. I'm not sure exactly how long it'll take to set up or like exactly which games will support it, but a Switch 2 can host and then up to 3 other Switches can join. It's called Game Share. I like it a lot. And then actually, speaking of games, there's basically going to be 3 types of games for the Switch 2. There will be native Switch 2 games. And those are the ones that are the most optimized and should look the best with the best graphics.
Oh my God, I want this. It's only 2 months away, man.
Game chat and mouse controls. Then there will be Switch 1 games, some of which will be compatible with the Switch 2, just might not look as good. And then there will be Switch 1 games that get kind of remastered or updated for the Switch 2. So like a Switch 2 version of the game. So hopefully you don't have to pay a full price for a whole new game. You'll pay a smaller amount for an updated version of the game for the Switch 2. But I think that pretty quickly brings us to the big asterisk hovering over all of this, which is pricing. See, the Switch 2 is going to start off at $449 in the US. Now, I've seen mixed reactions to that price. Obviously, the Switch 1 was amazing. It was $300, but that was almost 10 years ago. So now, new specs and updates and inflation and tariffs and all of that, to me, actually makes $449 feel like a pretty reasonable price. The Switch 2 camera accessory is $50.
Hey, fucked up part is, chat, this costs less than a PlayStation 5, and then in the first year, you're going to have more exclusives for this console than you will for the PS5. Type shit.
Feels about right. There's also a new Switch 2 Pro controller with new back buttons, plus a headphone jack, and of course the added C button. That'll be around $80. But then the game pricing is where they start to lose people a little bit. It's reported that Switch 2 games are going to be around $80.
This nigga is also falling for the fake news.
Just for a digital download Switch 2 game. $90 if you want the physical version.
This is not true.
That definitely feels really
okay. Mario Kart being $80 is still crazy though.
High. There are so many great PC and console games, and even Switch 1 games in the store in like the $50 to $60 range right now.
Yeah.
And
So the difference between digital and physical games is it's not in America. It's like in Europe or some shit. So that's where the $10 difference comes from. And as of right now, I believe only Mario Kart is $80. But like everybody is saying that every Switch game is going to cost $80, and that the games aren't even on the cart anymore, and that it's more expensive to buy it physically, which all of that is not true.
2K25 is like my staple for an expensive game. That's $70 on the PS5. So pushing that up again, $80 to $90 for a Switch 2 game does feel kind of like it's pushing it. And then they also announced this really smart-looking demo game called Welcome Tour.
And they charging for this bullshit.
All of the features.
That's
unless
funny.
you demo everything and really get to know the Switch 2 well. Kind of reminds me of Astro's Playroom on the PlayStation 5, which did the exact same thing, helped you learn what the DualSense controller was capable of. And that was free. That actually came pre-installed on the PS5 at launch. And Nintendo has even done Wii Sports in the past, which was a free demo game
that game
came on the Nintendo
being
Wii.
paid.
And low-key turned out to be one of the greatest games of all time. The Nintendo Switch 2 demo game, though, is paid. It's not included for free. It's going to be like $10 or $20 or something like that in the store. But even just having it paid at all, to me, seems like a huge miss. That's going to be so many people that are not going to experience it.
Yeah, if you guys did not know, with Wii Sports, Nintendo was originally going to charge you for Wii Sports. But Reggie was like, guys, that's fucking stupid. Like, can we include Wii Sports with the Wii, please? Because, like, we have to, like, show people what this console is going to be like, what this console can really do. And, yeah, Nintendo did not want to do it at first. Because in their head, they're like, why are we giving away our hard work for free, pretty much?
Be able to fully walk through it and understand and get to know their Switch 2, because no one's going to go buy that demo game. I don't know what they were thinking there. Other than that, though, the Switch 2 seems pretty sweet, not gonna lie. I really like it. There's a reason the original Switch was one of the best selling consoles of all time. It was well priced, great form factor, very versatile. For me, the perfect airplane game console. I would say the signs are pointing to Switch 2 also being really good again. But there are also definitely some things we still don't know. Like, for example, we obviously don't know the chip and the RAM. We do know it's confirmed that there is some amount of DLSS happening. I would assume that to do 4K on a TV, there's some amount of upscaling happening. We just don't know exactly how much yet. But then also battery life. How similar or different will battery life potentially be from the first Switch? Having a bigger, higher refresh rate, higher resolution screen tends to eat battery life, but it's also bigger, so the battery capacity can be bigger, so maybe it just bounces.
Yeah, bruh.
TBD. I don't think fast charging is announced or anything crazy like that. But then also things like durability and whether they fix Joy-Con drift or not. These are all things that are TBD, and that I think would be great to find out for a full review. So maybe get subscribed if you're interested in seeing.
We already
something
watched
like
it,
that
Will.
be among the
You're late,
first.
bitch.
And let me know in the comments down below what else you want to see. Now, if you're one of those people who's just going to pre-order no matter what, then I highly recommend checking out the Kill Switch from channel sponsor.
Man, fuck no. Yo, chat. So, as you guys may or may not know, we have been undergoing some what I'm dubbing the Bed Chronicles as of recent. Lena and I, you know, when we did the whole donation goal or whatever for Lena to move in, one of the goals is to buy a new bed. So that way Lena and I could have like a nice bed type shit, right? So we ordered a bed from DreamCloud, okay? And the bed we originally ordered was their base model queen size, okay? Now, when I ordered it, I get a call the next day and they're like, yo, we're out of stock of the bed you requested, so we're gonna give you a free upgrade to our next tier bed with no extra charge. And at first I was like, poggers, peggers even. Cool, champ. So that bed ends up getting delivered. And I didn't know if I was tripping because Lena wasn't living with me yet at the time. But it kind of felt like it was a little bit, it wasn't really that firm, and that like it was a little too like pillowy, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Because like their next tier bed like has a 4-inch like pillow top mattress or mattress top or whatever the fuck, and like that's kind of like their bullshit. So lo and behold, that bed ends up fucking being horrible. And like you sink in to the bed like crazy. Like if I put my phone like next to me and I lay down in my bed, my phone sinks all the way in and is now underneath my titties. Type shit. So like obviously when we're trying to lay down with each other type shit, we're like absorbed in each other's gravitational pull. It's fucking horrible. Easily the worst mattress I have ever owned. But at first, I was thinking that like there had to be some other issue, because there's no possible way you could make this bed and like people would like this. Like I could not imagine a world. So I'm thinking that like, I think because the bed is really heavy. So I thought that like my bed frame was whack, my bed frame was weak, whatever the fuck. So we got like bunky boards. We tried to like do some, nothing worked, bro. It was just a miserable experience. So luckily that place does a 365 return type beat. So I still have to initiate the return with them. But I ended up buying the original bed that we originally wanted, because Lena has that bed at her parents' house, and she loved that bed. You know what I mean? So we ordered another one, king size this time, and we got it a couple days ago. And may I say, cinema. First of all, my titties, my asshole is never laying on a not king size ever again. All right, full size, queen size, never again. King size or bust. King size bed changed my entire life. And secondly, it actually has a lot of firmness to it. And I love sleeping in that bitch, man. I love sleeping in that bitch, man. That shit is fire, chat. That shit is fire, chat. Like, even laying down by myself in the king size, like, was a different experience, bro. Like, cause Lena woke up way earlier than me. So I went to sleep last night, aka this morning, by myself in the bed. And like, bro, I had so much space. Bro, when my alarm went off for my phone, like I had to like reach over and like go like this to go grab my phone while it was still on my bed, bro. That's how much space I had. Cinema. So king size bed, definitely a must, bro. Definitely a must. That's all I got to say about that. Now, there is a video I wanted to watch. I have been wanting to watch this video so bad. I've been wanting to watch this video. So it's a DreamCloud is the brand. I have been wanting to watch this video so bad, but I have not, because I've been wanting to watch it on stream. Oh, there is a new UDY. Because I wanted to watch this video with Dr. Mike in it. I was watching Nova stream and I had to turn that shit off because I really wanted to watch this video. And she started watching this shit. So I was like, fuck. So I had to leave. Because I need to see this. And then there's also another video about like toxic masculinity that I want to watch too. So we got some crazy reacts for today. We got some crazy reacts for today, I can't lie. But we could start with UDY if y'all want. Because there is a new UDY as well. We can break the ice with some UDY. Yo, Fern, thank you for the prime for 52 months. Appreciate that, GOAT. Appreciate that, GOAT. Welcome back. The masculinity one is good. Yeah, Lena was telling me about it. She said it was a good one. So, yeah, I think we got some W reacts. And then maybe those reactions take us right into Monster Hunter tonight. And then we can play some Monster Hunter maybe. Because the Monster Hunter update comes out tonight.
It's the day before the test, and we were here in Rancho Cucamonga meeting up the couple.
Dr. Mike is a prominent figure. He's a social, like he's obviously an actual licensed physician, but he's also like big on social media too.
The couple couldn't get to the home tomorrow earlier, so we're meeting them up today. Today we're helping Auntie place their girlfriend Lena to a loyalty test. Yes,
wait, what?
Girlfriends. The couple is in a polyamorous relationship. So let's get the elephant out of the room here. Can you guys explain like to the viewers and to us like how just the whole poly world works? Or like
there's so many dynamics, but more specifically our dynamic is dating a female together. I don't date men. It's just us who date women together. It's originally my idea.
Oh, it was your idea?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I thought it came from you.
Yeah. He told me no before. I think he said because he thought I was trying to set him up.
Yeah, talking about bringing in another girl. I'm like,
So it became a topic of conversation again, and we decided to try it out.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been 6 years that we've been poly.
What was that one deciding factor?
about poly?
Yeah, what was that deciding factor for you to be like, you know what, all right, let's do this, babe?
2 women. I was like, okay. I can't even blame you, you know? But no, I did my research and everything, so now I'm locked in and I got a different mindset
Jesus
now. But,
Christ.
you know, in the beginning, it was like, okay, baby, you want to bring in a girl?
Now I know when I first started the couple.
Hey, bruh. What you wanted to bring in a man? What day? Are you really poly, or you just want 2 girls? Come on now. Lock in. Me, I ain't poly. I don't want another girl in their relationship. I don't want another man in their relationship. I'm selfish.
Poly relationship, I was like, wait, how can you expect your girlfriend Lena to be loyal? Well, as it turns out, despite being polyamorous, the couple is not in an open relationship. They still expect and demand loyalty. Apparently, there are different dynamics to polyamorous relationships, and ENT are in what's called a triad.
There's different dynamics. Some people will have a partner, and that partner can still bring in other people. So when we talk about it, we're very specific about our dynamic.
Got it.
And it's for somebody coming in and being committed to us.
Who got enough money to date 2 girls, bro? That's a real question.
We plan to be committed to them the same way we're committed to one another. So
We're open but closed. It's like, you know, once we, once we become a triangle, there's no openings in
So
there.
you guys still set those boundaries. You guys still expect that loyalty.
Okay.
That's good. Do you guys think she's doing something on the side?
Okay, so when we're out together, we don't want her to be over there getting numbers on the side with other people from the club, because they'll see all 3 of us come in, we'll be dancing each other, drinking, having fun, and then dudes coming up asking me, hey, how you doing? Let me get one, or something like that. And you know what I'm saying? We don't, yeah, it's been a lot of that. I know my wife is straight and stuff like that, but I don't want her to be slipping numbers and, you know.
How is it as a man dealing with 2 women in the house, 2 different, menstrual cycles, 2 different attitudes?
I mean, I pray a lot, so. but no,
All right.
it's like the same as a monogamous relationship or whatever. But yeah, 2 girls, it's pretty stressful. But I can say it's pretty easy because I have a wife who's dating her too. If it was like a V where we were just like, they were both focused on me and stuff like that, it would have. I don't think I could handle that, but since we're dating together,
bro,
it's way easier.
To help the
that guy's odd. I can't lie.
To them, we're having our decoy Michael ask her on a date. How should he approach her, like when hitting on her?
I honestly think it's about how you come.
Yeah,
with
just
her,
how you talk to
your
her.
energy. Because even on some of her videos, when she go out, I'll see her like
he the decoy?
recording, and if somebody's like, "What's up?" and she's like, "Nothing," so.
Oh. Yeah. See, if you come off hitting on her, probably not. You probably gotta laugh at her, joke with her a little bit.
What is considered a fail to you guys? Like if she kisses him, hugs him, exchange numbers?
If she kisses him, for sure.
Oh yeah, for sure.
What about number exchange or Instagram?
It's just the number exchange, and then you're not letting me know about it. So it's it's probably the number for sure. Like what you need his number for? You got mine.
If she said yes to a date, would you want to do a phase 2 or nah?
Yeah, we would want to do a phase 2, but it would kind of be like already decided. Like, nah, you going on a date?
Go on it.
I still want to see what happens on the date. Like, what are you gonna do on that day? Like, I want to know all the details. But
interesting.
She agreed to a date. I'm definitely gonna be like, okay, let's see phase 2. I want to see like what you're doing.
You have a tall task, brother. But you got this.
I'm not worried about it, brother. I'm not worried about it.
You got this.
Chat, he gonna have crazy riz, chat.
I wanna see this. I'm not gonna lie. I'm with the drama this episode.
Day turns in tonight and the next day arrives. We arrive at our film location and begin setting everything up. E and T are scheduled to arrive at 5:30 p.m. This time they will be coming with Lena.
Maybe the atmosphere will entice her to cheat.
Oh, the GOAT is back, chat. Chat, the GOAT is back, chat.
Victorville. I mean, I had 2 cousins that grew up in Victorville, and both of them moved out here and never went back.
With our chef in the kitchen, our decoy in position, and Kyle and his wife Maddie on standby, we were ready to go. Our decoy Michael is pretending to own this house. He's pretending that he was able to buy it with the money that he got after being injured in an accident. But did you know that if you got into a serious accident or injured in any way, your case could...
And she decides she doesn't want to leave Victorville. Maybe there's something that we're missing.
Do you want your dick cut off?
My boy was cool enough.
What the fuck did I?
For this party, man.
Here we go.
Damn. Introduce y'all to my boy Mike. This is his house.
How y'all doing? How y'all doing? How y'all doing? My name is Mike, bro. Nice to meet you.
He's gonna take care of y'all. I'm gonna finish
nice
this food up and I'll be right back with y'all.
How you doing? Nice to meet you, Michael. Nice to meet you.
Davion heads back into the kitchen to chef it up as Michael entertains his guests.
Where y'all coming from? Up the hill. For real? So yeah, I just got this place about maybe a year and a half ago.
Michael gives everyone a mini tour of his lavish home before offering everyone a drink.
You know, since we are here for a party, we're gonna have to take a shot. It is house rules.
That's what we hear.
Y'all cool with that? Y'all cool with that? We got tequila, got Don Julio, we got, what else we got? Yo, bro, what else we got? I forgot.
We got lamb, we got mash, we got sliders, we got salmon.
I was talking about the lick.
He's talking about food, he's talking about drinks.
Yeah. We got everything y'all want.
Nah, but I was telling them because it's house rules, we gotta take a shot because it's your celebratory promotion, bro. You feel me?
Oh,
He's not gonna tell you, but I told him how to cook though, for real. Is that too much?
No, that's good.
That's
right
cool.
there.
I'm sorry.
Good. No, you're fine.
Thank you, man. I appreciate y'all.
So I got a couple more people coming. They should be here any minute, but let's take a shot. Congratulations, bro.
Thank y'all, man.
Yo, congratulations, chat.
Thank you.
They just got to switch too.
That's we got to have it. Let's head on this way. Get out of his way real quick.
Oh, I feel like she's going full.
Why do they think she is cheating? I don't know. Insecurity?
I hope she doesn't, bro. She's so friendly.
Michael takes everyone to what we're calling our blind spot. We'll now begin executing the rest of our plan.
Chat's having a friendly girl cheating? Be honest.
Step 1, send in the gift.
Hello.
Oh, there they go right there. Yo, what's good, bro?
What's good, bro?
What's up? I'm still learning
Yes.
names, so.
All right.
Very nice to meet you.
They're killing it. They're freaking killing it. Stellar production.
You don't want your girl to be likable?
Sounds good.
Did y'all take
Yo,
your shots yet?
if my girl is likable, bro, oh my God, I know she unfaithful.
Yeah.
No way they're taking another shot.
Yeah, because
What you being friendly for?
Gotta take a shot.
I said it's a house rule. They came in. It's a house rule. They kind of, you know what I'm saying? Cheers, fellas and ladies.
Cheers. Appreciate y'all, man.
Bro.
I don't know. Maybe I'm stupid, but like when I enter into a relationship type shit, or if I'm like interested in somebody, I immediately like start off at like a very high trust level type shit. You know, unless you start moving like weird or start changing up or something like that, like I'm not gonna think. I'm just gonna give you the benefit of the doubt because like you're my partner. We're together. Why wouldn't I give you the benefit of the doubt? You know what I mean? But like as soon as like some shit start not adding up, I might be like, like I might hit the little Minecraft, you know what I'm saying? Like, shit.
I'll live for that today.
See, normally I'm a whiskey dude, but he likes tequila.
Oh, I drink whiskey,
What's your
but my favorite is tequila.
What's your favorite tequila?
After giving it some time, we move on to step 2, send in our cover fire.
You always late, bro. God damn, man. You was a
Type shit.
What's good, bro? Trying to get low. Good.
Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like with the whole trust thing, yeah, kind of like what Squire said. Like, why are you even with somebody if you don't trust them like that? Like, what the fuck? Like, I don't know. That's just the way it is, bro. Type shit.
Make Daylon act the Julio.
After taking yet another shot, we gave Michael some time to chill. By now, I'm pretty sure this man was buzzing it, and we couldn't have our decoy slurring his words. Eventually, we moved on to step 3, cue in the outfit change.
Oh, wait, hold on.
All right, y'all. I'm done. Let me go get up out these step codes and study, but I'll be right back.
What you mean?
Bro, I can't come party with y'all like this.
I mean,
give me 5 minutes, man. I'll be back, man. Enjoy it. All right, maybe like 10. Give me a second. I'll be back.
Okay.
And with that, the stage was now set for the excuse.
They brought gifts. I'm sorry, you guys. Like, they brought gifts, and like we didn't get a chance. So we could be here super long, so we started to start with Coke.
Okay, that was hard to hear, but as instructed, the couple is pretending to feel bad for not getting Davion a gift.
Just real quick, you sure? You come back?
What's going on?
This is so weird, bro. Like, I don't know. I feel like they gotta have like a better excuse for like leaving their partner behind in these videos. Cause they be like abandoning their partner in these strange ass apartments that they never been to with people they never met. Like, bro, I'm sorry. In that situation, bro, like, why would you? I don't know, man. That's so crazy.
What's going on? I'm sorry.
What up, Sticks?
Hey, come back.
Wait, what's going on? What happened? Everything okay?
We see that like you guys were bringing gifts, and like we didn't stop doing it.
Oh.
That is right. Literally, it was like, okay, so we just feel right. Like, I mean, you've been mingling, so.
It's cool. We gonna make you comfortable. It's all good. It's all good. Y'all can get a gift and be right back.
Yeah, we're gonna come right back. We shouldn't be too long.
Oh, that's
The poly relationship is so weird. I don't know. I don't like saying shit like that. Like, it's just like a lot of us here might be monogamous, but like some people just don't like live life that way. Like that's just whatever. Like that's just how they choose to live their lives type shit. Like it might not make sense to us, and that's why you're not poly, right? Because like if it made sense to you, you'd probably be poly, right? You're just not. This is not what you're into.
When he comes back down, no problem.
Like, is a poly relationship something that I could do? No. So then I just don't. I just don't do
Our
it.
plan worked to perfection. We successfully got the couple out of there.
Andrew, couple's walking out the front door. Couple is walking out the front door.
There was a time in my life where I would only ask for gift cards. I don't know why. Yeah.
I mean, I think that. Me too. Okay.
For people, because a lot of people don't know.
Especially Amazon gift cards. Those are gold.
Yeah, I just feel like a lot of people that like just immediately like talk negatively about poly relationships, and it's like because it's like to them it's like abnormal. It's like, oh, like how could you do that? But like I imagine that like if you were a person that was poly, hearing those types of comments like literally all the time is probably really annoying.
What Amazon do to you?
Please don't give me the hug.
What Amazon do to you?
Everything go good? Yeah. She's talking and she's enjoying herself. She really 2 shots in.
Me too. I'm like that too. Like, to be honest with you, like,
yo, what's going on? Yeah, what's poppin'?
Andrew, come up with a couple.
We sat Lena down in our blind spot so that she wouldn't be able to see the couple sneaking back in. Now, to ensure that Lena wouldn't hear them sneaking back in, we had a Daylon jump on a phone call near the stairs. Collectively, this would provide enough cover.
My sizes and I'd be them up. Like when I do online.
Yeah, it's different.
You know what I'm saying?
When you order through different sites, there's different how they size it and
With the couple in our control room, we now just needed the ISO.
I was gonna ask for like a woman's touch though on the house, if you don't mind.
What?
Well, I was gonna show you the back real quick.
Oh, the back?
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Because I was gonna ask. I'm gonna take her on the back real quick. I'm gonna ask her some questions.
Okay, cool.
All right, for sure.
We're gonna explore a little bit and see what food that we can pick on.
Oh, this is your first time here, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's
I'm like, you guys are looking at it. I'm like, I'm looking at it too.
What's your name again? I'm so sorry.
Lena.
Okay, Michael.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Anyways.
She went to the back already?
This whole backyard, like I said, it was renovated, right?
Uh-huh.
You know what an infinity pool is?
No.
I don't even know how to really explain it, to be honest with you, but this is kind of
I said, do you know what an infinity pool is? Alright, man.
For Michael to make his move. Will Lena end up remaining loyal, or will she agree to go on a date with Michael and cheat on Ian?
Nah, she's gonna pass, chat. I'm gonna put that shit on your life, bro. She's gonna pass. Watch.
If you or someone that you know wants to set up a loyalty test, fill out our form below. We're also looking for decoys. There's a form for that too.
So I was thinking of doing. Have you seen Scarface?
Little pieces, not really.
You say you like that gangster stuff.
Yeah, but I ain't seen that that one yet. I ain't seen that.
I was just gonna ask you, like, in this middle area, like, what would you want to do here? Because you see how blank it is. You know, you being a woman and stuff, you seem like you got a good style to you, right? What would you want to, you know, what can I put here?
Can you guys hear? Yeah. Okay, let me get another camera on them.
We've only been gone for 2 minutes.
I think like probably.
Okay, what you want her to do? Just sit there twiddling her thumbs?
It's kind of tough, huh?
It is. Unless you want to make them all like that. Like that area is cool. Like if you
Like
need
the couches and.
We need Omega as a decoy. Yo, I'm sorry. Like, first of all, if somebody would fumble for me, she would, like, you already know she not loyal to you, bro. Like, come on. Like, you got to get, like, a top tier individual to, like, be a decoy type shit. It's like, bro, like, we got to get Benny Blanco on a decoy, bro. If she fumbles for Benny Blanco, my brother, she was looking for an excuse. You feel what I'm saying?
Or, you know, smoke or
You do
anything.
hookah?
Yeah.
You do hookah? I should have had hookah here too.
Yeah.
Something.
You don't have hookah?
Chat, y'all smoke hookah?
I did, but not at this house.
Oh, okay.
I want to zoom in right now, but I don't want to move the camera when she's looking this way.
So you say you did security, right?
Yeah.
I used to do security too. That's what's up.
Where?
Concerts,
Oh,
high
concerts,
school
okay.
graduations.
So I'm at the bank.
Okay. That's what's up. I was doing the DMV for a little bit too.
Oh yeah, DMV is a little
Hey,
rough.
fool, I'm about to run upstairs, take this call.
Oh, all right, bet, bro.
All right.
Damn, everybody just leave. Y'all didn't eat before coming in here, or?
We ate a little bit, but not that much.
She's extremely social.
Cheers.
That's what's up.
What's
So,
wrong
how
with being
tall is you?
social, chat?
So I'm 4'10" and a half.
So what you saying
God forbid
is,
somebody
if it came
got
down to it in the
friends.
street, you could protect me.
Hey, I'm gonna observe and report.
That's what you can. That's what you can do.
That's my job. Observe and report.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I can do.
That's what's up. That's what's up.
I can't do nothing extra.
Mm-hmm. I was doing security just a year and a half, 2 years ago.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying?
You like it?
I did. I had my moments where I'm like, damn, I want to, get the out of this bitch.
I'm gonna be honest, like having like I don't think I've ever like dated somebody that was like this social like that. I think it'd be cool though. Like I wouldn't be opposed. Chat, would you like it if your girl was social like this?
Because I work for my family. Like I just want it to be more
But
like
it's so
independent.
boring though. It's easy money. I get it.
Yeah.
But it's like you don't do nothing. It's so boring.
I can't lie.
So far.
I do really like that Lena is not that social, because there'll be a lot of times where like we'll be somewhere and like I'm kind of like drained and my social battery is low, and like I'm looking at Lena and I know she want to leave, so like I'm like bet. Like for example, we was at I think it was Anime NYC, right? I think we was at like a little, like not necessarily, not a club. It was like a party thing happening or some bullshit like that. And there was a lot of music being played, a lot of messiness type shit. Like it was like niggas spilling drinks all over the floor and shit like that. And I was like, I really don't want to be here. So I just looked at Lena and was like, yo, you want to go? She said, yes. So we fucking went to a fried chicken spot and then went back to the hotel. That shit was gas. I can't lie. Like hitting that, do you want to leave? And then they always say yes. God, I love that. God, I fucking love it. Cause I look, I like hanging out and I like popping out, but there's some times where I'm like, damn, like I'm kind of over this shit. Like, I really like hanging out in like small, tight knit groups. Like that's my shit. Every once in a while, I like to pop out too, and have some fun or whatever. But in those situations, I feel like I get drained so much. I'm like, bro, I'm trying to leave, twin. Fuck, like you trying to go? Like if I'm hanging out with like a small group of friends and we all like fuck with each other, I could literally like be out literally all night. Like I could literally be out until like 6 o'clock in the morning. I love that shit. But yeah, I don't know. Every once in a while, go out and remind yourself why you don't go out. That's real.
I'm like Jamie Foxx right now, blaming on the alcohol, because she's talking.
Yeah, she's talking.
She look thick as hell from right here, though.
So what's like?
He said she looked thick as hell from right here, bro. Lock in. Yeah, like when it was at Anime NYC, like it was like a small group of us hanging out, like, and we was like chilling in a hotel lobby, And then like we went to go get ice cream and shit like that. Like nights like that, I could be out all night with just like a little group like that. You know, like I'm fucking with that. But like if we was at like a function where it was like mad heads and it was like very loud and busy, yeah, I'm good, bro. I got like an hour, maybe 2 in me max, and I'm fucking out, bro. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go there, show my face, dap up some people, and I'm fucking leaving. I'm gonna go get some food, bro. I'm hungry.
A passion, like what do you like to do? Like what makes you happy?
What I like to do?
Yeah.
I like to, I like to smoke my
Okay.
I like to go hiking.
Love that.
I like to do just like, you know, bowling, just random adventurous stuff.
Okay.
I'm actually not hungry. I actually had a really big breakfast.
Do you want another one or not?
Sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Sure. She was there, just down there like, oh, doing no more.
You got to teach me this tequila stuff.
I don't know if Michael got nervous, needed a little confidence, or felt a little dry.
My wife is super social, while on the other hand, I'm always ready to leave a function. See, I feel like if I'm in a situation, like the way I look at it, right? Like I might be, if I was a Marvel Rivals character, right? My team up bonus that I get with an extrovert in my party type shit, like I become S tier. Like I feel like I could become like really extroverted if one of my very close friends is also being extroverted in a situation. I get that buff. You feel me? But like if I'm solo without a team up, I'm really chill. Like I'm the guy in the corner. Like, so they don't know that I'm a member of squad. Like I'm chilling in the corner. Like they don't know that I average like 300 to 400 viewers on Twitch. Like they just don't know, bro. Like they just don't know about me. Type shit.
But he takes Lena inside to get another drink.
I drink whiskey. You know what I'm saying?
Also, but I also feel like I'm a little weird. If I'm at a function where everybody is being the person that's like, man, they don't know that I'm Grandmaster of Marvel Rivals, then like I feel like I get a buff and I try to get everybody involved type shit. Like you feel me? Like that's how I am type. So I don't know what you call that exactly, but like if there's another person being extremely extroverted, like I match that energy and I'm just having a good time, I'm fun, I like that. If there's like a bunch of other like extroverted people that I'm not really that close with, I'll probably just be chill, like stick to myself type shit, move silent, you know what I'm saying? Keep you know, never let them know your next move type shit. And then like if there's like nobody doing anything and everybody being kind of lame, I try to get everybody active type shit. Because at that point, like why the fuck are we there?
For real?
That's an ambivert? This is the first time I've heard of this. Someone who has both extroverted and introverted traits, outgoing or social. Oh. A listener, talker, good sense of trust, needs social and alone time. Okay. Yeah, I've never heard of this word before. Yeah, that sounds like me. I don't know. That kind of sounds like normal though.
Social butterflies. You know, it's just a guy in me of just like, why you talking so much?
I just lost my
you know
identity.
There's liquor involved, and then they giving good conversation. So
now Michael is in a weird position where he has to pull her to the side.
I mean, we missing some stuff. They still talking. Like, what the hell?
Can you take a picture of me like on the? Yeah. What type of phone you got?
W malware.
Actually, I want to do it. Wait, nah, who do out here? What's a good like backdrop?
I'm not gonna lie, for a second, I thought Michael choked. I thought bringing her inside was a mistake, especially with Kyle and Maddie there. But luckily, he was able to find a way to take her back.
Has
outside
OBS been stable? Yeah, apparently there's a setting on OBS that like for some reason I never had checked and it never provided any issues at all. But then all of a sudden it started providing an issue. And ever since I just clicked that box, it seems to be okay now.
Can I be honest with you?
What?
I really just wanted to get you alone out here because I wanted to express some things.
Oh, I see, Fluffy. I get it.
What you got to say?
Since Toss don't know how to link. Okay, fuck this video. I need to see this. Okay. real quick, and then we'll get back to the video. Okay. Captain America reduced his base health and reduced his shield value, so he kind of got nerfed. Doctor Strange decreased daggers of Denic damage projectile from 18 to 16, reduced the Maelstrom of Madness conversion ratio from 1.3 to 1.2. Okay, increase. Oh, they made the Hulk faster. Reduce cooldown time for Indestructible Guard. Oh my God. They buffed him. The Hulk got buffed. They buffed the Hulk. What the fuck? Increase. Okay, so his ult takes longer to charge now for Magneto. Penny Parker. Penny will receive enhancements to her primary attack, damage efficiency, and a boost to her survivability and combat capabilities. Cyber Web Cluster now has a chance to crit. Reduce movement speed penalty. Wait, her left click can crit now? Reduce movement speed penalty while... And she can strafe faster while shooting. And they gave her more HP by 100. Oh my fucking God. This is ass. Oh my God. Revert these changes now. Please revert these changes. Please revert. This is crazy. Decrease in battle leaps damage reduction effect for himself and teammates. So they reduced it by 5%. Thor health. They buffed Thor. They gave him 75 more health and made him faster. Oh my fucking God. What is happening? What the fuck is happening? Yo, this season is gonna be fucking degenerate. Black Widow added a new effect where Black Widow can directly shoot after releasing the second kick of Edge Dancer and after using Electroplasma Explosion, her ult. So she can like shoot immediately now. We're improving Clint's mobility while drawing his bow, enhancing his combat capabilities and increasing the threat of his ultimate. Reduce the slow effect while charging the bow from 30% to 20%. Increase both instances of damage for hypersonic arrow. Decrease energy. So his ult now charges a lot faster. And his bow draws a lot faster too. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Hella. Increase cooldown. Okay, so her bird has an increased cooldown. Increase spell field damage of Piercing Knight. I don't know what that is. I don't know what Piercing Knight is. Decrease the cooldown time for Soul Drainer. I don't know what any of those moves are. So they nerfed her bird and then buffed these other two things, whatever that is. Human Torch. Reduce attack interval for fire cluster from 0.6 seconds to 0.5 seconds. The launch timing of the primary attack projectile has been advanced. So now his left click moves faster and you can shoot it more regularly. Increases the cooldown of Flaming Meteor from 12 seconds to 15 seconds, but adds a new effect. After releasing Flaming Meteor, immediately gains 75 bonus health. Okay. Iron Man. Slightly reduced Iron Man's hitbox size. New feature. Gain 100 bonus health when activating Armor Overdrive or Gamma Overdrive. I am going to fucking kill myself. Oh my fucking God, there is no way. Oh my fucking God, there is no fucking way. Yo, no, this season, no way. This season is cooked. Yo, this season is fucking cooked. Yo, I'm sorry, bro. I'm playing Undertale. I'm not playing this bullshit. I'm playing Undertale, bro. I am not playing this bullshit. This is fucking insanity. Iron Fist. You'll see an increase to his combat effectiveness against vanguards, a slight improvement to his mobility, and a slight reduction to his survivability. What? I think he needs that the most. Reduce the bonus max health gain from Harmony Recovery. Okay, they slowed the fall off rate though. They slowed the fall off rate. Okay, lower fixed damage from 10 to 9, but increase the percentage damage. Okay, so it does slightly less damage, but now does higher damage to vanguards. Decrease the cooldown for his kick from 12 seconds to 10 seconds. He still sucks. Yeah, he still sucks. Oh my God, they changed a lot about Mr. Fantastic. Okay, they gave him more HP, 375, boosted damage of stretch punch. Wow. Flexible elongation, new effect. Enemies within range now suffer a 35% slow effect. Holy shit. Reduce the elasticity gained from elastic strength passive ability from 30 to 20, while the elasticity provided by stretch punch is increased from 5 to 8. After entering the inflated state, the bonus health provided to self has been reduced from 450 to 400. Okay, so his base health got increased, but then he only gets 25 more health when he's inflated. When Mr. Fantastic uses Brainiac Bounce ultimate ability, immediately gain bonus health equal to that gained when entering inflated state. Oh, so now you don't have to do the bullshit where you get into inflated and then pop ult. Your ult will automatically give you that. Okay, I think that's a nice change. Okay. Increase crescent dart projectile speed. So that's his right click, right? Moonblade, new effect. Gain 25 bonus health with each enemy hit. We're so fucking cooked. We're so fucking cooked. 3 seconds after the bonus health stops increasing, it will start to fall off at a rate of 20 per second. Speed up Moon Knight hook. Okay, I like this. To use his little hook, his hook was pretty much useless. So they sped it up now. Okay, I'm not mad at that. Extend the duration of Hand of Khonshu, his ultimate, from 3.5 seconds to 4.5 seconds, and increase the number of talents generated during this period from 14 to 18. Additionally, the fall-off speed of the talents has been slightly enhanced. A new damage fall-off mechanic for the Spielfeld has been added, beginning at 1.5 meters from the center and reaching a maximum reduction of 70% at 5 meters. Hey, bruh, Moon Knight season, chat. Moon Knight season, chat. Y'all locked in? Scarlet Witch. We're reducing her survivability but increasing her threat level to strategist and duelist. Okay, remove chaos control percentage damage while increasing fixed. Oh my God, she does. Oh my God, that's her left click, I believe. So instead of dealing percent damage, it's straight up doing 80 damage per second. Synthonian Burst also her right click deals more damage now too. Increases the cooldown of Mystic Projection. So that's her shift. And reduce phase state from 2 seconds to 1.5 seconds. Rework the slow effect of Reality Erasure to start at 1.5 seconds instead of starting immediately, with a linear increase to a 35% slow over. I don't even know what the fuck that means. Okay, I think this is good. I don't think she's going to be like broken or anything, but that seems pretty solid. Star-Lord. Okay, they reduced his left click damage and they have a new damage fall off mechanic. Okay, that's huge. Because the fact that Star-Lord could pretty much snipe you and deal 1 billion damage was so dumb. Star-Lord might low-key be a lot worse now, but I'm down for that. Fuck that character. Oh my God, please, please, please. I don't know what they're doing to Winter Soldier. Please tell me they took him out back and shot him in the fucking head. We're lowering Bucky's threat level against Vanguards and reducing the margin for error in his ultimate. Increase the cooldown for his hook to 12 seconds, thank God. Reduce the base damage of Kraken Impact from 100 to 80, but lower the culling threshold. Oh my God. They nerfed his ult. So now you have to get them to 15% HP instead of 20, and it deals less damage. I was also kind of hoping they would make it to where the time in between resets would be shorter, so that way, like, you can, like, you can like wait 30 seconds and still like use his ult. And like still get the reset. So I think he'll still be fine. Okay, we're tuning Logan's rage acquisition rate and slightly lowering his control intensity over enemies. Okay, increase rage gained from Savage Claw hits from 7 to 10, while rage gained from Berserk Claw Strike has been decreased from 7 to 5. Reduce rage gained from Pharaoh Leap from, oh my god, they reduced it by half. And from Vicious Rampage, oh my god, rage gained from taking damage has now been increased. Reduce the time an enemy is knocked down after impact from his ult from 1 second to 0.75 seconds. Okay, I think that's fine. Like, his ult is really broken. Like, I think Wolverine has one of the best ults in the game. It's really fucking stupid. That's fine. If anything, they could maybe even nerf it more. Who knows? But reducing his rage, that's gonna feel really bad for Wolverine. That's gonna suck. Okay, Adam Warcock. Let's see what happens to the strategist. Increases the cooldown of Soul Bond from 30 seconds to 40 seconds. His ult now restores 30% of an ally's maximum HP instead of 100 health. So no longer will Adam Warlock res you in the middle of the battlefield and then somebody sneezes on you and you're dead. So I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at that. Cloak and Dagger, after activating her ult, the duration of the first 3 healing zones will no longer be calculated separately. Instead, okay. I like this. I'm not gonna lie. I think it made no sense that like she would ult and like by the time her ult was done, that first carpet would be gone. Like, I think this makes sense. I think that makes sense. I feel like with how they nerfed her before, and the fact that like you can like one shot her, like with Magneto ult, for example, I think this is fine. Okay, decrease the shield value of Guardian Shield from 300 to 250. Okay, so now her shield. Okay, I'm fine with that. Loki. Okay, so they increased the cooldown on his totems by 5 seconds. I think he'll still be broken. Mantis, to emphasize strategy over speed, we're modifying Mantis's health and buff mechanics. Oh my god, they finally fucking nerfed her HP to 250. Fucking fine. I don't know why she was 275. Effects of Healing Flower and Allied Inspiration can be stacked. Finally, okay, that makes sense. Thank God. The fact that that shit couldn't be stacked never made sense to me. Okay, I think this is cool for Mantis. Although, wait, if she inspires somebody like 4 times, are you gonna like get one shot by a Thor hammer? Like, how is that going to work? Like, hammer smacks you 1 time and you're just fucking, you just buff flip explode. Like, what the fuck? I need to see how that shit works. Rocket's healing abilities will see some adjustments to enhance team survivability. Okay. Decreases the healing area of repair mode spheres from 70 health per second to 50 health per second, but adds a new effect of a one-time healing of 55 to allies hit. Oh. And the projectiles go even faster. So each little orb is going to immediately heal 55 health instantly. I think it stacks the duration, not the actual. Oh, I think you're right. You're right, Jerry. That is what that says. Yo, Rocket. Extend cooldown for a jetpack dash. Okay, so now his dash, it doesn't go as far and it's on a longer cooldown. I think that's good. They reduced his ult's damage from 40% to 25%. Hold on, but it adds a new effect. During the ability duration, linked allies will receive 100 bonus health per second, capping at 150. After breaking the link, the bonus starts to fall off. And now it takes longer to charge the ult. Okay, so his ult. So now when you say enjoy the amplifier, you might actually enjoy the amplifier. You might actually enjoy the amplifier. This oil is really good. It gives you 25% damage while giving you up to 150 bonus health. That's really good. That's actually really good. Okay. So when there's a Scarlet Witch on the team, Strange gets 100 more HP, and then Scarlet Witch gets a new ability through her team up. That's that machine gun thing that we saw. Captain America gains maximum health increase of 105% damage boost, and then Winter Soldier gets the dive. Emma Frost gets an extra 100 HP when Psylocke and Magneto are there. Magneto gains a magnetic resonance ability, and Psylocke gains soul resurgence. Okay, and then these are the things that they removed. Okay. Dude, this patch is going to be fucking insane. Like, this patch is going to be... I'm very interested to see how this goes, bro. It's going to be literally insane. Dude, the penny buffs. Oh my God. This is going to be crazy. It might be insanely hectic, y'all. It might be insanely fucking hectic. I wonder how Namor Gamma turrets are going to work. I also want to know that. Dude, Iron Man getting 100 bonus health when he activates the overcharge thing is so insane. Like, that is so fucking insane.
Well, to be honest, I think you're really attractive.
Well, I appreciate that.
You have a really nice smile, beautiful eyes, style's great. You got a really good personality to you. I didn't want to do it in front of my friends because I just didn't want to be awkward, so.
Hey, I've already low-key been cooking on Scarlet Witch, so like tight shit.
Moved in kind of quick. He hitting on it.
He is.
But you had mentioned some things I can do around the house. So I just figured maybe sometime maybe you can come by and like help me decorate, maybe.
God, now I want to play Rivals. Fuck.
Maybe we can get to know each other, maybe.
You know what? I mean, this is the thing.
Okay, what? Talk to me. I got you smiling.
So this is the thing. So like.
She said, here's the thing, Ben Grimm.
With I mess with.
I didn't know that.
Okay, well, I mess with my little crew, so it's like that wouldn't be a good look.
I respect that.
You know what I mean?
I respect that.
Hold on, she's gonna stay loyal, chat. But also, this video is only halfway through.
No, bro, what are you doing?
Keep going.
And I'm not trying to do all that. I'm trying to keep it separate. You know what I mean?
Keep it demure.
Like being respectful.
Yeah, baby, we can be separate.
I didn't even know.
Respectful.
I didn't even know. Because like I said, I met everybody tonight besides them.
Oh, I understand.
You know what I'm saying?
Since you're cooking on Scarlet Witch, they giving this too. I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm copping that. Chat, you guys want to see the wallpaper on my phone? Where did Jork at? Chat, look at that. Where did Jork at? Look at Mama. And then on my fold, I got where did Jork at? Where did Jork at? Look at Shun Sweet, bro. Look at the goat. Look at the goat, chat.
Letting you know.
But I definitely caught you coming in. I was like, damn, she's
Did you ever
really
finish
good.
solo leveling? Not yet. I've been playing a lot of Metaphor off stream, to be honest.
And then our conversation, I kind of felt like it was flowing a little bit. And to be honest with you, I've been single for a good 3 years. I was like, it would be cool to like get to know her on a different level. You know what I'm saying?
I understand.
So I just at least wanted to
What the
try.
fuck? The function.
Go out for dinner one time.
It is Lakers vs. Warrior tonight. It is.
He kind of had it. He gave in too quick.
And I'm trying to be hospitable. This is my place. I wanted to be a good host.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I was like, damn, like I would love to get to know this person. Like, you know what I'm saying? So, but I apologize for that.
It's okay.
They mad that he not being enough of a creep.
Food, you know, shoot the because I guess he went upstairs to talk to them. He called them, I guess.
So did they come back or what the?
He said that he's on the phone with him. That's why he went upstairs.
Oh my God.
So apparently,
Get the gang and we watching? I don't know about that.
I apologize. It's crazy.
I apologize. It's crazy.
How is that crazy?
Hitting on you?
Ain't apologizing for, bro, what? Yo, that guy is weird, bro. I can't lie. That dude a little fucking weird.
Dang, low-key, I wish Michael didn't stop. He had a great opportunity to continue applying pressure. He was super smooth with everything. He just backed off a little bit too soon, in my opinion. Lena did bring up the couple, but she never explicitly said they were together. She just said it wouldn't be a good look.
You know what? This is the thing.
Okay, what?
I mess with my little crew, so that wouldn't be a good look.
I'm not saying Lena would have failed. I just think it was a missed opportunity to not explore that a little more. And because of this, we decided to send in Davion. Yup, he would be our second decoy. We didn't want Lena to fail. We just didn't want the couple to have any doubts.
If y'all, I don't know, cause she's passed easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, like she tough. We told y'all. Y'all gotta.
I feel like if Michael could have went a little more aggressive on the outside approach and not apologizing and not all that sorry
Bro,
she may have.
she said bro, I feel like if you hit on somebody and then your advances are not appreciated or wanted, I feel like the right thing to do is to apologize. Like what? That's the least you could do.
What if you go down there? Like, I don't know.
I'm based on her and that conversation when I first met her, I feel like she can already read I'm too young for her.
Yeah,
I can
you
just feel
said
that.
25.
I'm 26.
I remember that age.
You don't automatically be like, no, just because your age, you don't even qualify.
I love you, man. I remember that age.
Man.
I thought it was at 11 p.m. Arson.
And with that, Davion made his entrance, and I texted Michael to gracefully bow out so that he could
Keep in mind, I'm on Eastern time.
Like a chef's outfit. He looked like he ready.
He had to change. He had to get in the characters.
You know which one? You remember which one yours?
Where'd it go? Where'd everybody go?
Everybody go?
What's the update? It's Mizu. It's a new title update from Monster Hunter.
Davion.
She asked, what's your name again? Yeah, love that.
Right, he came out fresh as hell.
That's why she had to ask, what's your name again?
Off the bat, Lena shows Davion interest. We might be onto something here.
We was on another one, bro. I don't know if you want to.
Yeah, put me up, man.
You know what I'm saying?
You smell good.
Thank
what
you.
you wearing?
Appreciate it. Couple. I like the little mix and match. It's a little YSL.
Oh yeah, Zoshia as well too. Yep.
It's a little YSL with a little baccarat. You know, it's that OG, man.
Maybe Lena's just being friendly, but she is throwing a lot of compliments to Davion.
That lobby better be full. Yeah, we're gonna see like who's still got like low HR, and whoever's like really low HR, they're just gonna get kicked.
Y'all hold it down, alright?
Yeah, I'm down for Monster Hunter tonight.
They all left.
Having read my text, Michael bows out, giving Davion the ISO.
So what did you cook?
So I made. Why you say my name
what
like
kind
that?
of skills you got?
Why you saying my name like that?
What kind of skills you got?
I got.
I cook, so.
You cook?
Hell yeah. So I'm very.
Yo, chat. When Monster Hunter Wilds comes out on the Switch 2, guess what? I'm coming back.
You better do your shit, cause I'm a.
Oh, I can take all type of criticism.
I'm not gonna be mean.
I like it honest.
I'm not gonna be mean.
No, I
but
want
I'm gonna tell you, you're gonna need like.
You know, but I want you to be brutally honest with me. You feel me? And I love a woman that can cook.
Yeah.
You know,
I can cook.
that's always a plus. You feel me? But I didn't make nothing crazy. I braided some lamb chops. I seared some salmon. I made some sliders, and I got mash and rice for y'all and a little salad.
Damn. You done took her from me, bro. She came in immediately and said, "You smell good."
Damn, he fumbled, chat. Oh my God, El Rez, chat.
Try, y'all.
My bad.
What you like to cook? What you best at cooking? Let me ask you that.
You know what? I don't feel that I'm best at cooking at a certain one. I like to cook different things. This last
What's
time,
your signature dish?
I ain't never.
I gotta get an oil change soon, so Monster Hunter Wild's gonna wait, and that's why I don't want no fucking car, bro.
My signature category is Mexican food because I'm black and Spanish.
Really?
So yeah, the Mexican food I got that on deck. Yeah, I can make some mean ass smothered chicken.
Okay.
And some cabbage.
Like I said, I mean,
nobody with my cabbage.
I love a woman that can cook. I'm so used to doing all the cooking, so when I come across a woman that can cook, it's a plus.
Beautiful, huh?
Yeah, it's a plus
y'all can
for
be
sure.
in there together.
Okay, it do seem like she really fucking with bro. I can't lie.
You know, that type of chemistry, you know.
You're in Texas? Yeah, you need a car then.
Thank you.
Man, that's why I'm so glad to live in a city, bro.
Thank you.
He's climbing. I like your outfit. You look real nice tonight.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You take one of these bottles over here. I guess we can sit down and wait for them. I guess you want to take your shot. If you're going to drink some more with me.
Yeah.
I don't know how much you can handle.
Oh.
Yeah, make sure you got your chaser. I know you lightweight.
My water.
Yeah. You want another one?
Sheesh. Yeah, I think I might need the next one.
Got you.
Davion was doing good. Like I said, we don't want Lena to fail. We just want the couple leading.
Man, stop lying. You definitely want her ass to fail, bro.
Really solid test. After a brief stint with Kyle and Maddie, Kyle sets up yet another ISO.
Yo, chat, I have to ask a question. How come no case manufacturers make any good cases for the Google Pixel phones? Oh, 7TV emote. He holding on tight. He is gripping the shit out of her, bro.
Help yourself,
He is gripping the fuck out of her, bro. Like, please don't let her cheat, bro. Her ass too fat, bro. Please.
What you getting into up there?
In Victorville?
Yeah.
I don't do too much. I mostly go to my friends. We hang out at each other's house and smoke, drink, or whatever.
Oh, you smoke too?
Yes, I smoke.
Okay.
You?
I smoke a little bit. I cut down a little
just
bit.
a little bit.
I cut down a little bit. No, I got tatted on me, but I cut down a little bit just because I've been in the gym a lot, so it affects the way I eat. So I try to.
You do?
Yeah, I be having the munchies.
With the gym, I smoke before I go to the gym because smoking before I go to the gym makes me focus. Like I
make you focus.
Really? Bro, if I would have smoked some weed, bro, I'm like, yo, fuck the gym. I'm going to sleep. Fuck going on?
Every time I go to the gym, I smoke before.
That's crazy because you do look good. It don't look like your eating habits is bad.
No,
It
they
look like
not.
that.
I'm the gym. I've been in the gym for like 6 months, just straight Monday through Friday after work. So yeah, I've been doing good with that. I've been eating good, drinking my water, my pre-workout, all of that.
Okay, all right.
Type shit.
I like that.
It's about that time where he has to make something because she's gonna really start questioning like where you guys are at and everything.
You don't come down to LA at all?
Not really, unless I come down with friends.
God, I'm so excited for Monster Hunter tonight. I ain't played Monster Hunter in a minute.
Stuff like that.
What y'all be getting into?
I'm amped.
We be going to the club. We be going to after hours. I like going to lounges, especially like the ones that have like the hookahs and stuff. I like chilling there. It's cool. The Jamaican, I love Jamaican music and going to like the Caribbean.
A little reggae.
The update comes out in like an hour and a half, apparently.
Have you been to the Broadway?
No, I ain't been to the Broadway. What is that?
Bro, looks like Vince Staples.
Jamaican spot, like after hours.
Downtown Hollywood. It's
No, none of these dudes look like Vince.
Like dancing and all of that.
And the music, yeah, Jamaican, all Caribbean type of music. I like that type of music. I like that type of atmosphere.
Like the dance and wine and all of that.
I don't even know who you trying to talk about because I just feel like none of them look like Vince.
Ooh.
Party with you?
Yeah.
Is you gonna invite everybody else?
Who?
Ain't you, Ephraim, right?
Yeah, what?
Yeah, you ain't gonna invite them?
Yeah.
If you invite them, yeah, I'll come with them.
You'll come with them?
But I'm not coming by myself.
Not by yourself?
No.
Wait, I told y'all she was gonna pass.
That's our baby.
I told y'all she was gonna pass.
Oh, this your water too.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you. But yeah.
That's cool. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Whenever y'all free.
Is he done? You think he's done? Or you think he's gonna try one last?
See, again, I feel like the girls that's like the most like personable like that be the most like they be loyal too, bro. Like it's something about Lenas that are just really loyal. You feel what I'm saying? It's something about women named Lena. You know what I'm saying? That are just like really loyal. Like you feel what I'm saying, Chad? You know, like let me cook, take shit.
You're not gonna try no more?
That immediate bring up was a good hook, not a jab. That was a hook.
Well, it's a couple of speakeasies that I like to go to. It's a couple in Culver City that I go to.
Speak easy, like poetry?
No, speakeasy is like, so you'll go into it and it don't look like it's a bar or somewhere where you enjoy it, and it be like a passage or a back door, and you go through and it's a whole event. It's a whole like party. Yeah, it's like some secret.
What is that called?
A speakeasy.
And they have them out here?
Yeah.
Oh, that would be cool.
Yeah, it's dope. It's dope.
Chat, y'all ever been to a speakeasy?
It depends. It varies.
We gave it some time to see if Daylon
I be fucking with speakeasies.
But as Daylon predicted, he was.
I be fucking with him.
They're taking a minute to come back.
They are.
Man, what they trying to get me? You feel me? They ain't gotta do too much. You know.
How do you think she's doing so far?
Talkative, she's social.
To me, she hasn't shown.
Speakeasies are fire. You should definitely try to find one in your area.
Conversational.
Exactly.
Agreed.
I'm going with the.
I don't live in 1932 America, bro.
The guy it be.
I feel like shit like that. Like, I feel like you can low-key find that anywhere, bro. A speakeasy in Houston sounds scary. Yeah, speakeasy in Houston is a Klan rally. So, So yeah.
Too damn much.
With nothing else materializing, we decided to send Michael back in. If the couple decided not to tell her this was all a test, we wanted to be ready to play it off.
She could be social. I don't think anything's wrong with that. People have to do it in their work.
I feel like too, based on how pretty she is and how she looks, she's used to getting hit on.
Yeah.
She's turned down plenty of guys.
Business calls, I had to take her.
Yeah, like, since the whole thing of like a speakeasy is that it's low key, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's gonna, you know, not necessarily be cheap.
I ain't mad at it.
That was a full pass. She turned him down.
Yeah.
She turned down Davion. She turned down Michael.
She did good. I guess I was being a little hard and stuff, but you know, Polly, you could be social. It's like I'll let her talk to somebody. It's just like how far you go. You know what I'm saying? She wasn't giving out a number. She wasn't over there, you know.
Michael had the best chance based on his scenario. I just feel like he could have.
No connection.
He had the perfect setup.
Oh, poor Michael. He gave up so easy.
I will give her that too, that she passed even while having a couple shots in her.
Yeah.
That's also like a
Now
plus.
she a big dog.
She is.
Just want to come clean, just tell her like, oh, this day was a loyalty test.
Let's do it.
You guys nervous? You guys want to go downstairs, tell her?
Yeah.
Damn, they're gonna admit it?
We still telling her? She could just come in and just be like, oh, we couldn't find nothing.
No, because again, I don't want it to
Zero
pop up.
confrontation.
Everything went good.
It did, no.
You don't want to tell her?
I mean, because everything went good. I don't want to just be like, oh, cameras.
It's gonna be on her conscience.
Bro, you gotta tell her. Come on, man.
She gotta get it out.
She's good, because every time we get into a conversation, it's, well, you know, everything points out on me.
And you don't want it to come on TV. I'm not risking that. It's gonna stress me out. I'm gonna tell her. She passed.
Because we could play it off if you guys wanted to play it off.
Nope, I'm telling her. I'm not. I'm not.
W
waiting for
woman. Yeah, you gotta tell her, bro.
it to pop up or somebody to be like, girl, do you know that?
Yes, this is a
somebody
throuple.
looks similar to you, like it sound like you, and then boom, if she sees it, she's gonna know it's her.
Sergio, take it away.
Why do people decide to tell them it was a test? Because it's way better to tell them right here and right now than them find out when the video gets 5 million views on YouTube and then they get texted by all their friends and family talking about like, yo, is this you on this video? Not gonna lie, if I'm Lena, I'm leaving. You mean like the Lena in the video, right? Like not the Lena that's like living in my house, right? Like that, not the Lena that's like that I'm in love with, right? Like you mean if you was Lena, you would leave if you was this Lena in the video, right? Like not my Lena, you know, not Lena, not Lena Lioness, right? Like you wouldn't leave me though you wouldn't leave me if you was Lena Lioness though, right?
Say something, she gonna be on my
Chat, am I a catch? Be honest. I'm the whole package, bro.
All right, we'll let E lead the way.
No.
Honestly, I think Lena did really good. She turned down not one, but 2 decoys.
That food smell good.
Get your cockies, guys, because you guys already know.
Yo, come on, guys. Do you know what the dating market is like, bro? It's full of landmines and grenades out there, bro. Like I'm a good guy. For the most part. My mom saw you on the screen and said you're a catch. Tell her I'm taken. You know, it is what it is.
This shit's gonna be good.
Chat, you know what they say. All the good men are either gay or taken. So if you're single in the chat, grab the nearest chat member and start jorking them or something. I don't know. Either that or you're a bad man. So it's up to you guys. You guys are going to have to live with that. I'm neither. Then you might be a bad man. Sure, man. Wait, Scoops, but like you're bi. So like, you know, you kind of on the gay spectrum. So like maybe you get a pass. I don't know how it works. Like I don't know like what the scientific like breakdown of that is.
Hey, baby.
You can't handle this. Oh shit.
What you say, Sergio? Take it away.
Yeah.
This entire thing was basically just a reality show.
Are you serious?
They just wanted to create a scenario to you and put you in.
Wait, she's taking this really well.
You
solid.
don't feel no way about it?
She's solid. She's good. Nah, you solid. It's all respect.
So it was putting you in an uncomfortable situation of having two guys basically hit on you and ask you on a date and seeing if you would fold.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, you didn't.
You up.
Yo, she's taking this really well.
But I'll tell you this, you did a really good job. You held it down. I'll give you respect. You held it down.
You got my respect. That's all respect.
With that.
Oh.
No, you solid.
They blacking out. She might be showing mad titty.
I still want to meet your.
Hey. We connected, right?
You feel me? Just let me know. Just let me know. You good.
Okay. I'm just making sure.
Hey. Well, you did really good. You turned down both the dances.
You did great.
You said no.
And we was all like, she gonna pass, man.
Oh my God, this
You
is
did
so
great.
crazy. You guys are
All right,
so up.
We said 100.
I meant everything I said though. With the.
We said 100%.
You know what I'm talking about.
No, you guys.
Fuck is dude talking about? He's still trying to hit on her?
What are you talking about?
Her friends.
Oh, okay.
My friends.
Oh, okay.
Her friends.
Did you ever catch
like
on to
that,
anything?
okay.
Did you ever feel like what is going on?
No, this is like natural to me.
she
I'm
got
a
me
party
shaking,
girl.
Okay.
I like to have fun. I like to smoke. I like to take shots. And
Right.
So this was not awkward.
Okay, cool.
They're not unblurring the
What do you
face.
think suspicious
They usually
is?
unblur their face when they pass.
I actually thought I was at an actual party for a while.
Did y'all think I was gonna pass or what?
No, we knew it. Yeah.
Y'all I don't know, she being a little too She went outside with him already? Bro, come on.
We said 100%.
He said it from the beginning. He said she's passing 100%.
Like, hell yeah.
I couldn't give it to her straight, guys. There was too much liquor involved. I don't want to take this pass away from her, but why is she low-key flirting and feeling Davion? We might have to keep this thing going. Have Davion hit her up or something.
What the? What the fuck? What is wrong with bro? It's looking like her boyfriend and girlfriend are a little insecure. They are, because she's so outgoing and personal, I think. All right, bro. Anti-vax it up, chat.
He's not necessarily anti-vaccine, but he wants safe vaccines.
Yeah, so I'm pointing out that I think RFK Jr. is a threat to public health. You're saying he's being hypocritical.
Yeah, he's being hypocritical.
Absolutely.
And
do you know who the #1 hypocrites are? Healthcare providers.
The reality is, if we don't get vaccinated with Jesus, we will face God on Judgment Day.
So where was Jesus giving out COVID vaccines, bro? Where was that at? I went to CVS. I should have hit up Jesus instead. Fuck, that's my bad. I don't know Jesus was giving out vaccines, bro. I didn't know. I did not know.
Dr. Mikhail Varshavsky,
I went to the CVS, nigga. Damn, what the fuck?
Across social media. I'm a board-certified family medicine physician who makes content online improving health literacy. And today, I'm surrounded by 20 vaccine skeptics. My first claim is that anti-vaccine lies cost lives.
Facts. No, God, no, he's not back. No.
Lost lives.
No, he's back. No way, no. The Latino for Trump is back. No, this guy is legitimately insane. Oh my God. Yo, no, this guy is actually insane. Please tell me he does not speak.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Doing fantastic. Excited to talk about health.
I just had a baby, 7 months old. And you know, my baby, I was like, no, I'm not getting any vaccines. The doctors came in, they made me feel like a very bad mother for not.
I'm gonna hold your hand when I say this. You are a bad mother. What? You're not vaccinating your baby? What if he gets chickenpox or the measles or something like that? Like, bro, I saw something on Twitter that said, like, when humans live in such privilege and luxury, they forget what it's like to have to survive. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like because nobody like has really gets measles or chickenpox or we aren't like kids aren't dying to the flu by the millions anymore. People like don't see it as a real threat. And it's like, okay, do you know why kids aren't dying by these things anymore? Because we've been vaccinating our fucking children. So that way they don't go to the playground and come home dead.
Not doing that, right? I was very pressured. And then I had a family friend who had a baby at the same time, was a few months in, gave vaccines to the baby, and the baby had seizures and has had seizures since. And I've also had a friend who I went on a mission trip with, and this pastor was totally healthy, two young girls, and this pastor literally got a heart attack out of nowhere. And the only thing was he took the vaccine. And
there is like heart disease and heart failure is the number one killer in this country. The number one. There are many reasons why that could have happened.
There's many cases like that.
Well, first of all, congratulations on the birth of a 7-month-old. The fact that anyone made you feel bad in the healthcare system, I feel like is a failure on us in the healthcare system, so I'm sorry that happened to you.
Yeah, he's trying to be too nice, bro. I'm sorry.
Healthcare, it's very difficult to predict the future because there are so many unknowns and there's so many variables in healthcare. There are things that are that are outside of our control. And we try to do the best with the limited amounts that we can control. So when we see two things happen simultaneously in healthcare, sometimes we think they have caused one another. But unless we see a pattern of that happening over and over again on a large scale, it's more likely that this is just a coincidence of things happening at the same time. For example, I have a friend of mine who's a physician who vaccinates children very regularly. And they were about to give a child a vaccine, and before giving the vaccine, the child had a seizure. They went on and had more seizures throughout their life and ended up actually dying at a very young age because of a seizure disorder. But the vaccine was never given. Had that happened 2 minutes later, what do you think would have been in the mother's mind and in the father's mind in that situation?
True.
Other than, I definitely think that vaccine caused that problem. But it could have just as easily happened before, which it did, and the vaccine wasn't responsible. So it's very difficult when two things happen at the same time to be able to make an exact reason as to if that's what happened to cause it. So what we do is we admit that there's safety issues with vaccines.
Right.
They're not 100% safe. Nothing in life is 100% safe. Driving or walking here today is not 100% safe.
Also, being exposed to and open to having COVID enter your body is definitely not 100% safe. In fact, some might say it's 100% unsafe.
I could have a heart attack right now. Cannot predict it. But what we can do is try to do the best that we can with the information that we have.
You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Damn, cooked. 7 TV emote.
Thank you.
Hi, Dr. Mike.
That was smooth. Hello.
He's got that wrist flowing. I'm actually a fan of your channel. I've been watching for a while.
Thank you.
I am a pediatric hematologist.
How could you be a fan of Dr. Mike and be anti-vax? Wow, all right.
Hematology oncology nurse.
Wow, okay.
I think
she's
a lot
a
of
nurse.
trust in my eyes were open during the whole COVID pandemic.
Why?
Institutions that were there. I used to be in the military, so when I was in the military, I signed my bodily autonomy away. If they told me to do something, I did it.
And thank you for that.
Yeah, thanks.
No, I say that in all seriousness because I think a lot of times that kind of becomes habit just to say thank you, but I really do mean that thank you.
I appreciate that. So, seeing
I ain't thanking you for shit, but
how Dr. Fauci, who was just pardoned, and that's a whole other discussion, seeing how like we were sold a bill of goods that we, the American tax dollars, paid for, while these pharmaceutical companies reaped millions and millions of profits on. And I think
the U.S. government spent about $30 billion in taxpayer money for developing and distributing the COVID-19 vaccine during the pandemic. Most COVID-19 vaccine makers saw a significant COVID bump in profits.
The goalpost, the vaccine, this mRNA vaccine, it's going to prevent the transmission of COVID. It's going to prevent you from getting it. And others, if you don't get this vaccine, you hate your grandmother. You're going to kill all these people, and you got to do your duty and get it. Well, you know what? My grandmother got it, and she died. I saw her take her last breath.
I'm sorry.
And it's a very it's a very profound thing to see someone that you love take their last breath and go on to whatever happens after.
Of course.
So when those seats, and it turns out the 6 feet of social distancing was not based on anything, how can you not expect people to question these higher institutions?
Wait, so I'm confused as to how that would make you anti-vax. I feel like if you would have lost somebody to COVID, I feel like that would have made you like more wanting people to be vaccinated. Also, like the 6 feet of distance thing, like, yeah, nobody is saying that this is a magical thing that's gonna like fix the world or whatever, but like if you are gonna be in public places, like at least keeping your distance from somebody else when you have like an airborne illness like COVID that is like sweeping the fucking world type shit. It's like a basic like survival tactic pretty much.
That are deemed to look out for the well-being of people, and they don't.
It's a great question.
So just like with Black people who don't trust the government because based on the Tuskegee experiment in 1932,
the U.S. Public Health Service untreated syphilis study at Tuskegee was conducted from 1932 to 1972 on Black men ages 25 plus. The study was supposed to observe the natural history of untreated syphilis.
actually 40 years after that, the New York Times, they actually infected them with syphilis, and they let them infect their families, their friends. It ran rampant. So how do you expect certain people...
Researchers did not collect informed consent, misled the participants, and denied treatment even when remedies were readily available. The study did not infect the participant with syphilis, but allowing the infection. Okay, so, I mean, I think that's just like a completely separate issue, though.
When they've been burned by the government.
Like, I don't know, like, what was the alternative to just like let millions of people die to COVID and then like try to do nothing about it? I'm not sure, like, what.
Well, I'll trust you now. Ultimately, it's people's choice. Just like if someone wants to refuse a treatment.
Okay, but the difference is that if you're refusing something like a COVID vaccine, then you are spreading COVID, like, explicitly. So, like, because you decided not to get the vaccine yourself, like, you can still spread that to somebody who may have wanted to get the vaccine or who did get the vaccine, or to like a completely innocent person. Like that, we're trying to stop the spread of COVID.
If we give them an AMA form against medical advice, I think it's all up to people's choice and their autonomy.
There was a few topics that you touched that I think are really worth discussing. First, bodily autonomy. I believe that, and that is the sole principle by which we practice medicine. Vaccines fall in a unique category because your decision on vaccinating your child and then sending them to school can impact other children in that school. So much like drinking and driving as an example, your choice to do that puts your life at risk, but it also puts others at risk. So we deem that as dangerous for the general public. This is why vaccines, it becomes a little more complicated when we talk about bodily autonomy. When it comes to our government, our mandates, pharmaceutical companies, there's absolutely reasons for distrust. I love that everyone in this room is a skeptic, and I encourage skepticism. I don't think anyone
Somebody
should
did not
just
mute
go
their phone.
into a doctor's office and say yes, 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 yes. In fact, I love when my patients question me. I empower them to ask questions. Doctors sometimes get this attitude where they're like, oh, you Googled before coming here? Google search doesn't replace my degree. No, that's not how we're supposed to be. What I get excited about is if you Googled and you have questions, now I know exactly the route I need to take to help you make a decision that's right for you and your family.
Okay, pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to
Thank
your
you
seat.
so much. I appreciate it. Nice meeting you.
Jesus.
How you doing?
Pleasure to meet you.
Yes, Roots God. Good to meet you as well.
Love the jacket.
Thank you so much. So I really want to talk to you about this claim based on all of the other things that are causing disease, the chronic conditions that are in this country, all of the metabolic issues, and this is stemming from colonization. Putting smallpox blankets on indigenous cultures, sterilizing people in Puerto Rico, Honduras, all of these different things that have happened. And if you look at Africa, oh, by the way, Bill Gates did say something interesting. The next war will be fought with biological warfare.
Bill Gates has repeatedly warned of the dangers of bioterrorism in the 2015 TED Talk following the Ebola crisis. Kate said the war was not ready for the next, or the world is not ready for the next outbreak, which could be bioterrorism, in a 2021 interview. Okay, I don't know what that has to do with anything.
And I think that was raising eyebrows, especially when you look at the Kissinger report, right? For those of you who don't know about the Kissinger report.
National security study, Kissinger report, looked at how excess population growth in least developed countries could be a risk to U.S. national security and overseas interests.
It's all about pretty much reducing the population of the planet. So I don't know how you can make this claim and really defend vaccines in the nature and the world that we're living in, where we are actually going away from nature. And the further we get away from nature, the more diseases we will see. So, you know, I'm very passionate about this, and I want to be able to have like a real discussion with you because, yes, you're a medical doctor, but this is also a system that J.D. Rockefeller started, getting rid of all types of indigenous practices, and this land is stolen land. So when we're not even honoring the source, when we're not honoring the land, the ancestors, ancestral intelligence, the real AI, when we're not even honoring these things and we're just supposed to trust science. No, I trust my scientists. I trust Dr. Sebi, I trust Dr. Aris Atham, I trust Dr. Yaqui. Because this system is not for us. It's not built for people like me. It's not built for any of us. Because even the opioid crisis, we saw a lot of Caucasians suffering from that. So how can you sit here and say that this vaccine is killing people when this system is currently killing people? When we even have to have an administration that comes in now and says, ooh, we got to start looking at all of these different toxins in the food, in the medicine, in the soil. I don't think it's fair for us to take this vaccine when we're already being forced to take polluted food.
What the fuck?
They take this vaccine. Which vaccine are you talking about?
Well, really all of them. It should be a choice because even when I was younger, I didn't take as many vaccines as the children have to take now. These children are sicker. They're going through more metabolic issues. They're having mental health issues. And now I don't think it's just the vaccine. It's the system that's perpetuating this type of lifestyle. Yes, that child who was even in the hospital under those fluorescent lights, I'm not surprised that they had a seizure before because this is an environment that is not conducive to life. This thing that I'm wearing on my chest is called an ankh. Y'all replace this. Y'all replaced our cultures. This life representing thing, you replace it with death culture. This is not a healthcare system. It's a sick care system. And honestly, I cannot sit here in good faith and not represent all of the people who have...
Man, it's just like crazy when like humans used to like if you made it past like 5 years old, it was a miracle. And now humans get to live to be 80, 90. Some even get to live to be 100. Like, you feel what I'm saying? Like, wow. You know who else was like, you know who else really hated modern medicine? And you know who else like, who really loved natural medicine and natural healing? A man by the name of Steve Jobs. And Steve Jobs had a very treatable, very curable form of cancer. But he did not believe in modern medicine and everything, so he died. He died. If he would have just went to the doctor, got treatment, he'd still be alive today. Modern medicine saves lives. And this is not to say anything of like, because a lot of what he is saying is stuff that like I would obviously agree with. Like, this is stolen land. You know, they're completely like wiping away indigenous people. That's what this country was built on, right? And these are all atrocities that honestly, like, America has to pay for. Like, very inhumane treatment of the indigenous people that originally were on this fucking plot of land, that it got stolen from them, and replacing their culture, replacing the onks, like he's saying, like all that stuff that America did to completely wipe away indigenous cultures is a true travesty. But placing that blame upon modern medicine is just like absolutely insane, when modern medicine has saved so many lives. When like a parent no longer has to really worry about their child dying. Now, if a baby or a child dies, that means there was a serious medical or health complication or something like very seriously wrong with that child, because that is so against the norm now. Like it used to be, you know, you gotta pray that your kid gonna make it through. Like, we are past that point now. And like, again, like the average human expectancy is like 70 some years old now. Like, this is like, we have made great strides.
Come before me.
Yeah, absolutely. I respect that. I came to the United States as an immigrant living on welfare. So I got put into this same system that you're describing. It's a shitty system. The world is changing in ways that make our lives more unhealthy. We're eating more processed food.
That's
we're
true.
exposed to more chemicals, usually as a result of products that we actually enjoy. So when I complimented you on that great jacket, when someone wears a specific pretty strap on their Apple Watch, there's chemicals in there. There's forever chemicals in there. So for every amazing thing that we have in society, there's been drawbacks. The good part about our society is that we're constantly monitoring those drawbacks and are trying to create solutions for our own problems. So when I think about our current healthcare system, where I think it needs to do better, is it needs to focus more on prevention rather than cures. Agree or disagree?
1,000%. Yes, sir.
Do you know how we can do that?
Vaccines.
Vaccines, but one way we could do that is connecting more to nature. One way we could do that is making sure that we're not poisoning the food. One way we could do that is
again, I agree with you. Like, yeah, we should not have a bunch of like processed bullshit in our food. We should not have a bunch of chemicals in our food, like all that. Like, I agree with you. Fuck does that got to do with vaccines though? Like,
is treating each other better with more respect and actually getting rid of these systems.
His anger is misplaced. I agree. Like, I feel like he's very frustrated with the American system, the American healthcare system, and all that, and very valid because it's very corrupt, obviously. But pointing it at vaccines is insane.
Putting us against us, this divide and conquer, the media manipulation, and all of this fear tactics that was pushed during this vaccine COVID mumbo jumbo.
Bro, what fear tactics? Millions of people were dying. What fear tactics, man? Do you really think that America wanted to shut down all businesses and shut down all of society while we were like, of course not. The most profit-driven government of all time. You really think they wanted to do that?
This was totally.
Do you think we should do all of it?
Okay, sorry, pause. You've been voted out by the majority.
They're not letting Dr. Mike talk at all, bro.
Hi,
hello.
Doctor.
Pleasure to meet you, sir.
How are you? Pleasure to meet you. So I'll let you know I'm Tom. I'm a police lieutenant from northern New Jersey.
ACAB.
Okay.
And what struck me about your statement about body autonomy and children and the COVID vaccination. What would you say if I told you I had 3 daughters and my spouse and I had differing opinions on whether our children should be vaccinated with the COVID vaccine? And a judge orders that vaccine be injected into my daughters. I'll give you a little bit of data first.
Okay.
And this was part of my reasoning with the courts. Risk versus benefit, correct? From 2018 to 2023, if we trust the CDC, their numbers say the most deadly thing for our children, the number 1 deadly thing, do you happen to know what it is?
Guns.
Accidents. Not necessarily. necessarily guns, but accidents. Do you know what the number 2? And I'm going from...
According to the CDC from 2018 to 2023, the leading cause of death for children ages 10 to 15 is accidents, while the second leading cause is suicide. COVID-19 ranks 9th on the list of leading causes of deaths from 2020 to 2023.
Children from 10 to 14 during the height of the pandemic.
Well, a little bit before the pandemic as well.
A little bit before, so the numbers are a little bit bigger. The number 2 cause, suicide. Do you know where COVID is on that range of dangers?
Very low.
Very low. That population is about 21 million children in the United States. Between 2018 and 2023, there were about 4,000 to 7,000 accidents, about 1,000 suicides. Do you know how many deaths there were from COVID?
No, not offhand.
69. In New Jersey,
the CDC reports 204 deaths from COVID-19 for children ages 10 to 14, not 69. Okay, so, I mean, even if the children themselves are not dying, you have to understand that we still don't know what the long-term effects of even having COVID-19 to begin with. We still don't really know what that could be, right? But it's not only that, obviously. You don't want, like, even if your kid caught a common cold or something like that, you wouldn't want them to go to school and spread the common cold amongst other. Nobody's probably going to die, but you still don't want that, right? And now we have this new thing, COVID-19. Nobody really knows the long-term effects. Nobody really knows what's happening, but we do know that millions of people are dying across the globe. And obviously, if you're autoimmune compromised or an elderly person, you're more at risk. So like, yeah, that children might not, or the children might not die, but they might catch COVID, bring it home where they're living with their grandmother or grandfather or, you know, elderly parents, whatever. And then they catch it from their children and then they die. You know, like, it's not, it goes much deeper than just like, okay, there's only 204 deaths from COVID-19. Not a big deal. You got to understand, like, who else is getting impacted by this?
See where I'm from, the height of the pandemic, do you know how many deaths there were? 0. Now, are you familiar with the VAERS database?
Yes.
So that's for adverse reactions to vaccinations.
Yes.
During that time frame, this is about 6 months out of that period of time, from December.
What the dog doing?
Zach the Mask, thank you for the prime for 15 months. Go, appreciate that.
Of 2020 to July of 2021. The VAERS database, which is the only database we have, there were 14,000 post-COVID vaccination deaths.
There are 19,310 total adverse events labeled death under the VAERS self-reporting system following the COVID-19 vaccine. The website says submitting a report to VAERS does not mean that healthcare personnel or the vaccine caused or contributed to the death. And they're also unverified.
If you're looking at risk towards benefit, is injecting a child, upholding what we call the Hippocratic Oath, right? We talk about the Hippocratic Oath and we extrapolate from that. One of the first things, it's not said in the Hippocratic Oath, but it's the first thing is to do no harm. Now, as a police officer, I took oath as well. Protect, serve, preserve life and property. In my line of work, there are times when I had to take a life to save one. I don't necessarily think that applies to you, doctor.
It does not.
Maybe you can give your viewpoint, whether maybe you're for or against.
He really thought he cooked. This was funny.
A court ordering the children to be injected with something that there is no harm to, but now we're seeing actual harm with the vaccine. They didn't die from the disease. They're dying from the vaccine.
Yeah, so your point is very logical and you're very well researched, and I applaud that because most people will go off their feelings as opposed to looking at the data as you did, so I appreciate that. When you point out that there's been 69 deaths, you said?
Correct, between
from the
that
CDC
time.
data.
If we trust it.
If we
yeah.
trust it. And then there was 13,000, 14,000 deaths?
14,000 according to the VAERS database.
Are you familiar with how the VAERS database works?
I am.
Do you know who can report to the VAERS database?
It's a voluntary report system,
By
so
who?
it's open.
By
It's
who?
open, either to patients, medical providers,
Loved
anyone.
ones, anyone. During a heated political time, during which people are very angry and are reporting things that do happen during a pandemic, isn't it possible that there's people reporting things that after we look at it and judge it off of the VAERS system, that it is in fact not shown to be causative, but in fact a coincidence or a correlation?
So yes, I would say that correlation doesn't equal causation, but I'll give you another data point to chew on. When I was a law enforcement officer, I saw people that were dying, and then when they were assessing the cause of death, they had a range of other morbidities. And just because they died with COVID, they didn't die from COVID. But getting back to the children, none of them did.
I think the reason why 0 children died is because we immunized so many, A. B, the fact that the court ordered you to do it, it's not really my place to judge, because you have 2 parents that have 2 decision-making capacities, and someone has to make a decision. I don't know what's right. I leave that to people who are smarter than me. I can talk about the science of it all. And when we look at the science, yes, COVID is a low-risk proposition for children, but it's not a 0 risk. When we look at the COVID vaccine, especially at the peak of that pandemic, when we were seeing hospitals overflooded, when we were losing people left and right, that was our sole way out of that pandemic. So the fact that 0 children died with the vaccination rate that we had, I suspect that the vaccine played a major role in making that happen.
All right, I'm sorry. We're out of time.
I'd love to go with that one.
Hey, before we go any further,
Oh, Jesus
we want to
Christ.
take a moment to say thanks so much to Straight.
My next claim is that vaccine-acquired immunity is better than natural immunity.
Oh, they not. Oh my God, that girl is here too? They got an all-star cast. Wow, she got up and then everybody just like sat back down. I ain't gonna lie. Crazy aura. Like I'm not even gonna front. Like, shorty might be anti-vax. That was crazy ass aura. Like she got up and everybody was like, "Never mind, you gotta go." I saw this clip on Twitter. I have not seen this, so I don't know what the fuck is about to happen.
Hello, Dr. Marques.
She about to lose all the aura right now. Okay, let's see.
Pleasure. I want to say first that I'm a mother of 6 children. My oldest 2 children do have vaccines.
Type
My
shit.
3rd child, he got a vaccine that the doctor said were safe that caused him brain issues for the rest of his life, and he has arrested hydrocephalus. I want to continue to say my youngest.
So wait. Do we know that vaccine caused that though? How do we know that vaccine caused that?
Children have no vaccines at all. They're perfectly fine. They're advanced. My son has permanent brain injury. So they say vaccine immunity is better, but as a child, when I got vaccines, I ended up with spinal meningitis. I had chicken pox twice. I almost died. But my 3 children that don't have any vaccines are perfectly fine. They've been traveled over 20 states during COVID. They've never
Yeah, because all the other children are also vaccinated.
got COVID. They've never got sick. Just a healthy diet, keeping them away from toxic foods, making sure their hygiene is good. Did you know that COVID has a patent and natural illnesses can't have patents? Did you know that?
It is generally true that a naturally occurring material can't be patented. Slight modifications by man can be.
Every illness dated back to polio has a patent. The only
Viral posts claiming illness from AIDS to swine flu are patented have been proven false. The people sharing the information often confuse the names and purposes of these patents. Often these patents are related to diagnosing and treating an illness.
thing that doesn't have a patent is the common cold. Did you know that Fauci funded medical schools to try
Members of Congress have accused NIH of funding gain-of-function research within the Wuhan Institute of Virology. The government reviewed the work in 2014 and at the time determined it didn't fall under the scope of gain-of-function, though experts dispute to this day whether it should have. So pretty much everything she's saying is not true.
to make the vaccine more, or not the vaccine, make COVID more deadly. Vaccine immunity is not really a thing because they cannot guarantee it makes anybody immune. There's more side effects from getting.
There are 2 types of active immunity. Natural immunity and vaccine-induced immunity. Contracting COVID-19 carried a risk of more severe side effects and vaccine side effects.
Vaccine than to not get a vaccine. The chances of getting illness not vaccinated versus to getting vaccines is a lot higher than somebody that doesn't eat toxic crap.
A study, dude, she's just getting bodied. Okay, a study published in 2021 found people who reported eating the most fruits, vegetables, and legumes had a 9% lower risk of getting COVID-19 and a 41% lower risk of developing severe COVID during the study period, compared with people who reported eating the least fruits and vegetables.
This is good hygiene. They're more likely to get illness vaccinated versus not vaccinated. There's studies that show unvaccinated children are more healthier. In Japan.
What? All right. The results were observed before vaccines and are irrespective of vaccine status.
And they don't start their vaccine schedule, I believe, until 2 years old. Autism's almost.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Japan Pediatric Society recommends a vaccination schedule start at 2 months, not 2 years. 3 recent studies in Japan show more than 3% of Japanese children are diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder, compared with 2.8% estimated in the United States.
It's non-existent. And this is something that needs to be documented.
Did you hear everybody in the background go, whole time she wrong as hell?
Back to polio, everything has a patent except for the common cold. Mad cow disease, Spanish flu, COVID, everything has a patent. So that leads me to believe Big Pharma has been ruining our people for generations since the Great Depression, since, like he said, Rockefeller agreed to fund medical schools and the education system around 1920s. Since then, illnesses have increased and increased and increased and increased and increased, and all we ever needed was to take care of ourselves and have good hygiene.
Something I think our healthcare system doesn't do enough is say, I don't know. And I have no idea about Dr. Fauci's patents. I don't know about patents on viruses. I'm a family medicine physician. That means I work in a clinic where people come in with either an acute complaint, something's going on with them, or they're coming in for a preventive physical where we can get ahead of things and make them healthier by preventing illness. In fact, if you think about where pharma's profits are, if pharma had to choose between preventing an illness or to treat an illness for the rest of someone's life, financially speaking, they'd probably want to just treat someone for the rest of their life.
Exactly.
But that's not what vaccines are. Vaccines prevent that illness. They prevent it from happening. And when you brought up the subject of autism, I think it's an important subject, and it's a subject that's
Every time he starts talking, people raise their flags. It's so annoying. Like, he doesn't get to respond to anything. A small debunked study in 1998 incorrectly said, this is the problem. Like, something small like this. Also, like, I'm pretty sure the doctor or scientist that initially tried to link autism to vaccines was like, had zero accreditation and was pretty much shunned and thrown out of like his field. Like, all of his peers mocked him, ridiculed him, denounced him, and he lost everything because it was like completely unfounded and baseless. And he lost it all because like literally all his peer-reviewed research like proved otherwise. Sorry, anyways. A small debunked study in 1998 incorrectly suggested a link between vaccinations and autism spectrum disorder. The study was reviewed and retracted years later by the publisher, The Lancet, after finding several elements of the paper were incorrect.
It's been largely debunked by the
Not
entire
at all.
world community.
Not at all. I've seen studies that say otherwise, doctor. So
Oh my fucking God. The study's author, Dr. Wakefield, was banned from practicing medicine in Britain after being found guilty of professional misconduct. Yeah.
I don't know if you're going off Rockefeller's medicine or you going.
Semi, thank you for the gift sub. Bang! Appreciate that, GOAT.
On off of holistic medicine as well. As a scientific mind, you're supposed to observe everybody's hypothesis.
Therapy
not
fund after Jubilee brain damage. Yeah, I'm gonna need that.
just Rockefeller's medical schools, and that's why I feel like you've got most of your knowledge from, and maybe you should branch out into holistic medicine because vaccines have never been the answer. They were created to separate us from spirituality and consciousness.
Religion has been linked to vaccine skepticism in multiple religions. While the topic is highly complex, one study attempted to break it down into 5 religious motivations. The funny shit is, if we stop vaccinating our children from like chickenpox, measles, the mumps, the flu, stuff like that, like I don't want to say this because obviously I do not want this to happen, but I feel like unless like people start dying from these things again, like you will never convince these kinds of people that vaccines are one of the marvels of modern humanity and of modern medicine. Like vaccinations and vaccines have saved you. Like we are not able to be anywhere close to where we are as a society or as a people without stuff like vaccines. Like I said it earlier, vaccines are the reason why the life expectancy for humans can reach up into the 70s. Without vaccines, bro, we would be cooked.
If you look at the ingredients, there's nothing healthy in vaccines. Formaldehyde, all types of stuff. So none of
the CDC says modern vaccines contain only the ingredients that are needed for the vaccines to be as safe and effective as possible.
that prevents. Everybody that vaccines still get illnesses. I've never seen any prevention of anything.
The prevention from vaccines comes from prevention of death and serious illness. And we've seen that when you study that, not just in the US by the Rockefeller system that you described, one of the largest studies in the world surrounding vaccines and autism in children came from Denmark with over 500,000 children.
A 2019 study of more than 650,000 children born in Denmark between 1999 and 2010 strongly supports that MMR vaccination does not increase the risk for autism, does not trigger autism in susceptible children, and is not associated with clustering of autism cases after vaccination.
That is not a US system, that is not a capitalist system, and they found that there is no pattern.
Denmark describes itself as a free market capitalist economy with a strong social welfare safety net for its citizens.
I'm trying to branch out as much as possible.
You've been voted out by the majority. Please
Thank you so
return to your
much.
seat.
So she just got up there, lied, and then sat down.
Hello, how are you?
So I want to take a minute and put the ball back on your court because you mentioned herd immunity earlier, correct? Well, COVID was COVID one of the most contagious viruses we've had, pretty much?
I don't know, historically speaking, but it was definitely incredibly contagious.
Okay.
In fact, because it wasn't so deadly, was the reason why it was such a problem.
You want herd immunity. How would we achieve herd immunity if a virus is so contagious that wouldn't it spread across the population before we get it all vaccinated?
Not every vaccine can create herd immunity, but it can create herd protection. There's 2 different types of viruses that exist, and there's long incubation diseases and there's short incubation diseases. The simplest way I could explain it is how quickly you get sick after you're exposed to this infection. That's short incubation. So if it's fast, it's short incubation. If it's long incubation. Now, when you look at a disease like smallpox, for example, that's a long incubation illness. It means it gives your immune system a chance to create a response to it. So if you've been vaccinated, even if you've been vaccinated a long time ago, your body has the time to create protection even after it's been exposed. For short incubation illnesses like the common cold, influenza, COVID-19, it's very difficult to create complete protection. Because even though you've gotten some protection from getting the vaccine in a short period of time, that immunity wanes, and the long-term protection you get is only valuable against serious illness like death, hospitalization, etc.
Okay.
So you can't get perfect herd immunity for short incubation diseases.
Okay, thank you. So I guess my follow-up question is that there were certain groups of people who were exempt from getting the COVID vaccine, like if you were under a certain age or over a certain age, or if you had immunocompromised problems or whatever. So if those people can't get the vaccine, and those are the people who are most vulnerable, and a lot of people in this room believe, well, a lot of people's natural immunity is good enough to fight the disease, then like why would we get the vaccine when the people that, you know, if they can't get it, then they could die anyways, you know?
Yeah, so by the point of that is by
I actually don't know the answer to this, so I actually really want to know what Dr. Mike has to say.
The vaccine as a healthy person, I believe that's better than having natural immunity. And that doesn't mean that by getting the vaccine you have a better response or a stronger response. In fact, many times actually getting the disease will give you a better response. But do you know what you have to do in order to get that response?
Like get the virus in you?
Correct, which means you have to have all the potential risks of having severe disease, death, and
so because to get the vaccine you kind of like have to have the COVID bullshit in you, so you don't want to give it to the people that COVID is going to kill, because then you could potentially kill them.
Actually, we've forgotten how serious these viruses and bacteria are, where in the 20s, in the 50s, in the 80s, the deadliness
of
those
Fats?
diseases has been largely forgotten.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm on it.
One of the vaccines we give to children is called Haemophilus influenza. That causes meningitis. We don't see that anymore. The residents that were trained 20 years before me, every time they were in the emergency room, they learned how to do a spinal tap to diagnose this type of meningitis because of that bacteria. I've never learned how to do it. I'm not trained how to do it. Now we have to rely on interventional radiologists to do the procedure because of vaccines. So the reason why I say that vaccine immunity is better than natural immunity is because you don't have to survive the actual illness.
Well, that was my question.
Thank you.
They could get another guy.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm not mad. See, I feel like I wish that's kind of what these videos were. Like somebody with like genuine questions that genuinely wants to understand, sits down, asks the question, and then like, okay, cool, and then leaves. Like, but everybody here thinks they know more than a dude who studied for like 10 fucking years to be a doctor and is like in the field and worked on the front lines during the COVID pandemic and all that. The quiet part that the vaccines cause autism people don't like to say out loud is that they'd rather their kid be dead than autistic. Damn. And that's on what, period? No. I was hoping this guy wasn't going to get a chance. Oh my God.
Pleasure.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as
I
well.
was actually binge watching your videos this week, thinking it was going to be you. I didn't think it was going to be you, but you are very good faith, which I respect. Can I ask you a question in terms, because as a vaccine skeptic, the burden of proof is on you to show that vaccines do work. So what evidence would you have that vaccines actually work?
So once we started vaccinating kids and people like that, since vaccines, were created for, again, stuff like the flu, which caught multiple bodies, millions of bodies, hundreds of millions of bodies, people stopped dying from those things. Once we had mad cow disease, polio, measles, mumps, you feel me? These things used to collect multiple bodies, like multiple. But since we started vaccinating children, since we started getting vaccines, now these things are pretty much like myths. Like people are like, did the mumps really exist? Yes, it did. But like we're so privileged to not even have to know because we're vaccinated against it. So like, there's your proof.
So vaccines,
bro, it used to be like if you started seeing the red dots on your head, bro, GG, bro, you're dead, you're done, you're cooked. Now people get chicken pox, it's like, hee hee ha ha, laugh it off, bitch ass nigga, you'll be in a week. Fuck, here's some apple juice, bitch. Like next, like shout out vaccines.
Other drugs, and there have been claims made about this in the wrong direction, where people say that vaccines aren't as tested as, let's say, pharmaceuticals. Mm-hmm. Because vaccines are given to healthy people to prevent disease, we test them an incredibly higher amount than pharmaceuticals. So that means pre-market testing before we bring them out.
Hey chat, like 150 years ago, if your nose was runny, good game, my nigga. You're dead. You feel what I'm saying? Now I get a runny nose, I'm like, I'm about to feel like shit for 2 days, bro. Fuck. Man, I was planning on going to the club this weekend. Man, fuck. You feel what I'm saying? But 2 days later, I'm good. You feel me? Hey, chat. 150 years ago, if you had some Taco Bell and you had a leaky asshole, you're dead. Oh, got a little bit of diarrhea? Good game.
That means while we give them and after. We actually have a system called the Vaccine Safety Data Net that monitors millions of doses of the vaccines to see if a pattern gets elucidated through giving the vaccine. So we have all stages of the vaccine process monitored because we are trying to do our best to make sure that we help children and adults when they are due for a vaccine.
Okay, so you just, at the end, you said it pretty much sounds like you have to have a good intention. For example, we're not in the labs actually seeing the vaccine process or the clinical trials, so we have to just take the experts' word and trust it, right?
Well, when you fly in a plane, you're not in the cockpit.
True shit. Oh, fuck.
Put our faith in that. So you would say that we just have to put our faith in the experts, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so this would require, number one, a good intention. So they have a good intention to help people, to make their lives better, and also they have to be ethical. Is that correct?
Those are reasonable things, yeah.
Okay, so if they fall outside of the purview of those two criteria, would you say it is reasonable for us to be skeptical?
I think it's reasonable to be skeptical at any moment.
But taking those two things, if they violate either of those two, would it give someone else more justification to be against it?
Sure.
Okay, so when we look at the biggest developers and distributors and sellers of the vaccines, Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, all these big pharmaceutical...
Actual, thank you for the gift sub to Arsene wasn't subbed? Oh, shit. Actual, thank you for the gift sub, GOAT.
Pharmaceutical companies, when we look at their track record, we see they have been deceptive. They've had, big settlements, billions and billions of dollars, fraud, misleading the public, concealing clinical trials that were against their favor from the public. So when we have to put our whole faith and trust in these people that have been through huge billions of dollars of settlements, and they have proven that they have been unethical, they have made more profit through the COVID times than ever before as well, why should we trust them so lightly? Taking into consideration the fact that we're not in the labs with them, taking the fact that they are profiting from our well-being, why should we trust them so lightly?
It's not a blind trust. Who you're trusting is the independent reviewers that review the data that they put forward.
Okay, but is this political or is this science?
Health is as much public health as it is individual health.
Okay, but would you say guys like Dr. Peter McCullough or Dr. Rich, would you say that they are probably not good experts that we should adhere to?
I don't know who those people are.
So they're very anti-vax, or they've provided solutions like hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, and they've stated over 200 peer-reviewed studies from different types of trials showing the efficacy of those kind of medications that are alternatives to COVID or the vaccine.
I'm sorry. Surely he's like not advocating for ivermectin. He's saying that since these people are also considered to be, of a, I don't know what you would say, like of that status, that like if they have a say in things, then like could we trust other? But again, I think the biggest thing about this is that like it's not like there's like 3 guys that like made the COVID vaccine and said put this in every American type shit. This is like, this research is being backed up and checked by hundreds, thousands of scientists, of doctors, medical professionals. You don't get to just like make the COVID vaccine and then be like, yo, like what's good? Let's put this shit in everybody type shit. You feel me? So like this already has to pass through multiple checks and balances between multiple professionals. So like you can't have a dude that thinks ivermectin is better than the Moderna vaccine and like he outweighs everybody. You know that's just not how it works.
Vaccination. But what I'm kind of getting to is that we're supposed to trust this specific agenda. So Pfizer, WHO, which once again, if we look at the track record, they haven't had a great track record. So it sounds like to me, it's more of a political thing instead of a science thing. When you guys say trust the science and trust the experts, you actually mean this group of experts. Because whenever big experts like RFK, even if you want to say he's not a doctor, he's not licensed, but his friends, Peter McCullough, Dr. Rich, they are great experts. They've had some of the most...
he actually thinks he should be taking ivermectin.
Reviewed studies in the medical field. I don't see why we have to deny their science and their expertise and go with this set of people.
Because, again, if everybody except those three is saying that they're wrong, then they're fucking wrong. Just like just like that one scientist who initially said that who originally said that vaccines are linked to autism in children, how everybody said this guy is wrong and he lost his medical license and was banned from practicing medicine. The same way that guy got shunned is the same way somebody like the doctors and the professors that he's talking about should also be shunned and lose their medical licenses, because this is malpractice. Because now they have people like you and people like everybody in this room believing that they should fucking be taking ivermectin instead of a COVID vaccine, because these people are incredibly dangerous.
I think when you look at the grand scheme of things, you have to look at consensus. And when you look at consensus, not just the United States, you look at the WHO. This is a world organization. This is not a United States organization. In fact, we just pulled out of the WHO funding-wise. So this is the most unbiased you can get. Can you erase human bias from research? Absolutely not, because it's done by us, and humans are inherently biased. When you talk about Pfizer's past mistakes, or whichever organization you want to choose from the pharma side of things, to be skeptical of them is so important. And the way that they've been lacking transparency for a long time, especially when it comes to pricing, and the way that
he is being way more. I feel like he's giving them a lot of leeway.
They've chosen their development of medication.
What up, Biggs?
I'm the first person to admit that that is valuable. But when we say Pfizer, where we say Purdue or one of these pharmaceuticals,
wait, Purdue is a pharmaceutical? Nigga, I get my chicken thighs from Purdue. Surely it's a different Purdue, right? Yo, it's a different thing, right, chat? No, it's the same one. What the fuck? They putting vaccines in my chicken thighs, bro. No one of them chicken thighs tastes good as fuck. It's oxy in my chicken. Yo, what the fuck? God damn. I thought my chicken thighs look a little muscular. God damn. What the fuck? Damn, okay. My shit be tweaking. Hey, bro, that chicken tastes good, though. Shout out Purdue, bro. Appreciate that, GOAT.
People that are working there that are researchers that you're talking about. What the dog doing?
Yo, Mort, thank you for the gift sub to Fats. Appreciate that, GOAT.
Sub to Fats.
Bro, my chicken got 5G in it, y'all. Bro, y'all still on 3G chicken, bro? My chicken got 5G in it, boy. We not on the same wavelength. Fuck out of here.
The shareholders, the people that are investing in those companies, are a different set of people. So when we get data from Pfizer and is brought to the advisory committee in the CDC or the FDA, these are independent bodies that are trying to verify through a peer review.
I invested early in OmegaPro stocks, and that went absolutely great, man. Shout out Fats. That's the GOAT right there.
Process, if that is true. They're trying to do their best with the knowledge that we have. Will we have perfect answers? Will there be mess ups? Absolutely. But that doesn't mean you just throw everything out the way and say, hands up, we failed before, so we can't fail again.
I would agree that there's a difference between mistakes and deception. So deception is an intent. You're intending to have malice towards someone.
So like the three guys that are telling you to take ivermectin instead of COVID vaccines. Like this is the thing. Like, okay, I understand being skeptical and shit like that, and like Dr. Mike says, like, I think you should be skeptical, of course, but like you are taking the word of like 4 random dudes over like the consensus of the fucking world. You feel what I'm saying? Why would you do that? Like you really think it's such a big conspiracy that the whole fucking world, except these 3 guys, that they're lying to you? Like, really? Like, you're that... I be losing faith in humanity sometimes.
right? You're intending to make more money by lying to the public. You're intending to make more money or more profit by not showing all the clinical studies that were conducted that show adverse reactions to the thing that you're putting forth. So that's where I would also make a delineation that there's mistakes, which we can all make, and I would also say science can make mistakes, but then there's this other section, which is an intention.
How do you judge intention?
That's the thing, is with these kind of companies, we have to assume good intention.
All right, sorry, you've been voted out by the majority.
Thank you.
Please return to your
Appreciate it.
seat.
Yikes.
Hello? Pleasure?
Pleasure. So knowing that there are side effects that do come along with the COVID vaccine, which is irrefutable, it's a risk management. And in any circumstance, if there's a risk, there must be a choice at all times. Would you agree with that?
Well, there's always a choice.
Well, there wasn't a choice September 9, 2021, when Biden instituted the OSHA mandate with all federal employees and every business over.
I mean, you still have a choice. Don't get the vaccine and lose your job because you're being a public health risk.
Employees, would you agree with that?
I still think it was a choice.
So when you say it wasn't a choice for all the service members that were part of the military that refused the vaccine, they were dishonorably discharged, did they have a choice?
They had a choice.
And what was their choice?
I'm not saying whether or not this is a fair choice or if I support the choice, but it was a choice.
Okay.
Just like with children, in order to go to a public school where by choosing to not vaccinate your child, you're potentially putting other children at risk, you could choose not to put them in a public school and therefore not be mandated to get the vaccines.
Everyone has the ability to make a right choice for them and their family. And if you are able to fully understand with informed consent, there are many, many risk factors, especially knowing that there's no long-term studies, not one.
Sorry, time's up.
Then die. Like, yeah, there couldn't be a long-term study on like COVID vaccines because COVID blew up in like a fucking month and was killing millions of people across the globe. So like, I'm sorry, man. Then die. Like, what the fuck do you want me? Like, what are we supposed to say to that?
My next claim is that RFK Jr. is a public health threat.
Oh, you saw that Latino for Trump get real uppity, bro. Oh yeah, he's locked in. Oh, he's locked in.
Good to see you again, sir.
Yes, sir.
Oh, he's locked in.
So why do you think he is a threat?
I think when you're trying to put someone in a position of authority of a health agency, you want it to be a person who understands science and follows factual narratives.
So if RFK appeals to other experts that are anti-vax because they've seen sufficient evidence otherwise, would that be heretical as well?
Chat, I'm not trying to get you in a gotcha system, okay? I need you guys to answer truthfully. What is 2 + 2? Life on the line, I put a gun to your head, you had to answer what is 2 + 2. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of 4s. I'm thinking it's 5 actually, because that's just your guys' perspective. This is what you guys think, but I'm really feeling a 5 on this one. I'm really feeling a 5 on this one. And I'm an expert in this field, so like since I'm feeling a 5, like everybody else is trying to get you into the agenda of thinking 2 + 2 is 4. Like that's just the agenda from from Big Pharma. They're trying to profit off of your stupidity. They're trying to tell you that 2 + 2 is 4 to profit off of you. But me, I got good profits. So if you elect me into a higher pay grade role, if you elect me as the lead of public health, you feel what I'm saying? And you give me a nice cushy job type shit with benefits and a very big salary, I'll keep telling y'all that 2 + 2 is 5 because I'm willing to go against the woke mob virus. Like I'm willing to go against the people that are saying 2 + 2 is 4. All y'all got to do is please subscribe to me and please donate to me so I can get a fucking Switch to a Mario Kart world. I mean, so that way I can keep spreading the good truth. So that way I can keep like informing y'all, informing the public. I do this for y'all. Like, I don't agree with everybody else. I'm so different. Like, and I really want to switch to Immortal Robbie. Thank you for the prime for 44 months. 2 + 2 is 5. Go. Hey, man, yo, Mario Kart World, I'm almost there, boys. I'm almost fucking there. I'm almost there, chat.
I think that RFK's stances of why he's a public health threat go past the anti-vaccine stances. He's made public statements that HIV doesn't cause AIDS, that poppers, which is a party drug or a recreational drug that people use, is really the reason why AIDS exists. That is not someone who clearly understands science, and I don't want them in charge.
Yo, the Reaper, thank you for the Prime for 40 months. Chat, if you do got a Twitch Prime, you can pop it on my forehead. Hey, bro, chat, yo, the Switch 2 launch stream is gonna feed families, bro.
Of a health agency.
Okay, assuming he does become head of the health department, wouldn't he now technically be considered the expert, not an expert, but the expert?
No.
So then
there is no the expert in health and medical fields. Are you fucking stupid? Everything is peer reviewed. Everything goes through hundreds of doctors and scientists. Like, there is no the expert. Like, are you actually dumb? Like, you've got to be dumb. You've got to be.
if he put something forth that was anti-vax, and he said we have sufficient evidence to prove this, and then other medical experts such as you, which are pro-vax, went against it, wouldn't now you be categorized as the wrong one?
No, because it's not based on a single person's opinion. This is a consensus-driven statement, driven by thousands of doctors, dozens of agencies, not just here in the United States, but worldwide as well.
Okay, do you allow your patients to write bad reviews about you if they had a bad experience?
It's not my choice to write it or not write it.
No, do you allow them? Or would you remove it?
No.
No what?
I would not remove it.
Okay.
Like what? Like what?
If we look at Facebook, Google, YouTube, they suppressed so many anti-vax posts.
Facebook and other social media platforms banned anti-vaccination advertisements and removed posts related to what the platforms considered misinformation during the height of the pandemic. As it should.
Legitimate declarations of they were injured, serious deaths. ABC News went on Facebook and they posted a simple question. Who do you know or yourself that was seriously injured from the vaccine? Over 200,000 comments that were then removed by Facebook. Mark Zuckerberg just went on Joe Rogan and he said that Joe Biden, the Biden administration, forced them to.
Later, CEO Mark Zuckerberg told Congress that White House officials repeatedly pressured Facebook to censor certain COVID-19 content. I believe the government pressure is wrong, and I regret that we were not more outspoken about it, Zuckerberg wrote in the August 2024 letter.
Censor people. So if someone really believes in their product, why would they do mass censorship to hide it?
I'm a family medicine doctor. I have no idea why they're censoring certain websites or not censoring certain websites. So that's outside of my scope.
Well, that's outside of your scope, but just using logic, just using reasoning. You said you would not remove your patients' bad reviews, so why would we allow these experts to then remove them?
Because if you're spreading false information that's could detrimentally impact people's lives, I think it would be wildly irresponsible to allow that type of stuff to exist. And that's the very reason why Twitter is so bad right now, because you're allowed to say literally anything you want to. If I were to go out and say that man, guys, if you're feeling a little sick, bro, you should just start drinking mad bleach. Bro, I heard that bleach really cleanses the soul. I should be removed from a public platform for trying to spread that type of information because it's harmful. I'm literally telling people to kill themselves. And not in the funny way, oh my God, you killed me in Marvel Rivals, kill yourself. In the way that I'm actually trying to influence people by misguiding them with good intentions and telling them that you should do this one thing that is going to kill yourself.
Those kind of critics.
Last that I checked, no doctor removes patient bad reviews. No doctor goes on and hides comments. I mean, maybe they do it on an individual level, but not on a systemic level.
Okay. I would just say that RFK Jr. does appeal to other experts that even if they're vaccine skeptics, they put forth legitimate studies that would be antithetical to the pro-vaccine studies. So you said earlier, misinformation. I would ask, who is the author of misinformation?
Who is the author of misinformation?
Yeah, so misinformation, first off, is predicated on the fact that there's right information. Right information is going to be predicated on the fact that there's absolute truth. Does science state absolute truth?
There's no absolute truth, period.
Right.
In fact, there's a great book that I recommend everyone to check out. It's called The Half-Life of Facts, to see how what we consider now a fact, how quickly it could change. And in science, what I consider someone who would be a good fit and not a public health threat to lead the agency is someone who's aware that facts can expire, they can change, they can adapt, but they have sound logic as to why they make those decisions, and they don't make statements carelessly with bad information, knowingly bad.
Yo, what up, JoJo? Hey, Pixel Twins.
Right now, you can be pro-vax, and next year, when you see sufficient evidence, you can be anti-vax, correct?
You could.
Okay, perfect. So if there's no absolute truth within this realm, I don't know why we should completely rule out RFK Jr. and the other experts that he could appeal to.
The reason I rule him out is because he takes information that is not true, like that poppers cause AIDS.
Subjectively true.
It's not subjectively true.
For the time being, because you just said it's provisional truth, meaning it can change with time.
Right, but you can create any sort of statement, and in healthcare, we can't just go off of any statement because someone feels subjectively to be true. We have to do our best to do with limited information that we can. That doesn't mean we have zero information, we should just believe anyone. In fact, have you seen these podcast hosts who have protocols by which they sleep, eat, or Gary Brecka or otherwise? The reason why I don't subscribe to their protocols is because anyone can make a claim about anything, just like RFK does with these statements. Until someone backs up these claims with good substantial evidence, and there is a
Please vote this guy off.
Substantial evidence is, we won't believe those stats. The same way that if you sat across from me right now and told me you're the fastest human on earth at 100 meters, you might be telling the truth. Provisionally, subjectively, it might be true. The only way I'll know it's true is if we have an Olympic timekeeper with an Olympic device measured with the proper measuring tape. Then I can witness it, and then I can see it's true.
Okay, pause. Sorry, you've been voted out by the majority.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Jesus Christ. Thank God, man. No. I just recovered from this. I just fucking recovered from this, man. Oh my God, the wombo combo, bruh. Oh my God.
Hello again.
Hello again. I would like to start by saying that HIV does not cause AIDS.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna quit streaming, and if you guys want to catch up on what I'm doing in my life, there is a McDonald's in North Attleboro, Massachusetts. I will be working there tomorrow. Peace out, y'all. This is crazy. This is crazy.
AIDS is actually brought on when your white cell count goes below 200.
You cannot get AIDS if you are not infected with HIV. Yeah.
To say
there it
that
is.
HIV causes AIDS is inaccurate information. It's actually when your blood cell count goes below 200. I do agree.
Left untreated, HIV will progress to AIDS in about 10 years.
Things he say is skeptical, such as climate change is real, when we know that there's weather manipulation weapons and.
Never mind. I will be working 2 jobs. There's a McDonald's, and if you go 2 minutes up the street, there is a Wendy's. I will be working double time there. North Attleboro, Massachusetts. I will be there. It's on Route 1. Come pull up. There's a lot of great stores around. There's a mall right there too. You keep going. There's also a movie theater. You go a little bit further beyond the Wendy's. There's a movie theater up there too, chat. There's a GameStop. There's a Marshalls. You feel what I'm saying? A lot of great amenities around here, chat. If you guys want to come see what I'm up to, bruh, that's where I'm gonna be at. I can't do this shit no more. I can't do this shit no more.
Patents. However, majority of what he says about vaccines is true. When there's so many, have you heard of Dr. Teresa the military doctor Teresa Long?
No.
She said that spontaneous abortion went up 300% in the military after they mandated the vaccines. There's been several doctors that have came out and spoke of the adverse reactions. So how is it that vaccine skeptics are the villains when some of the top doctors, some of the doctors that help create PCR tests, some of the doctors that have worked on vaccines have came out and said they're unsafe and we should not give this to our family and friends. How is it that he's a villain? How are we a villain if some of these vaccines...
Again, any one person can say anything. Like if what she's saying is true, any one person can say anything. But like Dr. Mike said, and like I've been saying, when it comes to the medical field, when it comes to health, when it comes to science, it is a consensus. All right. So like we can't really know anything for 100% fact, obviously. But if one or two doctors come out of nowhere and say this shit is not safe, we should not be taking this, but then every other expert in the field says this is not true, this is for all intents and purposes like safe, good to take, whatever the fuck, like you listen to the consensus.
Creators and scientists are the ones saying we should not get...
Is there anything I could say today that would change your mind?
I'm just asking your opinion.
I'm asking you a question.
Probably not, because I actually read and study.
This nigga has a doctorate. This nigga has a doctorate. He is a doctor. He's got a PhD. Yo.
Well, if I can't change your mind,
I just want to know your opinion.
Yeah, so I would like to give you my knowledge, my experience, and what I've seen in the hospital system. But if you're telling me right now, no matter what I say, you're not going to change your mind, is there any value to that?
Well, I like to study everybody's opinion. I don't like to just say, I believe this and not further investigate everybody else's opinion. But when studies show the unvaccinated...
I'm going to say something that might make you guys lose some faith in humanity. I think there are a staggering amount of people just like her. Like, I think we look at her and say that, oh, this is crazy, this is insane. I think a lot of people, like when I'm talking like when you think of like the people you go to school with, the people you go to work with, people like that, I think a lot of them are like this. And the reason why I'm saying that is because I know of a few people, and it always starts off the same way. They start off like a little skeptical, believing a conspiracy theory here and there. You know what I mean? And then eventually it delves into this every fucking time.
Are actually healthier, and the vaccinated are the ones that are getting COVID and dying.
A scientifically flawed survey of unvaccinated Americans claims unvaccinated children have fewer instances of chronic illness than vaccinated children. The survey did not seek control factors, for instance, soliciting responses from vaccinated and unvaccinated groups in the same manner.
And getting heart problems, and over 100-something athletes that got the vaccine.
While there were several reports of cardiac events and even death among adolescents and young adults, the CDC investigated these associations and found no data to support a link with the COVID-19 vaccine.
Got heart problems after being perfectly healthy. I think it's
multiple studies support the conclusion that the risk for developing whatever the fuck that shit is higher for those infected with COVID-19 than those who got the COVID-19 vaccine.
Safe, and actually more so villain-like to say it's so safe and call people that are anti-vaxxers skeptics when over 100 athletes that are perfectly healthy are injured. Over who knows how many in the military cannot have kids or have had a spontaneous abortion or everything because of this. So I feel like it's an unfair statement to say he's a villain or he's unsafe, but then continue to say you believe the vaccines are safe and effective when millions have died or suffered from adverse reactions. So I'm just trying to understand your perspective.
Even if millions have died from adverse reactions, like let's just live in this world where vaccines are killing millions of people. Do you know how many bodies the illnesses that vaccines protect against, how many bodies those collect? Like, even if we were to take her argument as being serious, you know what I'm saying? the flu, polio. Just to name two. The flu and polio putting up Wilt Chamberlain numbers on humanity.
Yeah, my perspective is
Vaccines made me an Omega fan. That's a good side effect of the vaccines.
Like the American Medical Association put out that over 90% of doctors got vaccinated.
An American Medical Association survey released in June 2021 showed that more than 96% of practicing physicians surveyed had been fully vaccinated against COVID-19. The vax made me get a pixel, and now guess what? Yo, pictures are the most high quality they ever been. Now I get bullied. Bro, you know who else gets bullied? People that tell the truth. Like, come on, fuck with me. Bro, you're getting bullied by, like, iPhone users are pretty much anti-vaxxers. Like, I'm being so dead. iPhone users are pretty much like Trump supporters too. And like, that's just real life. Like, I'm being so dead ass. Like, if y'all are out here like literally judging people for using Pixel or having a green bubble or whatever the fuck, like, you're literally a fascist. Like, can we, like, I'm literally spitting like actual crazy. What phone is your SIM in right now? My Pixel 9. Omega's giving away his iPad Air. I don't have an iPad Air.
There's no epidemic of doctors.
Look, I'm not saying if you're an iPhone user, you are a fascist. If you're an iPhone user that is still bullying Android users and saying, oh, you got a green bubble, I can't text you, blah, blah, blah. I mean, you're like, okay, I'm being funny, but like low key, that is fascism. What phone do I use to text? My main SIM card is in my Pixel 9 Pro. If you text my number right now, it will show up in my Pixel.
Having negative outcomes.
A Cambridge University study of 200 physicians in 2022 found 94% of physicians reported no side effects from the COVID-19 vaccine.
Dying at alarming rates.
There's saline shots as well. There was a doctor in Australia that came forth and said that at least 10% of the vaccines that were going out were saline shots.
In 2021, a medical clinic in Melbourne, Australia apologized to 30 patients who came in to receive the Pfizer vaccine within one 30-minute window, saying some of them may have been injected with a saline injection by mistake. There is no evidence to support 10% of vaccines administered anywhere were filled with saline. Jesus fucking Christ.
And this has been proven by an Australian doctor that some of the shots that were going out
In vaccine trials, some participants are given a saline placebo.
were saline shots. So how are we to say that some of these doctors didn't know ahead of time of Agenda 21?
Yo, everything she says is just not true. This is crazy. Baseless conspiracy theories resurfaced during the pandemic about Agenda 21, claiming the 1992 document signed by 178 nations following a United Nations conference is meant to establish a new world order.
And got a saline shot. It's kind of impossible to say.
Sorry, you've been voted out.
In reality, the non-binding statement addressed human impacts on the environment and sustainable development.
Okay.
Thank you.
Wow. I'm going to say this. I think you can tell who the truly intelligent people are by how much they talk, right? Because every stupid person thinks they're the smartest person in the room.
Mike? Yes. Hi, how are you?
Luna, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
There's so much trust.
I'm the smartest person in this chat right now.
Invested in you, and your research and how you look at things and how you look at data. So I imagine you have a mountain of stuff to look at. When you mentioned the RFK thing, right away what got in my head is like, I don't know nothing about him really, but I know he was a Democrat. If I'm not correct, if somebody...
He ran as a for president as a Democrat.
Okay, so that's why that was a big thing when he transitioned to shaking Trump's hand, right? That was like a big political move.
Yeah, for sure. It made news.
Does that have a bias thing if you don't like Trump?
What?
No. So what's interesting about this anti-vax movement is people are very quick to label it left, right, center. It's not. If you look back at the history of the anti-vaccine movement, it started initially on the left in Democratic circles. Okay. And then over the last few years with the COVID-19 pandemic, it's become...
The anti-vaccine movement dates back to the 1800s and was primarily driven by liberals fearful of government interference in private health matters, both in Great Britain and the U.S.
Become more prevalent on the right, but it's not mutually exclusive. It happens all across the board. And I empathize with you as a new father, how difficult it is making this decision, hearing all these statements, because ultimately you have to decide what to do. Yeah. And if you choose to get the vaccine or you choose not to get the vaccine, both of those carry consequences.
Yes, I get what you're saying, but to call me a villain, even though I have been a villain before, I've been an incarcerated person, to put me now as a villain as I'm trying to be a protective father to the tribe that I'm entitled, that I have, sucks. This really bothers me.
Based off my statements, I would never call you a villain in this situation. I think you actually fall into the victim part of the situation.
Okay.
The villain of the situation is more with this claim about RFK Jr. when he knows things to not be true and he uses that for personal gain or otherwise to progress his career. I don't think that's what you were trying to do, so I don't think you're the villain in this situation at all.
This is website that I think he's part of. It's called childrenhealthdefense.org. Have you heard of this?
Yeah, it's his organization.
Have you watched anything from there or looked at anything?
Sure, I've seen clips.
Okay, did you watch the Unvaxxed video?
No, not the Unvaxxed video.
I highly suggest to watch it. I mean, my concern is...
it's people like this that I actually feel bad for. I think this is like literally a normal guy with all the struggles and pressures of life and being a dad and all that stuff, like getting to him, and he just doesn't know what to believe. Because you have people like RFK Jr. or whoever else like spewing all of this like nonsense, and he doesn't know like if it's true. Like he doesn't know, like he actually doesn't know. And like he sees like one side that's vilifying people like him, right? That's like saying, oh, you're a bad guy if you're not getting vaccinated, blah, 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 whatever. You're not vaccinating your kids, you're a bad father, whatever. It's like, well, I don't think I'm a bad father, but I'm listening to this. Like, I don't know like who to believe type shit. And because like the other side is like being so like inflammatory and aggressive, like he feel like it pushes him further into that direction. So I think this guy could genuinely be won over. I don't like a lot of the people that sat down today, most of them except that one other guy, I feel like they're just so far gone. Like they're just like sipping the Kool-Aid. Like this guy, like genuinely just like he like Dr. Mike said, he's genuinely a victim.
No, not the Unvaxxed video.
I highly suggest to watch it. I mean,
like I feel like this is like a normal guy. I feel very bad that he got suckered into these beliefs.
My concern is you don't have the means to look at the data of the persons that are not vaccinated, and how would you know? Because they're not going to the doctor to check on you regardless. So how can you say that there's not a better option if someone says, I don't feel safe for that? All this stuff mounts up on my decision to be like, dang, am I a villain because someone from the outside is coming in to just go ahead and try to change all these things? I mean,
okay, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to cut you
I
off.
really wish they allowed him to talk to Dr. Mike more.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you sharing.
Like the only normal person, and they didn't even let him talk. That's something I notice a lot about for some people. They feel like they're just getting attacked. We need to educate, not demonize. So that's what I try to do for the most part when I'm streaming. If somebody comes in and says something that's like heinous or whatever, I try to not like reply with aggression, because I understand that can push people like even further away. I think at a certain point it gets tiring to do that all the time. So not everybody has the capacity or the energy to do that. And I think that's understandable. I also think that it's very hard to do that when so many people are like, this woman was over here, where like it kind of doesn't matter what you say because you're not going to convince them. And I think that in a lot of situations, like it feels like that a lot of the time. Like it feels like I could say anything to you right now and it's just not going to matter. Like a lot of people that are like, for example, on the Trump side or whatever, like this is why, like anytime you bring up the hypocrisies of Trump and like the people that he be jacking with or whatever, It's just never going to matter to these people. Like, it's just never going to matter. And I think like the biggest issue that comes in with anti-vax stuff is like, if you want to make these sorts of decisions for yourself personally, then you deal with the consequences, right? Like, for example, I talked about Steve Jobs earlier, denying modern medicine and trying to cure his cancer with holistic and natural remedies and stuff like that, and he died. That's his fault. Like, he deserves that. But if him as a father were to deny his child medical procedures and medical care and try to give that nigga some tea to cure his child's cancer, I would think he was a bad person for that. I would think that is child abuse. That is neglect to do that in that case. Like, as soon as like you are having other people's lives in your hands, that's where it gets completely different for me. Like, if like driving drunk like only killed the drunk driver, like I don't think anybody would give a fuck. Like, if you want to do that, like you want to be irresponsible, bro, that's on you. You deal with the consequences. But the problem with drunk driving is that it oftentimes kills other people and not the drunk driver. We see that shit happen so many times. So like, that's why people go so hard against that stuff. And that's why, like, yeah, if you drive drunk, everybody's going to think you're a piece of shit. You're like the worst human being imaginable. Oh God, he's back.
How you doing, sir?
Hello.
Good to see you again.
Good to see you.
So I just want to say there haven't been a lot of people in public health advocating for natural remedies, or even
because they don't work.
Talking about working out, talking about getting the fluoride out of the water, talking about getting the chemicals out of the food. So how could you say this when most of the problems that are facing this country, cancer, diabetes, heart disease, are really
so I mean, sure, that's true, but that doesn't really go against RFK being a public health threat. They're both public health threats. In the same way that like eating super processed foods and eating shitty foods is the number one killer in the country, honestly. In the same way that that's a public health threat, I mean, so is RFK Jr. So like, what does it matter?
From all of these forever chemicals that are, yes, on clothes, but that even should be regulated as well. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I think that everything RFK Jr. says is not necessarily wrong. The best analogy I can think of is if I have a clock that's broken, it's still right sometimes. It doesn't mean I'm going to wear it and call it a good clock.
I love that.
Bodied.
Have you been wrong before in your life?
Absolutely.
In your practice as a doctor? I've been wrong as well. And what I will say is all of us have the ability to atone. All of us have the ability to know new information. Yeah. And just like—
I'm sorry, RFJ is 3,000 years old. That nigga is not atoning for anything. He's not going to change his mind. He's only self-serving. Nothing like that. I also believe in rehabilitation and leading people the right way, and like people like course correcting and learning from their mistakes. This dude is about to get a brand new cushy job and be like the guy for healthcare or whatever the fuck, right? Yeah, man, there's no possible way he's ever going to not be who he is. Not gonna happen. That's like expecting like out of nowhere for Trump to like wake up tomorrow and like barring the Phantom Thieves giving that nigga a calling card, there is no way Trump's gonna wake up tomorrow and be like, you know what? I suddenly believe in human rights and shit. I feel like human rights is kind of fire. If you feel me, like I feel like, you know, tariffs like L on a terrorist, low key. Like, you know what? I think people should have rights. And you know what? I'm gonna say something else. Y'all might boo me for this. I feel like women should have rights as well. And it's gonna be like, whoa, what the like? Trump is not going to do that.
Hope that we can be able to trade information and look on the other side of the aisle and say, you know what, there are people who care about people. Yeah. And I want you to realize that that's what you're surrounded by right now. We're not only talking about ourselves in terms of our own well-being and saying this is my choice, but also saying there is a big issue in this country as it pertains to the children. We could just look at the children, and even if we talk about, once again, the vaccine aspect of COVID and how COVID wasn't affecting children, but yet all of these other issues are, and they got to grow up in this world also the idea for me that we have all of the testing and all of the evidence for COVID is also false. So when people are skeptical and people are like, you know, people say the disinformation doesn't, I say the divine information doesn't, because they were kind of prophets when you look at it. If you look back at their old claims, a lot of things that they said came true.
Wait, who?
Even when we look at all of the things that Fauci was involved in, gain of function research, everything going on in that Wuhan lab in China, there's a lot of things that we can say. So I would hope that based off of this conversation, you could at least have a little bit of heart to say, you know what, maybe RFK is not just thinking about his career, but he's actually thinking about people. And I think all medical doctors.
Saying HIV does not lead to AIDS, there's like nothing that you cannot be thinking about the people with that statement. Like, it's just like, I don't think this is a thing of like, everybody wants to be the good guy in their own story. So like, because that's something that I try to like live my life by. Like, if somebody does me wrong or like snakes me, like, I never try to think like they did that shit intentionally and maliciously, right? I'm always like, there had to be a reason from their perspective, or you know what I mean? Because like, I just don't want to believe that people are like that. But when you stand to gain millions of dollars, when you stand to gain positions of power, I think that can definitely cloud that. And I think that somebody would absolutely be a negative force on humanity and lead people astray for profit.
Doctors should do the same.
Yeah, I think everyone in this room has been very charitable in speaking with me, and I actually really appreciate it. I'm here volunteering my time to try and just share what I've learned, my experience, my knowledge, what I would do if I was facing a dilemma with vaccinating my future child. And my goal is just to share the most accurate information, because when I started in healthcare and I was a resident and I was in my training, the amount of negative things people were doing to their health, like a lot of the metabolic things that you've discussed, like the lifestyle choices, were largely due to other people misinforming them or making miracle promises.
Like almost like doctors saying cigarette smoke is actually good for you?
Exactly. In fact, everything that we're doing,
I think RFK is probably maliciously
50%
manipulative.
of it over the next 100
and
years
also
will be found to
stupid.
be ineffective. Or
But I think more maliciously manipulative than stupid.
And some of it will go back to nature. Like, going back to nature sounds really good, but there's also a little bit of a fallacy in that. So like in nature, people walk barefoot, but we don't choose to walk barefoot because we don't want to get tetanus infection from the floor and get cuts on our feet. There's
and all of these chemical-induced floors that we're putting, all of these bleaches, these things that are
exactly forever chemicals in our watch bands.
But grounding is a thing. Earthing is a thing that has proven to help with.
So how do we balance a healthy lifestyle of being outdoors with modern science is where we need to go.
I think we can do it, right?
Yeah.
Because allopathic medicine did rule out, once again, I think I brought up the flexible
I'm not
report,
an allopathic physician. How wild is that? I'm an osteopathic physician. So I think more of the holistic approach than a traditional allopathic physician would. I did not go to an allopathic medical school, and I am very passionate about one thing that I feel like is lost in modern healthcare, the body's ability to heal itself.
Yes. Amen.
And I think that sometimes we envision so much more control than what we actually have. Like, for example, do you think wearing a seatbelt saves lives?
It can, yeah, for sure.
Has it ever saved yours?
No.
Have you worn it all the time or majority of the time?
I have not worn it all the time,
But
but
majority
I
of the
could
time.
see.
You regularly wear it.
Yeah, for sure.
Does that mean it was stupid to have done so?
No, not at all. But I think the
That's
seatbelt
how
is not
I
risking my life as a vaccine would be risking
So there's
my
some
life, right?
people that believe, like anti-vaxxers believe vaccines are harmful without great evidence, that seatbelts can cause you to get trapped and et cetera, and actually
You're
cause
saying
more problems.
anti-vaxxers believe that?
No, I'm saying like anti-vaxxers
okay.
believe negative beliefs about vaccines that are not
I
well
see.
proven. Some people say that about seatbelts. Some people say that the world is not round and they believe it to be flat.
Now, can you compare vaccine skepticism with really seatbelt skepticism? Like, do you think that that really weighs,
I
especially
think
when
the
people have
principle-
been injured from vaccines? This is a real thing that
People
has
have been injured by seatbelts.
I understand. So I'm going to give somebody else a time, but you know, my claim is pretty much that RFK is standing up for a lot of different things that are going on in this country right now that are causing more damage than COVID.
I would love.
I can't believe that he has some of the opinions he has and is an RFK dick rider. Like, that is like I actually can't believe that. That is fucking insanity.
For someone else to stand up for those things as opposed to RFK.
I think
but we
you
agree
as well,
with
right?
Yeah.
Hey again.
Hello.
Oh, she's back.
So his movement, the MAHA movement, Make America Healthy Again, as a mom and as a woman, it speaks to a lot of people because, especially as a nurse as well, and seeing the chronic disease epidemic in this country, we spend more in healthcare than any other country. We're more medicated than any other country, but yet we're not healthy. And I don't necessarily always agree with everything that RFK Jr. says. I mean, I don't agree with my husband on everything, and I willingly chose him, let alone some random politician. So I could see why you could probably disagree with it, but I think he speaks to something to a lot of people. He appeals to the parent. He appeals to just the everyday American. They want to go back to a more natural way of life, and that's what I think. I disagree with that claim that he's a threat because I think his intentions come from a good place. He's not necessarily anti-vaccine, but he wants safe vaccines.
Yeah, so I'm pointing out that I think RFK Jr. is a threat to public health, and you're pointing out reasons why he's good. And I think there are legitimate reasons of things that he says that are valuable that should be addressed. He said a lot of things that I think risk children's lives in the future. I think by potentially getting rid of vaccines, increasing diseases that were once extinct coming back is extremely worrying to me as a primary care provider.
Okay, pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please proceed.
Thank you.
Haven't there been outbreaks of I forgot which disease, but some of them diseases that we pretty much eliminated? I'm pretty sure I've seen flare-ups of some of them shits coming back. The measles in Texas. You feel what I'm saying? Bro, nobody had the measles for 50 years or some shit.
Hi.
Hello.
Again. Okay. RFK Jr. has been revealing so much of what we have been needing to know about health. And again, like you were saying, some of the things that have been hidden from us. I mean, I'm a YouTuber, right? I have a YouTube channel. And when I talked about the vaccine, I was censored. And he wants to bring back the freedom of speech.
Everybody was censored though. Even if you were anti-vax or pro-vax, if you said anything COVID related, you were getting demonetized on YouTube, no matter what you were saying.
He wants to bring back the power of the people, and we have been really just oppressed by Big Pharma and by the government, and we want our freedom back. And even my friend Liana Warner Gray, she is the author of The Earth Diet.
Yeah, if you said the word COVID in your YouTube video during the pandemic, you were auto demonetized.
Cancer right here, a tumor, and she got healed through organic foods. She is a huge promoter of RFK and MAHA, and she talks about how
if somebody survives a gunshot wound to the head, do you all of a sudden start saying gunshot wounds to the head are not deadly?
Is the way to heal the world is through the natural medicine of God.
Oh my fucking God.
Gave us everything that we needed. The reality
Steve Jobs thought so too. God said, nah.
is,
good.
If we don't get vaccinated with Jesus, we will face God on Judgment Day.
Oh my fucking
Lord. It's not
Lord.
just about health. It's about freedom of speech. It's about the government's trying to kill us. Even Bill Gates had, I think it was kind of like a TED Talk, but he had a talk where he said,
they want her out of here.
We need to get the population down, and we're going to do a great job of it. And you know how? Through improving vaccines. Because
Okay, hold on. What did this say?
we need to get the population down.
In a 2010 TED Talk about how to lower carbon emissions, Bill Gates said, first, we've got population. The world today has 6.8 billion people. That's headed up to about 9 billion.
We're going to do a great job of it. And you know how? Through improving vaccines.
Now, if we do a really great job on new vaccines, healthcare, reproductive health services, we could lower that by perhaps 10 to 15%.
Because we're going to lower the population that way.
The quote is frequently taken out of context. Bill Gates told Forbes in 2011 that data shows when mortality rates fall, the birth rate follows and population growth stabilizes. We moved pretty heavily into vaccines once we understood that.
You can find it. Pause. You've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
Wait, I just saw that. Oh no.
Hello.
Is this the same fit they had on in the last video too? Oh my fucking God, jump scare. No way.
Hi, how are you? Nice to meet you. My name is Michael. I kind of bring some curiosity.
This is definitely a different fit.
So in 2010, my mother was vaccinated with the flu vaccine. And right after 3 days later, she received half of her face was paralyzed. And the doctor was actually expressing that it could have been a number of things. It could have been what she ate, whatever. But at the end of the day, she most likely believes that it was because of that flu vaccine back in 2010. Assuming again that we've had roughly 20 years of flu vaccine studies going around. So my question to you is, how is it possible that someone could potentially get Bell's palsy 3 days after she got a flu vaccine, which could have permanently allowed her face to be paralyzed for the rest of her life, versus someone who got it and maybe didn't have those symptoms that I'm expecting?
Okay, so the question. Okay, I'm gonna take this in the best faith possible. I think they're genuinely asking how some people could have a negative reaction to a vaccine and some could not. Because obviously we've been getting flu vaccines for years. I've gotten a flu vaccine every year of my life pretty much, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? So like, we've been getting flu vaccines for decades at this point. So how could some people have a negative reaction and some people not? I think that's the question. I think, the claim that his relative got paralyzed from the vaccine, that obviously, we don't know. But I think he's asking more of a general question.
Yeah, so Bell's palsy, interesting condition because we oftentimes don't even know what caused it. A lot of times we think it has a viral cause. Now, if your mother in this situation believes that the vaccine was to blame for this condition, yes, there is a way for her to get compensated for it because vaccines do carry side effects. I am not your mom's doctor, so I wouldn't know all the circumstances surrounding it, which vaccine, which number dose, what other health conditions existed, what medications were being taken. There's a lot to take into consideration because health has so many variables. And even when she has her own doctor, they might not even know the right answer. That's why when you apply for this vaccine injury compensation fund, it's a no-fault system with no jury, meaning that they're trying to do their best to get people paid out as quickly as possible. Because if you were to sue a vaccine manufacturer, it would take forever. It would take huge sums of money for your mom to be able to fight that case. But by applying to the Vaccine Injury Compensation Fund, you're actually able to get payouts on average 2 to 3 years, which is much faster than going through a full jury trial. So this is all to say that vaccine could have caused that side effect in your mother. I can't say yes or no, but if it did, she should be compensated. The fact that that compensation exists, I think, is a good thing, and I think it shows that we're honest that vaccine side effects absolutely happen.
Now, the other thing I do want to kind of ask, is it true that you as a doctor, you follow a certain code of conduct?
Sure.
Do you ever say that there's things that you say that have to be political? Or?
I have been critical of the CDC, the WHO. I've been critical of Dr. Fauci. I've been critical to Dr. Fauci in front of him, sitting at interviews.
All right, let's end there. Perfect. Thanks, guys.
Okay. He was not, okay. I feel like they weren't insane, but they didn't have a lot of time, so.
My next claim is that anti-vaxxers are both victims and villains of misinformation.
He threw that villains of misinformation there because he knew it was going to get them riled up. And we're going to see how riled up they get when I get back from taking a fat piss. I'll be right back, y'all. Type shit. Oh, fuck. I don't have my scene. Oh, this is bad. Anyways, enjoy the music. All right, I'm back, y'all. My bad. My llama going on a hunger strike, so I had to see what she was going to get herself to eat before she starved to death. All right, I'm back. LeBron injured end the NBA season.
What the dog doing?
Ali, thank you for the prime for 32 months. Welcome back, gang. Tight shit, dude. Uh-oh. Oh, he wanted to sit down so bad. The Holy Bible t-shirt.
The way I see it, the vaccine itself should be, the discussion. But we could talk about that.
Yeah, I think the reason why I say it that way is that, for example, I believe you're a vaccine skeptic. And I think vaccine hesitancy, skepticism is warranted. But I think when you're an anti-vaxxer, you become an activist for spreading misinformation, and that makes you both a villain and a victim because you've largely been misled.
So, the anti-vaxxer, would you agree that there's some reason for someone to be an anti-vaxxer?
Absolutely. And a lot of times they're the ones misled, so that's why I think they're victims. Because it's easy if someone shares a very, let's do it this way. I think this is a very visual.
Kalios, thank you for the prime for 63 months. Appreciate that, GOAT.
Easy way to understand it. If there are two streets to cross to get to the other side of the road, and I've run 1 million people through this trial, and I saw that the sidewalk on the right is much safer than the sidewalk on the left, or the street on the left. And someone starts spreading misinformation that the right sidewalk is actually so deadly, and they saw someone die and it was brutal, and they make it very powerful, and they start convincing people to cross on the more dangerous sidewalk. I would say that they're being a villain by telling people to go on the other side of the sidewalk. And they're also a victim because they may have been misled by someone who shared a very scary story.
Understood. So what would be an example of the misinformation that you're referring to?
Like that vaccines cause autism.
So they don't cause autism, you're saying?
Correct.
At all?
Correct.
Well, that's news to me. Okay, what about
Like, bro, the fucked up part is the vaccine autism thing was like one guy in like the 90s that said it. And like people still believe it today. It was one fucking guy.
Doesn't the vaccine save lives?
Correct. It lowers the death rate. It doesn't prevent it 100%.
Okay. So why are people dying?
Because it's not 100%.
But reality is, the majority of the people who were dying were vaccinated people.
Correct.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Yo. I knew this dude who wore bulletproof vests, got shot and died. Bulletproof vests suck. They don't work. You should not wear a bulletproof vest if you expect to take any gunfire. I saw one guy, he died with a bullet. Yeah, because he still got fucking shot, nigga. He still got shot.
Correct, because most people were vaccinated.
The misinformation, autism, that's one I have to look into. Is there anything else?
In terms of what's bad misinformation, I've heard people say things like there's no such thing as a safe vaccine. I think that's misinformation.
Okay, pause.
Congratulations!
Actual, thank you for gifting a sub to this.
Sunny gifted a tier 1 sub to Central Intelligence Agency. They have given 77 gift subs in the channel.
Now imagine they talk in my chat. Hey man, I'll become an anti-vax spokesperson for a Switch 2. Fuck it, chat. Now imagine compromising your morals for 500 beans. Yo, fuck, beat the shit out of my mic. Hoodie man, thank you for the 5 gifted. Bang! Appreciate that, goat. Appreciate that, goat. For a Switch 2 is crazy. 500 beans plus tax, bro. Y'all know Mario Kart $80. Hold on, maybe vaccine. Maybe when I get my vaccine, I was kind of limping a little bit. Fuck. Shit. Maybe when I got my vaccine, I think I did get a cough after the vaccine. Fuck was that, chat? My vision got worse after I got the vaccine too. Hold on now. Hold on, I need Pokemon Legends ZA as well. Yeah, fucked up part. After I got the vaccine, I couldn't walk for like 3 weeks. It wasn't until I started drinking tea and shit I was able to walk again. Shout out holistic medicine. You feel what I'm saying, chat? That's shout out holistic medicine type shit. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, bro. You feel what I'm saying, chat? Oh, what happened? Oh shit. Xenoblade Chronicles 4 getting revealed. Damn. I took the vaccine, I started sucking dick and shit. Like, I turns out I'm gay. Like, what the? You feel me? Damn. Yo, this COVID vaccine, chat. Don't take it. don't take it.
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Appreciate it.
Oh oh my god. Oh my god. Look at that fucking thug. Holy shit.
Pleasure. Very passionate.
Yeah, something like that.
Wait, I didn't know he was a black man when I said that. Now I look racist. I thought he was a white dude from the back. Now I look racist as hell. Yo, I want to switch too. Not that bad. Chat, I'm not racist. Oh my god.
First of all, if I want to say your claim has some logic to it. Like, yes, I can agree that some people are victims to vaccines, but I also agree that there are some anti-vaxxers who do come at vaccines very aggressively. But what I want to say is, when it comes to the actual efficacy of vaccines,
Hey, I'm not clicking that link, bro. I don't know what that shit is.
we have a constitutional right. The first Constitution says we have a right to religious practices. And
Oh, he's really nervous. You can tell.
some people will say, oh, hey, this is the body God gave me, and I don't want to take any vaccines.
Sure.
And other people will say, those people are crazy because maybe vaccines help. But I guess what I'm trying to get at is, I think it depends on the actual vaccine, if somebody could be a victim or a perpetrator, I guess you can say. Because when it comes to the swine flu, that vaccine...
While dozens of deaths have been reported following swine flu immunizations, in 1976, the deaths were not definitively linked to the vaccine. However, the research shows the vaccine did increase risk of whatever syndrome, and the government suspended the program.
Actually killed 32 people, and they discontinued it shortly after because they knew it wasn't going to be anything good, I guess you can say.
My whole stance on vaccines is strictly to do with the science, less so about religious stances, whether or not someone chooses or not to vaccinate. So when I say that someone is a victim of anti-vaccine misinformation, I think what I'm saying is that they've been tricked by misinformation or perhaps misled by an emotional argument, less so that they've been a victim of a vaccine.
Do you mind if I ask, can that also work in the opposite logic, as in somebody can trick you into thinking that vaccine is God's great gift on earth, as in when Anthony Fauci...
Vaccine is one of the greatest gifts on earth, categorically. Yeah.
Told us, hey, the COVID, you can't transmit it.
You mean like treating science as a religion?
Yes, exactly.
I think that's not a good way to go.
Yes.
When we said lines like trust the science, I wasn't even a fan
Really?
because trust the science almost played like trust the scientist.
Yes, the exact one.
And
yes.
that's not what it should be.
Yes.
Because science is a process by which you ask questions.
Yes.
And in fact, when we do research, we try to disprove ourselves. That's what good research is.
Yeah.
Research isn't supposed to be done to confirm your belief in something because you want it to be true.
Yes.
You're trying your best to disprove whatever it is that you're setting out to find out.
Yes.
And you're trying to think in every way where your limitation is on the study, where your bias can be in the study. We actually meet in hospitals and we have something called Journal Club, where we look at a study and we say, where's the bias in the study? Where's the limitations? Where can the next study design be better? And there are experts that are constantly dealing with this to try and improve our further research. So it's not about
Wait, is this
it shouldn't be treated like a religion.
a hype
It should
train?
be an ever-evolving process that is continually questioned. At the same time, when we look at the manufacturing of vaccines and how they're made, some people with religious views are concerned. I will say a lot of the major leaders in each major religion in the United States has put forth that people should get vaccinated and that it is acceptable by their religion. That's not me, I'm not a religious leader, but I just have seen that put out.
Let's say they had those religious beliefs where they're like, I don't want to take it. Would you, I know you said, would you fully agree?
This guy also seems like relatively normal.
Those people were victims of that said policy. Like if you're a healthcare worker, military.
I wouldn't view them as a victim because I saw them getting the vaccine as largely a positive.
Okay, I can see you see it as a positive, but for me, I never took the COVID vaccine. I never got COVID, so I don't see the positivity for me.
I mean, yeah, many people never got COVID. I mean, it is what it is.
Is there a way you can prove that the COVID vaccine was in fact a positive for everybody that took it?
I can't prove that it's for everybody. In fact, when someone shares a story, whether or not it worked for them, whether they had a side effect on them, I can't prove it.
Yeah.
When we look at research, we look at populations, we look at averages, and off of those averages, we can make certain statements. They're never foolproof. In fact, the reason why we have a vaccine injury compensation fund is for that exact reason, so that.
Hey, chat, I can tell you this right now. Code Lyoku is a Twitch sub to me, and the devil has never burned down his house, killed his pets, and fucked his mom. That shit has never happened, and he's a Twitch sub. So, unless you want that to happen to you, you should probably subscribe. So, like, I'm just saying, y'all.
That there are individuals who have been hurt by vaccines, that they should be compensated.
That compensation only comes after the National Childhood Vaccine Act.
The National Childhood Vaccine Injury Act of 1986 created the National Vaccine Injury Compensation Program, a no-fault alternative to the traditional legal system. But Hoodie Mane is a mod and he's a Celtics fan. That just goes to show you that anybody could rise up the ranks.
I might be saying it wrong. It came out in 1986.
Okay.
But basically, it was a blanket type of pardon for.
The U.S. government says it was created after lawsuits against vaccine companies and healthcare providers threatened to cause vaccine shortages and reduce vaccination rates. The act only applies to covered vaccines.
For any type of pharmaceutical company to be held liable for any.
DB John with no sub says, I need to warn my mom. Or you could sub.
Injury or death, because before that, they were dealing with all kinds of lawsuits. I think it was back in 1962.
He's like, Mom, so you're going to smell some soot, some smoke, and some fire. The devil might give you back shots. It's because I wouldn't use my Twitch Prime on OmegaPro. You got to understand. What the fuck? What up, Shark Bait?
Like that.
Yeah, so part of what you said is really right, and part of it is a little bit in a slightly different direction, and I'll explain to you exactly how. Right now, if you believe you've been hurt by a vaccine, you can apply through this National Vaccine Compensation Fund. The way that that fund is funded is every time we give a vaccine, there's a 75 cent.
Lena told me, Code. Lena told me. I laughed. The Vaccine Injury Compensation Trust Fund is funded by 75-cent excise tax on vaccines recommended by the CDC for routine administration to children. The tax is put on each dose of a vaccine.
And tax put on every vaccine, and that money goes to fund that fund. The reason that was created was that vaccine companies in the 1980s, as you said, were facing major lawsuits at the time because of vaccines. And there was historically a special that aired on television that scared people, that spiked all the lawsuits.
Okay.
So pharmaceutical companies said, we're not going to make vaccines. It's too risky for us. It's too expensive. So we face shortages. We face decreased innovation. And we created this tax as a way to potentially take some of the risk off their hands. However, if
has a kid and bans them from subbing so I can get satanic back shots. Yo, Kaleido, bro, like, we good? Like,
go through the National Injury Compensation Fund, and you're not satisfied that you didn't get money. You're satisfied that you didn't get enough money. You just want to pull out of it in general. Vaccine companies can still be sued. It's just a lot easier to sue through the compensation fund.
I mean, I guess I respect it.
And I do appreciate you giving me that information. A little bit of it was new to me. But anyways, I know you said it's 75 cents on the dollar that the vaccine companies pay out to that. So who's the other 25 cents? The taxpayer?
No. There's an added charge. So for example, if a vaccine costs $10 to administer, the cost of that vaccine will be $10.75.
Okay, pause.
And that little 75 cents will go.
You've been voted out by the majority. Please
Thank you.
return to your seat.
Hello, pleasure.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
When you look at people that are proponents of the vaccine, especially in important capacities, like if we take the example of Jay Varma, he was a COVID czar at the peak of COVID, and he was a public health advisor under Bill de Blasio, and he's having private gatherings in August of 2020.
Dr. Jay Varma was New York City's senior public health advisor under Mayor Bill de Blasio during the first year of the pandemic. He was caught on a hidden camera talking about sex parties he attended in August and November 2020 while telling New Yorkers to stay away from others to stop the spread of COVID-19. Oh, this is actually an interesting thing he's bringing up because Dr. Mike was also in some hot water because during the pandemic, he went out on, he went to like a party on a boat or some shit with like a small group of people. So it's actually very interesting that this is getting brought up.
It was a sex party, right? So 8 to 10 people, and I think it's really funny too because
you're saying he's being hypocritical.
Yeah, he's being hypocritical.
Absolutely.
And
do you know who the #1 hypocrites are? Healthcare providers.
Right.
We're the worst patients. We're the worst at following our own advice.
And that essentially proves what I'm trying to say, because it's like, if you're advocating for the vaccine, but you're doing the exact opposite.
Can I ask if you think that if you are sharing accurate information, but you might not be following the same stances, you could still be sharing accurate information? So in this case, he was saying that we should be social distancing or not having parties, and he had party in the situation.
Omega said sub, but he won't sub himself. I'm pretty sure I have a sub. Yeah, see, I got a sub. I'm sub to me. I've been sub to me for 105 months. A tier 3 sub, no less.
So is there a world where he's telling the truth? You shouldn't be doing this thing.
Okay.
But he did that thing, and that's
and
not
I'm
good.
Also doing it?
No.
Like,
but I'm saying that.
Bang! Yo, chat, this Switch 2 is real. Oh my God, chat, if y'all continue this level of support, I sound like Darkside Phil. If y'all continue this level of support, I'll be able to get a Switch 2. Hooray! And Jerry still doesn't have a sub, so everything is going great.
That it's wrong that he did it, but it's right that he's sharing the right information. Is that possible?
I mean, that's true, but...
Sorry, you've been voted out by the majority.
Okay.
Please return to your seat.
Great point.
God, I want to end stream and play Metaphor so fucking bad. No, God.
Hello.
No, God, no, God, no, God, no, God, no, God, no.
That's my bestie.
Actual, I think you missed.
78 gift subs in the channel.
Actual, I think you missed. Thank you for the gift sub to Barry. What up, ZD?
Hello, pleasure.
How are you?
Nice to meet you.
Did I say ZD? I meant Zatgard. Oh my god, that's crazy.
And I'm also an educator. I'm a conscious sex therapist. So I deal with longevity, preserving the body. And so I think the real villains are people like Fauci, right? Did you know that his salary is like $500K? And the highest...
Dr. Anthony Fauci made $480,000 in 2022, his last year of public service, according to a government records request obtained by OpenTheBooks.com. The president makes $400,000 years, a salary set by Congress that has not increased since 2001. Rambler, thank you for the gift sub to Larry. Jerry, you're gonna get one soon, man. I guarantee it.
They said, and he's worth $11 million. Crazy. Maybe he's getting the rest of that money. But
the combined net worth of Dr. Fauci and his wife Christine Crady was was $11.5 million in 2022, according to Fauci's termination report obtained by Fox News.
And let me go on just real quick. Sure. And that something interesting I thought too when you were talking about the VAERS studies that there's.
So my question is if RFK Jr. assumes that role and is also getting paid $500,000 a year, will that like magically stop mattering now, or like what? So what do we what's gonna happen there?
My bestie. Gifted one sub to Terry.
Yo, ZD, thank you for the gift sub to Terry. Right. Hey Jerry, you're not getting a sub, but I'm getting supported, so it's kind of working out.
It's like 40 million adverse reactions, not including the death.
Americans have reported to VAERS that slightly more than 1 million adverse events after getting COVID-19 vaccinations, not 40 million. VAERS is a passive reporting system and may contain information that is incomplete, inaccurate, coincidental, or unverifiable. So they're pretty much like this would be the equivalent of reading Facebook comments. Code gifted a sub to Cherry. I love that. Chat, we're about 450 subs away from a Switch 2. Wait, I don't even know if the math, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Yes. And with polio, because I want to talk more about like child vaccine.
Hey Jerry, send that text to your mom, bro. Tell her Lucifer coming and knocking. I got both COVID shots and I'm fine, great even. I think I got 3 COVID shots. Yeah, they was giving me back shots regularly.
Because I'm a mom and all that stuff. But polio, which came out in 1968, only had 123K.
The Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, VAERS, was established by the CDC and FDA in 1990, decades after poliovirus and tetanus vaccines became widely available. The first polio vaccine was licensed in 1955. Tetanus vaccines were introduced into routine childhood vaccinations in the 1940s.
And tetanus had 15K. So it's crazy, right? These have been around for ages. But anyway, that's...
I'm not reading this bullshit no more.
The villains, I think, are... Maybe not you, because you seem very nice, Dr. Mike.
Okay, thank you.
But doctors, when I was... Okay, so we have something in common. I was on welfare. I have a crazy story.
They have given some gift subs in the channel.
Foldenson, thank you for the gift sub to Ray. Yep.
But when I had my son, I decided, I want to do this clean. I want to be clean. I don't want to do the vaccines. And they made me feel, like you said, like the most terrible mom. So we have these doctors and the drug companies who are making us feel like we're the villains, but they're the villains, because health should be a matter of choice, right?
No, it shouldn't. If you want to drink while you're pregnant, should that be your choice? No, that should be frowned upon. That should not be allowed. You should not do that. In the very same way that you should vaccinate your children so that way they don't get measles or polio or tetanus or whatever the fuck.
The problem is we're not healthy anymore, right? So they forced me to, or they tried to force me to get vaccines all the way through my pregnancy. Why do we want to vaccinate newborns with Hep B? What are they? Are they having anal sex and intravenous needles or getting tattoos in utero? My son wasn't.
Well, Hep B is not just spread by all those things that
But
you
mostly,
mentioned.
right.
But
wow,
there's children that get it from sharing food utensils,
Right.
biting one
And
another in
newborn,
preschool.
But newborn, doctor? I mean, you have to understand. Newborn, like my son.
Scoobs gifted a tier 1 sub to Jerry.
Wait, is that actually Jerry or?
Gift subs in the channel.
Wow, no, that is not actually Jerry. Wow.
Daycare where there's a lot of other children that
Right, but not in the first few hours of life. Like
Jerry
the best
thought
thing
it was-
we need is breast milk, and like for me to like be forced, feel like I was forced to do that. Anyways, I went almost a year.
Well, were you forced?
I wasn't, but they did try to force me. They
Okay, but you weren't forced though. So like, I mean, it's gonna be just like when I go to the doctor and my doctor is like, "Hey man, you should really lose some weight, fat ass, or you're gonna die tomorrow." And I'm like, "Yeah, man, sure." And I go home and I DoorDash some Taco Bell. Like, my doctor didn't force me on a strict diet. They're just like, "Hey man, if you don't want to fucking die, you should probably lose some weight, fat ass." You feel what I'm saying? It's like kind of this, like the doctor can give you suggestions and tell you what is the best for the health of you and your child. You don't necessarily have to follow it, but
Was up Kevy gifted a tier
Yeah.
1 sub to Jerry.
Wait, did
They've given 3 gifts.
Wait, did Kevy actually do it, or is there like an extra R in there? I can't tell. Did Kevy actually do it? Bang! Kevy did it! Bang! Congratulations, Jerry. You're free.
make you feel like you're a terrible mom. I refused all the vaccines while pregnant, and then I was already on welfare, so it made me feel, they didn't make me feel, I chose to feel like I was the villain when they were vilifying me. And so just to go back, because I wanted some of the other prompts about like the immunity and things like that, which I think is really important to talk about, because my son was in school, he was in preschool, but he didn't go until he was almost a year. I've forgone, sorry. I'm sleep deprived. All the vaccines until he was almost a year. When I put him into preschool, because I was in a program to like go to school and you get welfare, you get the child care covered, all that stuff.
So I'm confused. Is she anti-vax or not? Because you've still vaccinated her kid after a year.
So no vaccines. My son was never sick a day in his life. To this day still. I nursed him till he was 7, which I know people think is weird, but in other cultures they do it. During COVID, someone said it, we traveled to like 20 countries and neither one of us got it and neither one of us are vaccinated until when he was a year, they forced me to get it. And because I was on welfare, this brings it back to like why we should have a choice, right? I was too nervous. A lot of my friends and people that know me, they forged it. They told me I go to Vistaprint. So what happens is when you take that right, and you said you didn't know how many states have that privilege, the religious exemptions, all of us.
All states have laws requiring certain vaccines for students to attend schools. 5 states do not allow personal or religious vaccine exemptions: California, Connecticut, Maine, New York, and West Virginia.
Do except for 3, California being one of them, sadly, Mississippi and West Virginia. So we were
In 2023, a federal district court required Mississippi to allow a religious exemption. The parent or guardian must watch an educational video at a county health department to receive an exemption.
not able to just say, listen, it's my body, my choice, my religious beliefs. As someone said, I want to decide for myself and my son.
Yeah, so you're sharing the story of your son, and I'm so glad that it worked out that your son didn't get one of these vaccine preventable illnesses. We largely don't see a lot of these vaccine preventable illnesses because of vaccines. Smallpox, polio.
Yeah, because like your kid cannot get vaccinated and still be fine because every other kid is vaccinated that he interacts with. Like that's like how that works.
Measles for the most part, all of these vaccine preventable illnesses are no longer seen, and that's partially why that if a single person doesn't get a vaccine, they end up not getting the illness.
But that doesn't go against your, okay.
I'll just finish that point because it's so valuable. And you're sharing the story about your child, and I'm so happy that because I never want a child to get sick, period.
Of course not.
I have people in my practice, because I'm a family medicine doctor, I treat children and adults, who are 95 years old, 100 years old, who have smoked all their life.
Yeah.
And they're healthy.
They're healthy. It's weird. I know. It happens.
But does that mean I'm going to use that as a reason as to why I shouldn't discourage people from smoking?
I understand that, but the herd immunity concept, this brings me back to my next point. I used to get like nailed to the cross before he was vaccinated. And even when he did, I'd only let them do one at a time. Because the problem is...
How much did you pay for the vaccines?
I didn't. Remember, I'm poor. I'm on welfare at this time.
So, look at this.
So I was forced.
We're paying for medical care to prevent and save you the trouble of an illness.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Jesus Christ. She just pretty much yapped the whole time, really.
Oh, Dr. Mike, it's good to meet you. I'm Hunter Howell.
Oh, this guy's back too. Oh, man.
Oh, man, it's a beautiful day, isn't it? So when it comes to the science, right, back in the day, it was labeled misinformation if you were to question the validity of, for example, masks. But just out of last year, an epidemiologist, Tom Jefferson, came out with a rigorous analysis that stated that they had no effect benefiting people in terms of the reduction of getting respiratory illness, including COVID-19. Right? You have Anthony Fauci, which I know we've talked about today, in regards to the social distancing, right? It was trust him, trust the science. But he said in a congressional House subcommittee that there was no science behind it, and he got grilled for that. So when we're demonized and we're talked about years ago...
Well, it's probably because like it's common sense that staying like far away from another person can help prevent the spread of respiratory illnesses. And it's definitely much better than being extremely close to people coughing all over you.
Or, you know, these anti-vaxxers, these skeptics, these really bad people and that were villains. Well, not only are we not villains, we're speaking the truth and we were censored on it. So I would kind of like your thoughts on that about, you know, all of the information I said.
I view someone as an anti-vaxxer that knows the data exists as it is and then spreads things that are not true or stretches the truth in a way to make things valuable for them. The people that I have seen being anti-vaxxers, I think that they're being villains by spreading that misinformation because they're leading people to make bad decisions about their health care.
So, to correct me if I'm wrong, you're villainizing people for exercising their First Amendment right in the Constitution of free speech?
No, I think that when you're starting to say things that impact other people's decisions, I view it negatively through a negative lens, knowing what I know.
It's kind of like how like you can't just stand up in a movie theater and claim that there's a fire. That's not like free speech. Like that's not protected under free speech. You can't just like be doing that.
Vaccines.
So then could we also flip the narrative and say that they were harming people in the information that they were giving out?
No, the people that took the COVID vaccine.
Okay, so what harm did staying 6 feet away from people during the pandemic cause you? What harm? What harm did wearing a mask cause you? Did you suffer any harm outside of maybe slight discomfort for like 30 minutes while you're shopping at a grocery store? Like, did you face any harm? But not getting vaccinated could cause mass harm by people catching COVID and dying.
At a lower death rate significantly. In fact, when we
I think a lot of people didn't want to wear masks because they didn't want to smell their hot ass breath.
Working in the hospitals, those, especially early on, those who were most sick and who were sick by larger numbers were people who weren't vaccinated.
I think a lot of people in here, including myself, have a huge distrust, of course, in the United States government and in the mainstream media, as well.
Unless it's Trump and RFK Jr., in which case they have all the utmost trust and you love them and they can't do no wrong and the tariffs are great and the eggs are still expensive. But hey, man, at least people are getting deported, right? So,
in the science,
what led to your distrust?
Well, the fact that they got it wrong. We can't villainize people or call them villain just because they disagree. When they disagree, they can be talking with facts, things of substance that are true, as many people here have said today. It's not coming from a state of emotion. The death rate of COVID, I know it fluctuated on the time frame, but it was under 1%. From December to January of 2022, the CDC has the numbers on it. It was less than 0.5%, less than 0.1%. It was 0.06%. People were dying of it.
The age-adjusted COVID-19 death rate in 2022 was 61.3 per 100,000 persons, or 0.06%, according to CDC data. The death rate decreased 47% in 2022 from 2021.
Don't get me wrong, that's terrible. But with all of the information we know now, you know, how can we still villainize people that are anti-vaccine completely due to how much that the government and Big Pharma got this
I'll answer that
wrong?
question with one simple sentence based on something you just said.
Okay.
About 100+ million lives have been.
A landmark study led by the World Health Organization and published by The Lancet in 2024 found global immunization efforts saved 154 million lives over the past 50 years. The majority of lives saved, 101 million, were those of infants.
Been saved by vaccines?
From The Lancet, yes.
From The Lancet. And you agree with that stat, approximately?
I agree with The Lancet's findings, yes.
And yet you have anti-vaxxer like RFK Jr. saying statements like there's no such thing as a safe vaccine. That's a villain.
Yeah, so
Cooked.
I don't think he's a villain because
cooked his ass. Replay that, bro.
government in the mainstream media, as well as in the science.
What led
you
to
know?
your distrust?
Well, the fact that they got it wrong. We can't villainize people or call them villains just because they disagree. When they disagree, they can be talking with facts, things of substance that are true, as many people here have said today. It's not coming from a state of emotion. The death rate of COVID, I know it fluctuated on the time frame, but it was under 1%. From December to January of 2022, the CDC has the numbers on it. It was less than 0.5%, less than 0.1%. It was 0.06%. People were dying of it. Now, don't get me wrong, that's terrible, but with all of the information
That's true, Rambler.
You know, how can we still villainize
So
people
many
that
babies
are anti-vaccine
would die
completely due to
before vaccines.
How much that the government and Big Pharma got this
I'll answer
completely
that
wrong.
question with one simple sentence based on something you just said.
Okay.
About 100+ million lives have been saved by vaccines.
From The Lancet, yes.
From The Lancet. And you agree with that stat, approximately?
I agree with The Lancet's findings, yes.
And yet you have anti-vaxxer like RFK Jr. saying statements like there's no such thing as a safe vaccine. That's a villain.
Yeah, so I don't think he's a villain because he thinks that there's
How
no
do you
such
not
thing
think
as
someone's
a
a
safe
villain
vaccine.
when vaccines you just said saved over 100 million lives, and this person's encouraging people to not take those vaccines?
Yeah, so I think that was a little bit out of context, right? When he's saying people to not take the vaccines, once again, he's giving his opinion off the information that he knows to be true. We can't villainize someone for disagreeing with us,
Okay,
right?
pause. Turn to your seat.
Yes, sir.
Right. Dr. Mike will now choose a vaccine skeptic to debate for 10 minutes on a claim of their choosing. Oh, God.
Oh, so many choices. How about my local northern New Jersey friend? Seems like you have a very personal story.
Was his last line just RFK Jr. is an uninformed dumbass? We can't, pretty much. Because RFK Jr. disagrees with you, we can't villainize him for that. I feel like, again, I'm going to go back to the 2 + 2 thing. If I start saying 2 + 2 is 5 and I really believe that, it's like, okay, you're just an idiot. Who cares? But now we're talking about, now maybe the president going to put me in charge of math for the country. Like, you're going to be like, yo, bro, like, dead ass, this guy that think 2 + 2 is 5, like, what if we gave, like, he's the math guy for the United States now. Like, he knows shit, bro. I feel like I should be rightfully criticized.
Impacted you. You're in the area where I practice healthcare, and it seems like you're very well read up on facts and are ready to challenge me.
Wait, Thunder was last seen playing 2K25? What the fuck did I miss?
So my claim is, just as you may have said, there really is no safe vaccine.
Did we just like completely neglect the fact that vaccines have saved over 150 million lives? 100 million. This is only over the last 50 years, by the way. 100 million of which were babies. We literally just talked about that.
I think it largely depends on what your definition of safe is. When you're outdoors,
You're playing 2K11.
Hit
Nice.
by lightning. But if you're in a field by yourself, I consider that to be a safe place. Does that mean it's without risk? No, there's bacteria in the ground. There's lightning above. There's also all sorts of risks. But I think when you weigh the risk versus benefit, to say that means you're largely ignoring data that shows that vaccines are largely safe.
So I think we have a differentiation or a difference of opinion on the actual data, when we spoke about VAERS and those adverse reactions.
VAERS is like Hoodie Mane and Squire, like contacting somebody and be like, damn, bro, like I started walking funny after I got COVID. Write that down. Like, who cares? Like, who gives a fuck? Like, why are we talking about this shit still?
If anybody ever goes to look at that, pulling that data and putting it into something that's actually able to be viewed and parsed out by your average patient or your lowest common denominator patient, it's next to impossible.
Fuck Hoodie, man. Yo, what the fuck?
It's for the researchers to find patterns, because one thing happening to one individual, even across thousands of patients, does not necessarily mean that there's a causative pattern. I have a question for you. What do you consider a safe activity?
I don't think I could come up with a completely safe activity.
So, then die. Don't get the flu vaccine, bitch. Die. Like what? Like what?
And I think safety would be complete safety is not life.
I agree.
Well, I think we can put it on balance, right?
Yeah.
So speaking in the absolutes, what's completely safe? It doesn't exist.
Sure.
So we're arguing over something or debating or conversing over something that is really not an intellectually honest dialogue.
Fair.
So when you look at vaccines and you have to put on balance, where's the risk, where's the benefit? Well, I draw it back to where
benefit's not dying, by the way. And I feel like that benefit is almost always worth it.
Children were. And I'd push back a little bit on your claim where you said that...
Wait, where's Code at? A Space for the Unbound just came out on the Apple App Store. He's been telling me about that game, bro.
The reason that there were no pediatric deaths is because we vaccinated. That sequence is a little bit out of line from my standpoint. There was no risk, yet we vaccinated anyway. And then when we vaccinated, then came the deaths or the adverse reactions or the ones we've yet to see. Thrombosis.
You know, every time this COVID shit comes up, I'm going to tell this shit and fast forward. It is what it is. I kind of really get irritated when people say that the COVID deaths are not, like, nobody died from COVID, this, that, or the third, blah, 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 whatever. My friend's mom died because of COVID. Granted, obviously she was, autoimmune compromised or whatever the fuck already. But those are the types of people that would die from COVID. And she died from COVID. And due to like social distancing and all that stuff, he couldn't even like be with her during her last moments. You know what I mean? I've told the story many times. So it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? And like, yeah, this is anecdotal. And yes, the percentages of the people that died or whatever, they are not very high. Like COVID wasn't super deadly in the United States or whatever, but people still died. And not only did people still die, many people were catching it. And you got to understand too, at the time, people would catch COVID, get over it, and not be able to taste for months. My sister's boyfriend, who is a chef, actually lost his taste for like a couple years. He just got it back like last year or something like that. He couldn't, like, things tasted off to him. Like he would be cooking something and be like, yo, does this taste like soap to you? And my sister would be like, no, like this tastes normal. Like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Some people can't smell still because of COVID. Like, we didn't know what COVID was, what the lasting effects of that were even going to be. And we kind of still don't. That was only a few years ago, right? So when you have this illness taking over the world and spreading as fast as it's spreading, like, yeah, you gotta move fast, right? Because you don't want another fucking like Black Plague or some shit, or like the influenza, right? You don't want a repeat of that.
Menstrual problems, fertility problems, especially for girls, women, thrombosis.
You've heard of myocarditis in young males post-vaccine?
Pericarditis.
We're not hiding that. We believe that it happens. But at the same time, you need to look at the natural incidence of myocarditis, meaning like what is the rate that it happens to an average person irrespective of what condition they have. And then you have to go one step further and compare it to what is the other side of that coin,
Just this
which is
emo at the
getting
end.
COVID-19 without the vaccine, and what the risk of developing myocarditis after that will be. And there are times where scientists sometimes to win an argument are going to be like, oh, you'll never get myocarditis if you get the vaccine because you're not getting COVID-19. The vaccine doesn't prevent it 100% of the time. We have to be honest in that. But when we compare the rates of getting myocarditis with the vaccine,
Multiple studies support the conclusion that the risk for developing myocarditis is higher for those infected with COVID-19 than those who got the COVID-19 vaccine. A 2022 study by Penn State scientists found the relative risk for developing myocarditis was more than 7 times higher in the infection group than in the vaccination group.
or getting myocarditis from COVID-19, it's much higher in COVID-19 than it is with the vaccine.
So my position...
A similar 2022 study found out of Israel found the relative risk for developing myocarditis was about 6 times higher for those who were infected with COVID-19 than those who got the COVID-19 vaccine.
Would be more.
So it's a pretty universal,
right?
universal study then.
Quality of life, quantity of life. Sure. If the mortality for a child was 0, and we give them a vaccine that has known risks, doesn't that give you pause?
Who said the mortality rate for a child would be 0? You can't say that. Like, you can't say that about anything.
So when we look at side effects of conditions or vaccines, we don't.
You know what children have a very high mortality rate? Unvaccinated children that catch measles and polio and tetanus.
Look at mortality, we look at morbidity. So for example, with measles, the mortality might not have been in the hundreds of thousands, but the amount of children hospitalized, the amount of children that got immensely sick leading to losing their hearing with certain conditions, that was higher. So it's not just about mortality, it's also about morbidity.
So, but if you look at the numbers, the totality of, you look at your N+1 patient, which is the one that where you give vaccines, that's where that one patient gains benefit over detriment. That didn't exist in children with no other comorbidities. My example to you is a perfectly healthy child, no comorbidities, no diabetes, no obesity, no kidney, a perfectly healthy child, and then giving them a vaccine that has risk over and above benefit. I'll let you know, when I was a younger man, I was a smoker. Smokers are more prone to get lung cancer. You certainly wouldn't administer, as a responsible physician, you wouldn't administer me chemotherapy just because I smoked.
Correct.
This is the stupidest shit ever. If administering chemotherapy would prevent you from getting cancer, then maybe that would be something people would do, but that's not what chemotherapy does. That is just moronic.
But I would encourage you to stop smoking as a means of prevention.
I did, but I certainly wouldn't take chemo if I smoked.
This is so fucking stupid.
For sure.
There's an exposure. Children were recovering.
The risk of chemo is much higher if you don't need it than is vaccine, which is why I said earlier in this conversation that vaccines carry a much higher bar than a pharmaceutical, because vaccines are given
You wouldn't cut off my arm because I got a paper cut on my finger. Damn, that is true.
to healthy people. In your specific example, because this is hyper-specific, and I don't like necessarily using a hyper-specific example to create a rule or to make that the norm, because there are so many other childhood vaccinations that are at threat with the current potential of RFK Jr. coming in. So that's the concern for me. In your situation, the reason your child ended up getting the vaccine was because one of her parents wanted to get the vaccine, correct?
Correct.
If your wife was totally against it or her mother was totally against it, would she have gotten the vaccine?
Bodied.
I can't really say because it's a hypothetical that hadn't happened.
No, because the answer is no. If both of you did not want your child to get a vaccine, there wouldn't even have been a conversation. Your child would not have been vaccinated. That is the answer. But because you and your wife or her mother, whatever, disagreed on it, that's when it went to court, and then the court ruled with the mother. It's that simple.
But I presented all the reasoned evidence of what actually threatens a child over and above. We're talking single digits. And then to vaccinate blanketly a subset of our population that could potentially put them at risk where...
You know, like how crazy this, like this is like if somebody made a cure for cancer and then like people were like, but nah, though, like, what if you got ulterior motives, though? Like, I'm not really fucking with it. Like, I'm not really fucking with it, if I may be so honest, if I may be so bold. You know, like it can't be understated, the fact that vaccines are mankind's greatest achievement.
The cure, or supposed cure, or preventative measure is worse than the disease.
Knowing what we know now, your statements are different than what we knew then.
That is also true.
The situation that was going on in hospitals then is not the situation that's going on now. If your case was brought up in a court now, it would be a very different situation. And again, we're saying the court mandated it, and at the end they may have, but it wasn't against parents' will. It was against one of the parents' will, and one of the parents wanted it. So it's a very difficult decision with a lot of nuance that then takes the conversation away from whether vaccines are in general helpful and are safe to was it fair that a single vaccine was given to a single person based on this very complex, nuanced case. Do you agree?
I feel there's countless children that didn't have a voice piece like myself to present clear, unadulterated data. And in my case, the court leaned toward a pediatrician who was looking at data that now we know is bad, and we knew it was bad at that time.
So
the trends may change.
Do you think that pediatrician had some sort of motive to harm your child?
Follow the money.
Oh my God.
So elaborate on that.
So money is involved. A pharmaceutical rep comes into your office. Why do they need to send a sales rep to sell you something that is inherently good?
The reason
Please stop putting her on camera. Like I'm on my hands and knees begging at this point.
Pharmaceutical reps exist is a problematic history because there was a lot of corruption that happened with it. Now there's a lot of laws in place that prevent pharmaceutical reps from giving anything of value to physicians. So for example, I have never been compensated by a vaccine company to give vaccines. In fact, I'm going to take this one step further, and I don't say this publicly. I volunteer 2 to 3 days a week in the hospital. I don't get paid to be a doctor, nor do I take money to give vaccines to children. I do it because I'm passionate and I don't want to see children get sick with a vaccine-preventable illness. And the fact that that pediatrician recommended that for your child, I'm sure they were trying to do what was best for your child that they believed to be true based on the evidence that was presented to them. Will that always be right? Unfortunately not, because we don't have a crystal ball. But I promise you, the people that are working behind the scenes, the doctors, the nurses, we're trying our best. And I know this situation was really unfair, the way that it played out with perhaps your wife wanted one thing, you wanted another thing. That's not what we want for our patients. We want to prevent children from getting sick. We don't want to see a resurgence of measles. We don't want to see a resurgence of polio. We don't want paralyzed children.
Funny you say that, Thunder. He actually brought that up as an argument earlier in this video.
I promise you that. And I see it every day in my hospital.
I'll take you at your word, doctor.
Thank you. Yeah, and talking to Tom, I think it's an interesting case because it provides a lot of challenges, both from a philosophical and medical legal perspective. And I'm actually very glad that Tom was open to the fact that the information provided to him by me today was honest, was transparent, that he saw it as that. But again, I think it's very difficult to take that situation and then extrapolate it to childhood vaccinations as a whole.
I would credit Dr. Mike. I think he did a great job. Number one, I think it's courageous. I think his reasoning and his logic was valid. And he really, he changed my mind on a couple of things.
Oh.
I believe Dr. Mike was really feeling a lot of what I said. It seems like it really hit a point with him, and I'm glad because I really care about people, and I could see that he does too. It's just that he's been miseducated by this system that's profit over people.
Man.
There were a few people who really believed that nature was the way.
God has already given us the natural remedies through foods, through like apricot seeds that heal cancer, and they want to silence us.
Didn't help Steve Jobs.
I have to say that nature is absolutely violent. Nature created bacteria, nature created viruses. Nature also gave us an immune system and the ability to create vaccines and treatment for those issues.
They're trying to kill us with the vaccine. Like
Oh
they're
my
trying
God.
to depopulate the world.
Oh my God, she's actually insane. Holy fuck.
goal in being here today is
Oh my
explaining the exact
God.
need as to how we've been able to eradicate smallpox, polio. And my hope is today that you could watch this video and see that vaccines work and save lives.
Vaccination information from the CDC. Vaccines have greatly reduced diseases that once routinely harmed or killed babies, children, and adults. People all over the world, including in the United States, still become seriously ill or even die from diseases that vaccines can help prevent. This is a perfect example of I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you. Damn, that's hard. I wonder how well her YouTube does. I wonder what her YouTube is. Do they link it here? What was her name? That's not the one. Jackie, maybe? She looked like a Jackie.
Guys, so I'm gonna be vulnerable.
I was right. The real reason why they won't commit to you, God put this video in front of you for a reason. Dear Christian men, why do you do this? The Christian narcissist. When I did this, God brought my spouse fast, married in 3.5 months. All of her thumbnails are like the same. This is kind of creepy. How to overcome lust. Some of y'all need to watch this. Some of y'all need to watch that, bruh. All right, chat. All right, chat. Thank y'all for coming to the stream type shit. All right. Let's see what this Monster Hunter hitting on, chat. I'm getting kind of hungry. Hey, chat, hungry? Do I have anything I could heat up real quick in the microwave type shit? Oh, that's Monster Hunter World. I need wilds. It's a Rivals night. I mean, the new update for Monster Hunter just came out. I want to play that.
is.
Yo, I might fuck that. Hold up. Type shit. Yo, I might fuck that. Type shit. Don't play with me, bro. Oh, yo, how much does spam go? Spam's cheap, right? Yo, this is like a disposable pocket pussy, low key. Type shit. Tell me I'm lying. Type shit. That shit looking juicy. Type shit. Frothy.
Not
Hold
surprised this the first thing I'm walking into.
Yo, what up, Dion? Do you agree with me though, right? I know Dion agree with me, bro. Cat despair? Spam.com. Yo, do they got merch? Spam brand life? What the fuck? Yo, I'm trying to buy some spam merch, chat. Gift shop? Wait, they actually got merch. Wait, the hat is kind of wavy. Hope everything good, bro. Blink twice type shit. Everything's good. I just want to fuck a can of spam. Like, what's wrong with that? M has a spam sweater she wears all the time. Type shit. Hold on, chat. The pants is tough. Chat, we jacking with pants. We jacking with spam. Yo, they got the spam shirts up to 5XL, bro. They know that Target demo, bro. Yo, chat, we jacking a spam shirt. Spam, an American classic T-shirt. Damn, this one is like limited edition, bro. It only goes up to 3XL. Oh, spam. This is a spam sweater. That shit kind of tough. I'm not jorking with spam, but the shirts is low-key hard. How is you not jorking to spam, bruh? Like, we're losing recipes. Like, how you not jorking it to spam, chat? We losing recipes. Hold on, chat. I'll do everything but eat it. You spin. I'm gonna see if I can grab something to eat real quick. You know what? I'ma just leave it like this while I BRB chat. Actually, I got you with a whaley woes, bro. I got you with a whaley woes, bro. Hold on. I gotta listen to this a little bit. Hey. Hold on, chat. Your affection. Your affection. W. All right, we're back.
Hello, everyone.
This is your daily dose of jorking.
This police officer pulled him over because he thought the sandwich was a phone.
The reason for the stop is I saw your cell phone in your hand when you were driving, okay?
That was a sandwich.
I saw your phone.
My phone?
Yeah.
Oh.
It wasn't, I know what a sandwich looks like. It was your phone.
Okay.
Alright?
Yeah.
So it was a rectangular thing. Whether it was your wallet, your phone, it looked like your phone.
Okay.
Alright? So that's why I'm pulling you over.
Okay.
All good. Alright?
Yeah.
¿Pollito? Ya, pero vas a comer la lechuga. ¿Lechuga? ¿Lechuga? Uy.
He dropped his phone while he was driving on the highway, and this is what the video footage looked like.
This is where you dropped it? Yeah. Oh no!
That whole spinning over.
That looks kind of cool though.
Yeah.
Oh, your screen's not cracked? No way!
I think these muffins might be a little overdone.
Yo.
One,
Two.
one, two,
Three.
I didn't get any. Oh.
Thank you so much.
This is the worst tortilla maker device ever.
Okay. Oh my goodness. Hold on, I'll show you.
This police officer heard these balloons pop outside of his house and thought it was something a little more serious.
Вот это обман зрения, у меня чуть только что инфаркт случился, я подумал, что в тачке горит.
Granada.
Why do beluga whales always try to scare children? This confused bird started doing a mating dance with her foot. Now, why was he doing this? They saw that they were about to land on top of a bunch of jellyfish. Someone thought it would be a good idea to build a beautiful hotel and pool right next to a jail. She couldn't figure out why her cat was in the closet. He was trying to send out a text message by using text-to-speech when this happened.
It's just fascinating. In the UK, they march forward on the 30th. But, oh my gosh!
It says, well, that is just fascinating in the UK. They march forward on the 30th, but oh my gosh.
I would go with.
He accidentally left a potato in the microwave for over 55 minutes. It really took him 5 business days to notice.
Stand by.
This guy was somehow able to outsmart the police.
What the heck, Robert?
This company often has their employees work in icy conditions, so they set up a slippery obstacle course to train them.
Well, not so much on that
He got food delivered to his house, but he didn't want his parents to find out, so he requested to have the food go directly to his bedroom window.
Thank you.
Where did you learn to sit like that? Oh.
Nancy, come. Oh my God!
They really had the self-driving car cracking an April Fool's joke.
I'm gonna have to stop for gas. Just kidding, I'm all electric. Happy April Fool's Day.
Hey, that concrete looks good.
That's gonna be here forever.
Who did it? Who did this concrete?
My car. Okay, cool. I'm in labor with this one. Kayari! What the?
They were celebrating because their team won.
Good to go, brother.
Oh!
Nothing was going to stop him from winning this race.
You walk, you don't see him yet. And then you do.
The little guy just wanted to come inside.
Baby, push up!
That is the end of this video. I really hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later. Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. This delivery driver saw this person's cat, and I'm not sure why, but they started licking it. She has no idea that she has a hole in her gas tank.
You want a race?
Don't you do it, bro. I'll catch you, man. I love pursuits. Come on, guys, make my night.
Whoever designed this water slide needs to go to jail.
Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up?
This US Army soldier just graduated, and according to tradition, they can't move until a family member touches them. So her brother decided to not touch her to see what would happen.
Do you want some? Do you want some?
These Oreos look pretty good, don't they?
Do you want some? Look at that little hat.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that. Look at Are you smiling? Are you smiling, soldier?
I don't think you're supposed to be smiling.
You're not supposed to be doing nothing.
So this is a nightmare elevator situation. This guy knows how to make his voice sound like an echo.
This part is where they film. Mortal will come on that 955, where Lucan versus Kitana. Here, in this beat.
Sorry, Chad, it took a while. I was chopping it up with my
lawn. You know
lawn.
this about Samsung phones? Every single Samsung phone.
But I'm back now.
Loaded with an image of a chihuahua. I swear to God. Every single one of them. Look.
Wait, what I missed, chat?
He was trying to predict when lightning would strike.
Ó o trovão. Olha o trovão.
Is that true? Wait, is what true?
So I guess iguanas are actually terrifying.
Hey, Laffy, I got you a stuffed animal. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you know how I was talking about the hotels for PAX East? I was was talking to my lawnmower and I was like, yeah, we might have to like take a train every day to and from like our apartment to there. And then she was like, I can just ask my parents if we could like crash there. And I was like, wait, that's true. I forgot about that.
Fun fact, if you didn't know this about Samsung phones, every single Samsung phone comes preloaded with an image of a chihuahua. I swear to God.
I did not know this.
Every single one of them. Look.
He was trying to predict when lightning would strike.
Outro vão.
Being able to go home to your bed after a con sounds clutch, but being on the train for an hour every day to get to the con and then an hour back after being so exhausted, I would rather just like crash at her parents' house or something. Throne? Oh, these are the stools. Yo, chat, genuinely, like I'm being so serious. Like I legit, I need this. There's like these little stools that you can carry around like this. And if you're waiting around in a line or something at a convention, you can just like sit down on this, like anywhere. Like genuinely 400-pound off. Yeah, because when I was in the kitchen with my lawnmower, I was like, do they have any that support husky individuals? And then she said, yeah, they make them to go up to 400 pounds. So I'd actually need 2 of these, one for each of my ass cheeks. So this is gonna be a lifesaver. And then also, like, now that I don't have to get the hotel for PAX East, it's gonna be like so. I was low-key getting like a little stressed about PAX East, but yeah, that's gonna be so much. Even if I don't get press tickets for PAX East or whatever, which I feel like they should have responded to me by now. That shit is in a month. But I have not gotten a response, I don't think. Don't forget the third one for your dick. Right. They are hard to fold up. Yeah, it's gonna beat being on my feet for 10 hours though, so I don't care. Okay, we do need one more react while I eat. We do need one more react while I eat. Click on the vid in the third row for, no, not doing that. Watch my link. The masculinity video, I would probably want to watch like in its entirety on stream.
But I'm gonna spit some. Put LeBron in your parlay and you gonna hit some. King James dominate the game since like 03. That nigga Bron probably hit more shots than the police. Man, I'm sick of all these niggas saying Jordan is the GOAT. Old niggas sucking Jordan, they got Jordan in they throat. Longevity or not, Bron wins in the story. 25, 8, and 9, and the nigga just turned 40. Man, the way that he dunk give me crunk, I can't cap, nigga. Every time he dunk, I start jumping, hear the clap, nigga. You can hear the passion in my voice when I rap, nigga. He the fucking GOAT, he the #1 black nigga. 42,000 fucking points to be exact, nigga. I love the way LeBron just get that ball and he attack niggas. And he a billionaire, he stacking up them racks, nigga. Accolades on accolades, ain't never getting past, nigga.
This shit is hard. No, I listen to that again. That's hard.
No, Bam, don't do that.
My king, my king, my king, my king.
Man, everybody singing about LeBron, but I'm gonna spit some. Put LeBron in your parlay and you gonna hit some. King James dominate the game since like 03. That nigga Bron probably hit more shots than the police. Man, I'm sick of all these niggas saying Jordan is the GOAT. Old niggas sucking Jordan.
Got Jordan in their throat.
Longevity or not, Bron wins in the story. 25, 8, and 9, and the nigga just turned 40. Man, the way that he dunk give me crunk, I can't cap, nigga. Every time he dunk, I start jumping, hear the clap, nigga. You can hear the passion in my voice when I rap, nigga. He the fucking GOAT, he the #1 black nigga. 42,000 fucking points to be exact, nigga. I love the way LeBron just get that ball and he attack niggas. And he a billionaire, he stacking up them racks, nigga. Accolades on accolades, ain't never getting past, nigga.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone
Everyone knows a judge can sentence you to jail or give you a fine. But did you know that they have a
Shout out LegalEagle to go.
punishment to fit the crime? And much to Hester Prynne's dismay, they could force you to wear a scarlet letter, force you to listen to Barry Manilow, or make you live in a terrible apartment. For example, 20-year-old Diamond Gaston walked into a Burger King and pepper sprayed an employee. I guess they weren't serving it her way. And that eventually landed her in the courtroom of Ohio Municipal Judge Michael Cicconetti, where she was facing sentencing for assault charges. But Judge Cicconetti gave her a choice: 30 days in jail or allow her victim to pepper spray her in the face right then and there.
What? What the fuck? You can do that?
And what followed was truly one of the most bizarre scenes in American justice history.
You don't want to do 30 days in jail, which you'd be going right now. I'll allow Mr. Rolls to have his vengeance.
Hey, bro, give me the pepper spray, chat. I'm gonna be honest.
To give you a shot at pepper spray.
She got off easy. The judge made sure the spray was only filled with water.
Yes, that's
okay.
Judge Cicconetti sentenced Gaston to be a subject of a courtroom prank of his own design. But this likely came as no surprise to anyone who follows his cases, as Judge Cicconetti achieved viral internet fame for his inventive criminal punishments. In another case, 3 men were caught attempting to solicit sex from an undercover cop posing as a prostitute, and Judge Cicconetti offered them a choice between jail time with a fine or standing on a street corner for 3 hours while holding signs that declared "No Chicken Ranch in Plainsville."
Very humiliating, very embarrassing.
Now, whether or not the citizens of Plainsville, Ohio knew that this was a reference to the name of the brothel in the movie The Best Little Whorehouse in Texas is anyone's guess. But many of Judge Cicconetti's punishments involve public shaming, which critics argue is a type of Scarlet Letter style punishment that has no place in modern society. Judge Cicconetti, however, disagrees.
Hey, bro. Give me the opportunity between sign flipping in a chicken outfit or 30 days in jail. I'm twerking in the freeway, bro. I don't give a fuck.
The basis that the people in his court are always given the option
I'm not going to prison.
Sentence, and most of the time they choose whatever spectacle he dreams up instead. And it's hard to argue that his sentences don't provoke a feeling of cosmic justice beyond the limitations of the justice system. In one such case, a woman abandoned 35 kittens in the woods in the middle of winter, 9 of whom perished. And the judge was set to give her the maximum sentence of 90 days in jail for domestic animal abuse. But the judge offered the woman a choice. Instead of 90 days in the slammer, she could serve 14 days in jail and give a $500 donation to the park rangers who found the kittens, pay $3,200 to the Humane Society, and spend 1 night alone in the woods.
Yeah, okay, fuck that. Give me the 90 days. What the fuck? And man, hell no. You want me to give almost 4 bands, spend a night in the wilderness alone, and still do 2 weeks in prison? Suck my cock, man. Fuck no. Lock me up. Throw away the key. You can give me 90 years. I'm not taking that other deal. What the fuck?
So I told her that if you're going to let these kittens out in the woods, let's do the same to you. I want you to go out in the woods and spend the night alone. See how you like it.
And the woman took the deal. In his defense, Judge Cicconetti wants his criminal sentences to have a relationship to the crime, and his approach seems to be working. The national recidivism rate is around 75%, but in Judge Cicconetti's courtroom, it's 10%. And apparently his creative sentences have won him the respect of his peers, who even elected him as president of the American Judges Association. But not everyone sees it this way. Attorney Lisa Bloom told Court TV, quote, "It can make light of the justice system. I don't see
Is that your bestie? I'm an ice boat for y'all like Gretzky.
It works. I see that it's demeaning to these defendants.
Almost dropped the pizza roll, chat.
From committing those crimes.
Chat, you want a pizza roll? Here you go.
I don't think it necessarily deters other people.
Open up.
Now, the 8th Amendment specifically forbids cruel and
be a good kitten.
And while 8th Amendment cases typically focus on the cruel aspect of the criminal punishment in question, we have yet to see any Supreme Court rulings on whether the wearing of a hideous chicken suit in public constitutes a violation of the constitutional rights, as unusual as that is. But would forcing a 21-year-old criminal defendant to marry his 19-year-old girlfriend constitute a cruel and unusual punishment? Well, in Texas, Judge Randall Rogers didn't think so, giving no meaning to the life sentence. When police charged Jocelyn Bundy with assault for punching his girlfriend's ex-boyfriend, the judge gave him a choice: marry your girlfriend or serve 15 days in jail. Faced with jail time and the risk of losing his job,
lock me up. No, I'm just kidding.
Bundy opted for marriage. Judge Roberts also required Bundy to write a Bible verse 25 times per day, specifically Proverbs 26:7, quote, "If a man digs a pit, he will fall into it." Now, one would hope this Bible verse gave him second thoughts about marrying a teenager, but who's to say? As news of the unusual punishment spread, other couples came forward with their own tales of court-compelled marriage. Michelle Powell and her boyfriend were facing shoplifting charges after they failed to scan some products in the self-checkout line. At least that was their story. And during the first court appearance, Judge Rogers discovered the couple lived together, but they were not married. According to the transcripts, Judge Roberts proclaimed, quote, "If you get within 100 feet of him during the probation, you go to jail." But then he offered them an alleged reprieve. He said, quote, "Do you two want to run off and get married and come back?" The couple
That's
agreed
so
to get
weird.
hitched, and the judge dismissed the charges. But I probably don't need to tell you this, forced marriage is legally problematic. The choice to marry
Yeah, that
is
is
a personal decision,
fucking insane.
freedom, and the Supreme Court recognizes marriage as a fundamental right protected under the Due Process and Equal Protection Clauses of the 14th Amendment. So coercing someone into marriage infringes on the personal autonomy and is probably a violation of constitutional rights. But in the case of the first marriage, Bundy was terrified that he would lose his job if he was incarcerated and felt he had no choice but to take the deal. And while it's likely that Bundy would have won on appeal, the damage would have already been done. These sentences were also disturbing because Judge Rogers only encouraged marriage when the defendants didn't have lawyers. But at least the story has a relatively happy ending. After the local news exposed Judge Rogers, the Freedom from Religion Foundation filed a complaint with the Texas State Commission on Judicial Conduct. Now, the SCJC rarely penalizes judges, but they formally sanctioned Judge Rogers. The
He ugly
commission's
as hell,
records
too.
are private, so we don't know if the commission reprimanded the judge for the Bible verse, the marriage punishment, or both. But regardless, it's safe to say, at least for the time being, that you can't force your deeply held religious beliefs about marriage onto subjects of your court. But what happens when
I like this guy because he's incredibly base.
deeply held religious beliefs about marriage?
What the dog doing?
At least for the time being. Yeah. With the way shit is going, chat. At least for the time being. Twiggins, thank you for the 61 months. Appreciate that. Go chat. We're only 5 subs away from 60. We're only five subs away from 60.
Onto subjects of your court. But what
What up,
happens when a
Biggie?
judge ignores the Constitution in their creative sentencing and both the defendant and the victims agree to it? Well, in 2011, 17-year-old Tyler Alfred from Oklahoma was charged with first-degree manslaughter after a DUI crash that killed his passenger. Although his blood alcohol content was below the adult legal limit of
Hungry?
Wait. I'm eating right now. Flytrap, thank you for the tier 2 for 69 months. Yeah. You know what? I'll take it. You know what? I'll take it. Yeah, I am hungry. What now?
0.08, Oklahoma's laws for underage drinking applied and thus warranted stricter sentencing. But that's when Judge Mike Norman got creative. Alfred was given a deferred sentence, meaning that he would serve no prison time so long as he followed rules set out by the judge, which included things like graduating high school, going to welding school, undergoing substance testing for 1 year, and attending church weekly for 10 years. You might not have caught that. Part of his sentence was to attend church weekly for 10 years, violating his First Amendment freedom to practice or not practice religion. Now, the craziest thing about the sentence is that the judge agreed it was unconstitutional. Judge Norman said he had used the church sentence before, and while he agreed it was illegal, he would keep right on doing it.
Not loading.
Because the perpetrator and the victim were both happy with the sentence. Judge Norman said he didn't think anyone would challenge the sentence, and he was right. The defendants possess the clear right to challenge their sentences, as they are directly affected by the court's judgment, but Alfred was pleased with the sentence because he didn't have to spend time in prison. And victims have some limited standing to challenge criminal sentences, as we talked about in our video about Adnan Syed. But people who are not parties to criminal proceedings can't challenge the constitutionality of that sentence. But that doesn't mean that everyone thought it was a swell idea to
Can y'all
violate
see
the
it?
Constitution. The ACLU of Oklahoma did not have the right to appeal Alfred's sentence directly, so they filed a complaint to have the judge sanctioned. The complaint submitted to the Oklahoma County.
What is this?
Put brown on that shit. 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 Run. Yeah, OVO Sound 2024. Who's calling that shit? Is it Tracy? Is it KD? Is it Luca? Is it Kobe? Was it Brownlee? Where's the party? Where's the function?
Where the fuck the function?
Where the fuck the function? The way I feel right now, I feel like we need to be all alone. LeBron ain't playing around, he get the win, then take his flight back home, and that's real. Stop teasing me, what? Stop teasing me. You can slam that down so easily. Keep begging you to stay, never leave the league. Stay for me, you the best player ever, don't play with me. The way you going for that late like you hate the three, but then you shake bait, take so faithfully. Ain't show up on the court like you owe them one. You got a lock on the game, still more to come. You gon' pop that pass till you torn and strong. I ain't giving out shots like we ordered some. Damn. Put brown on that shit. Put brown on that shit. Put brown on that shit. Put brown on that shit.
Council on Judicial.
Where's the party? Where's the function? Where the fuck the function? Where the fuck the function? Ronnie's world. Ronnie's world. Ronnie's world. Ronnie's world. Let me see you hit a 3 in front of these girls. Shake them off, make them work like a gym curl. Father, son, NBA, what you deserve? What you deserve? Is that a F me? I'ma try to get a stop on the next 3. Coming at you, like test me. Hit the half court, looking at me. Do the same thing, Ronnie's world. Let me see you hit a 3 in front of these girls. Shake them off, make them work like a gym curl. Father, son, NBA, what you deserve? What you deserve? Is that a F me? I'ma try to get a stop on the next 3. Coming at you, like test me. Hit the half court, looking at me. Do the same thing.
Type shit. All right, I'm done eating. Chat, it's time. It's time. It's time. Can we talk about a cat emotes or washing dog emotes? Thoughts? Oh, excuse me. Where the fuck the function? Where the fuck the function? Smelly and Erm? Smelly and Erm are alright, but you ain't got no jaw. You ain't got no jaw. What the fuck is that hoodie, man? Yo, what the hell? That shit is nasty as hell. Where the fuck is my camera at? Oh. Brick. And I'm like, baby girl, let me see you do your dance. Let me see your twirl. Shaking ass in the club with your homegirls. Is that your bestie? I'ma ice both of y'all like Gretzky. Hoodie is a freak. That's the best kind. Where the fuck's my chat? Where the fuck my chat at? Where the fuck my chat at? Do I look right now? All alone, that's real. Oh, whoops.